The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars. Broadcast 131. Regarding a dead body found in the irrigation ditch near 2nd Street and Arrowhead Highway in Arcadia. That's all. Roll the tape.
It is a thrilling experience to be in the radio broadcasting room of a big city police department. You hear the calls for help coming in over the telephone, some frantic, some screaming. Thousands of emergency calls every day. Instantly, the police broadcaster flashes these messages to hundreds of radio cars cruising about the city. At each emergency call, one or more police cars roar into top speed, and with sirens screaming rush to the rescue. To shorten the period between the call for help and the arrival of the police, leading cities and counties specify Rio Grande cracked gasoline for all emergency cars. Tests have convinced officials that Rio Grande cracked excels ordinary gasolines in getting started quicker, in instant acceleration, and in power. Police cars reach top speed sooner with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. They get to the scene of the crime faster. Yet when the records are checked at the end of every month, civic officials say Rio Grande cracked gasoline is more economical than other brands because it actually delivers more miles to the gallon, as well as faster miles. Remember, Rio Grande cracked is used in more police and emergency cars wherever it is sold than any other brand. You, too, should use this emergency gasoline and enjoy police car performance in your car. You'll get speed and power when you need it for driving emergencies, and economy of operation for your pocketbook's sake. Try Rio Grande cracked gasoline. It is our great pleasure to introduce Sheriff Eugene Biscalou of Los Angeles County. Sheriff Biscalou.
Good evening. The case you will hear tonight deals with an Oriental murderer. Of all the racial groups which live among us in the West, the Orientals are among the most law-abiding and as a rule give us the least trouble. But when an Oriental is involved in a crime, the investigating officers face a difficult task. The philosophy of the Asiatic, his psychology, his viewpoint is so completely different from ours that an experienced officer must be assigned to such cases. The manner in which Chief Criminal Deputy William Bright, who was at the time head of the homicide squad, handled this case, scarcely leaving his office, is, I believe, an example of the technique of which our office is justly proud. We have substituted the old-fashioned third degree with common sense, shrewd psychology, and quick thinking. Listen carefully as Chief Bright finds winds his way through a maze of Oriental intrigue.
It is the morning of November 20th, 1930. Captain Bright, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office, is just entering his office.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Anything new this morning?
Nothing in the mail, but Deputy Sheriff Cloud is waiting to see you.
Send him in.
Yes, sir. You come in, please.
Good morning, Claude. What's up?
Murder.
Yeah? Let's have it.
Well, there was a body discovered in an irrigation ditch out in Arcadia early this morning by a couple of mechanics on their way to work. Victims are Mexican. Papers on the body identify him as Luz Mata, a fruit grower from the Imperial Valley.
How was he killed?
His head and face were badly beaten, skull crushed, and his throat cut.
Thorough job, eh?
Rather.
Find anything at the scene?
Well, no weapons discovered, but we picked up several unburned and 3 burned matches near the body. There's one legible tire print, which I had photographed. Also, footprints around the body as though there'd been a struggle. I got pictures of them, too. The body's in the autopsy room at the morgue.
Any other identification besides the papers on the body?
Yes, I have positive identification by Martha's sister. He paid her a visit last night with his partner, Jose Gonzalez. Everything points to Gonzalez as the murderer.
How's that?
Well, he and Martha came to Los Angeles together to deliver a load of produce. Martha intended to collect several $100 owing him. Martha's sister says he'd already received some of it when she saw him last night. But it looks like Gonzalez bumped him off for his money. He got an all-cars broadcast out to pick him up.
Yes, Doctor. Come in.
I've just finished the autopsy on Mata.
What did you find?
Well, it's rather a strange case. He was killed by a deep fracture in the skull. The throat was cut more than an hour after death.
What? Are you sure?
Positive. Rigor mortis had set in long before the throat was cut. No blood flowed from the wound.
Yeah, that's a new one on me.
Me too.
How long had he been dead, Doctor?
About 6 hours. That would place the murder around 1 a.m. this morning.
That checks. We talked to a gardener out there who worked all day yesterday in a field not 50 feet away from the scene of the crime, and he didn't notice anything unusual all day.
Yes, also the burned matches would seem to indicate that the man was murdered after dark. Oh, Cloud.
Yes, sir.
I want to see those photographs of the footprints and tire tread as soon as they're ready.
Yes, sir.
And also look up Gonzalez in our files. See if he has a record.
Right away, sir.
After a thorough search of the files, Deputy Cloud returns to the captain's office.
I can't find any record on Gonzalez, Captain.
What? Oh, that's too bad. You know, Cloud, I've been thinking. There's something mighty funny about this case. Gonzalez is a Mexican, I suppose.
Yes, sir.
Well, a Mexican would use his knife first. He wouldn't come back an hour later and slit his victim's throat just to make sure he was dead.
Yeah, that's right.
This thing might almost be called a murder mystery. Say, I'll bet you a new hat we solved it.
I won't take you up. Not with your record of 98% solutions. Oh, by the way, Captain, here's the pictures of the footprints and the tire marks.
Oh, yes. These footprints are too blurred. They don't tell anything. But this is a clear tire impression. That ought to lead us somewhere. Oh, Cloud, I want you to...
Beg pardon, Captain.
Yes, Ayers.
We just picked up Gonzalez.
That's fine. Where is he?
Outside. He was driving Mata's truck when we arrested him. I took him through the morgue on the way up, and he identified the body.
Where's the truck?
Parked on the Spring Street side of the building.
Fine. Cloud, while I talk to this bird, you go over that truck. See if any of the tires compare with that print.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ayers. Bring in our suspect.
Yes, sir. Come on in, Gonzalez. This is Captain Bright.
Oh, sit down, Gonzalez. We want to ask you some questions about the murder of Luz Mata.
Si, senor.
Did you murder him?
Por Dios, no, senor.
You were arrested driving his truck.
Si, I was on my way back to my rancho in Imperial Valley. I did not know Luz was dead until the officer told me.
When did you see him where?
Last night,
Where was he then?
at the home of a Japanese gardener.
Know his name?
Si, Frank Nakamura.
Where were you?
Sitting outside in the truck. I waited there from 8 o'clock until after midnight. He did not come out, so I drove into Los Angeles and went down to the market looking for him.
And you never saw him?
No, not until just now, down in the morgue.
You're sure that's him?
See, that was Luz.
Well, start from the time you left the Imperial Valley and tell me where you went and what you did.
We drove up from the Imperial Valley from Nyland and took our fruit to market. We delivered it yesterday morning. Then Mata went to the Mirador Dried Fruit Company to pick up a check.
Did he get it?
Oh, see, it was for $140, I think. He got some other money from his customers in the market. And then we drove out to see this Japanese gardener. Owed him $285. The Japanese told us to come back that afternoon, and he'd have the money. So we went to see Mata's sister, and then we had a drink or two, and we went back to the gardener's house.
What time was that?
Oh, that must be about 7 o'clock. I sat in the truck, and Mata went inside, and he never came out, as I saw.
And you waited there till after midnight. And you didn't go into the house?
No, senor. I just waited.
Waited 5 or 6 hours. Were you drunk?
No, senor. I do not drink.
Well, did Mata drink?
No, he did not drink neither.
But you just told me that you and Mata had a couple of drinks before you went to see the Japanese. Now, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, we don't drink much, senor. We do not get drunk.
Oh, I see. Where does this Frank Nakamura live?
Out in Arcadia. On Sierra Street, I believe.
And you never went in the house all the time you waited?
No, senor.
Sure of that?
Positive.
Did you murder Mata?
Huh? No, senor. I told you. He was my best friend. I would not think of
All right,
murdering.
Gonzalez. I'm sorry, but I'll have to hold you upstairs in jail in technical custody until I've investigated your statement. Book him on suspicion, Ayers.
Yes, sir.
And if Cloud's back, send him in.
Right. Come along, Gonzalez.
A likely cock and bull story. Well, Cloud, what about those tires on Gonzalez's truck?
They don't compare with this picture.
Are you sure?
Positive.
That's too bad. Why, Gonzalez is a made-to-order suspect. His story doesn't hang together. Claims he sat outside a Japanese gardener's house for 5 hours last night waiting for Mata. And then, when Mata didn't show, he didn't even go into the house, but he went back to town to look for him.
That sounds phony enough.
Sure does. Listen, when that fellow had his head beaten in, there must have been some blood.
Well, there was plenty out there. His throat may not have bled when it was cut, but he sure bled from those abrasions.
Good. Have Gonzalez's clothes examined in the lab for evidence of blood. Take the scrapings from his fingernails and see if there's blood in them. I can't give up our best suspect so easily. But in the meantime, I'm going to have a talk with this Frank Nakamura. Sit down, Mr. Nakamura. I want to ask you some questions.
Oh, yes. May I know why I'm bringing here the policeman?
Sure. You know a Mexican fellow called Luz Mata?
Oh, Mata. Oh, Mata-san. Oh, yes, sir. I know him.
He was murdered last night.
Murder? Mata-san murder? Oh, no. Oh, this cannot be.
I didn't ask you to come down here to kid you. Luz Mata was murdered last night.
Oh, that's too bad.
Mata came to your house yesterday, didn't he?
Oh, yes, sir. He come 1-2 times.
Tell me about it.
Well, he come for paying money I owe to him. He come 1 time in the morning, but I not having money. He come back 7 o'clock. I pay him money.
How much?
Oh, I pay $600 for dates both other time, and I pay $285 for dates both this time.
$885. That's a lot of money. Did you get a receipt?
Oh, yes, sir. I having receipt.
Where is it?
Oh, I leave receipt at home.
When Mata came to your house, was he alone or was someone with him?
Tall Mexican fellow with him both times.
The second time he came, did this tall Mexican fellow come in the house?
Oh, yes, sir. Both fellow coming in house, drinking sake and talking. We do business. We have a nice time.
Drink much sake?
Oh, maybe so. 2 Mexican fellow, they get pretty drunk.
You sure they were drunk?
Oh, yes, they are pretty drunk.
When did they leave?
Oh, they leave after getting money and having a drink of sake.
Well, I guess that's about all I wanted to know, Nakamura. Thanks for coming down.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, nice clean overalls you got there, Nakamura. Wash them yourself?
Oh, what, please?
Your overalls. I say they're nice and clean. Look like they've been washed.
Oh, yes, sir. I washed them. This morning. Yes, I washing myself. You see, my wife, she got much to do with the kids, so I wash them.
Well, you're a model husband. Thanks again for coming down.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Eddie. Japanese just left my office. Have him tailed. Send a man out to his house in Arcadia to meet him when he gets home Get the receipts from him for $885 paid to Lou's Mata for fruit. Tell the man who goes out to the house to look around and get a sample of the washing water from the Nakamura's washing machine or laundry tub or whatever they have, or from the ground where they throw their water. Yeah, that's right. Is Cloud out there? Good. Send him in. Well, Cloud, how about the tires on Nakamura's car?
Well, they don't tally with that picture either.
This is beginning to be discouraging. Did you search him when you brought him in?
Yes, sir. Explained it was a routine procedure.
Find anything?
Well, I got a scrap of paper with his handwriting on it, and these.
Matches with blue and yellow heads.
Yeah, they're the same kind of matches we found at the scene of the murder.
Yes, but on the other hand, they don't mean a great deal. There must be 100,000 people in Los Angeles carrying matches with blue and yellow heads in their pockets. What's on the scrap of paper?
Just a notation about vegetable spray.
Valuable as a specimen of his handwriting, though. This case begins to look bad for Gonzalez.
How's that?
Well, if Nakamura is telling the truth, Gonzalez is lying. The Japanese claims he and Mata got drunk out there last night.
Still, you haven't any positive evidence on Gonzalez.
No, but he was at the proper place at the proper time to commit the crime. And he lied in his statements.
Yes, and on the other hand, Gonzalez might have passed out in the truck outside the Japanese house, and anything could have happened to Mata while he was unconscious.
Yeah, that's true enough.
I don't feel that Gonzalez is the guilty party.
Why not?
Well, I just got some reports from the boys you sent down to the Imperial Valley to check on Mata and Gonzalez. According to all they can discover, those two were like brothers. Never been in trouble beyond getting drunk occasionally. Well, they've been pals for years.
Well, maybe you're right. I confess this thing's got me up a tree. Yeah? Oh, all right. Send him in.
Who is it?
Somebody with some information on the case. Can't tell what it is. Come in.
Captain Bright?
Yes?
I'm Howard Downing. I manage the branch bank at Figueroa and Pico.
Yes?
I have a little item I think should be brought to your attention in connection with the Mata murder.
Yes? What is it?
Well, this morning, a young boy brought a check into the bank to be cashed. That check was made out to Lou's Mata by the Mirador Dried Fruit Company.
Did you cash it?
Yes, after we asked him who sent him, and he told us a dark fellow who looked like a Mexican. It seemed to be all right. Lots of the men from the market send errand boys to have their checks cashed.
Have you got the check with you?
Yes, here it is.
For $140. That's the one Gonzalez told us about, Cloud.
Yeah.
I didn't know about the murder. I wouldn't have cashed the check, I can tell you. I didn't read about it until this afternoon's papers came out. Now, what I want to know is how can I get my money back? This will go hard with me, you know.
Now, listen, Mr. Downey. How can we tell you when you'll get your money back when we haven't caught the murderer yet? You leave this check with us.
Well, that's the only proof I have.
You think we're liable to mislay it? Why, this check may be the key to our case. Cloud.
Yes, sir?
Have the handwriting expert compare this signature on the back of the check with samples of Mata's, Nakamura's, and Gonzalez's handwriting. Let me know what he says as soon as possible.
Well, Captain, I got bad news on that handwriting comparison.
Yeah? How come?
Well, our expert says that the signature on the check doesn't compare with Mata's handwriting, with Nakamura's, or with Gonzalez.
Yeah, this thing is beginning to get my goat. Mata was bumped off for his money. Somebody even forged an endorsement of a check made out to him. Now, we got two perfectly good suspects, and neither of them tie in with forgery. I'm willing to admit I am up a blind alley. Captain Bright speaking. Yes. Yes? At 207 McDowell Street, huh? All right. Fine work. Yes, I'll take care of it. Keep after him. Well, Cloud, maybe this is it.
What's that?
That was the man I sent tailing Nakamura. He reports that Nakamura stopped on his way home at 207 McDowell Street and had a long conversation with the Japanese at that address. Come on. We'll pay a visit over there. Good afternoon, ma'am. We're from the sheriff's office.
Yeah? What do you want?
Do you take roomers here?
Yes?
Japanese?
I have a few.
Well, I understand the Japanese by the name of Frank Nakamura stopped by here about an hour ago to see a friend of his.
Well, there was a little Japanese come by here a while ago.
Who did he see?
A roomer of mine by the name of Tanaka. Yu Tanaka. Sort of a shifty little rat, to tell the truth.
How long has he been rooming here?
Oh, just came in the other night.
What night?
Night before last, I think it was.
What room's he got?
Number 4. Down the hall, second door to the left.
Is he in?
No. Think I saw him go out.
Got a key to his room?
Yes.
Open it for us, will you?
All right. Come this way. There you are.
Thanks. Now you just go on about your work as though we weren't here, excepting that you might let us know if Tanaka comes back.
Yeah, all right. I will.
Come on, Cloud. Let's look the place over.
Nothing much to see. A couple of suits in the cupboard. There's a handbag, but it's empty.
Wait a minute. Here's something in this drawer.
Huh? What?
Discharge papers from San Quentin made out to you, Tanaka. Went up from San Francisco on robbery.
So, at last we run into a guy with a record.
Just because he served a term in the pen for robbery doesn't make him a murderer.
No, that's right.
Let's take a look down the hall.
Well, did you find what you was looking for?
Oh, more or less. Who lives on this floor?
Number 1 is occupied by a Japanese.
What's his name?
Moto. T. Moto.
And who lives in number 2?
Is Tamagori.
Japanese.
Yes. There's another in number 3.
What's his name?
D. Coney.
Well, that accounts for all the rooms on this floor, but this one here at the end of the hall. Who's in it?
That's the bathroom.
Only one on the floor?
Yes.
Come on, Cloud. Let's look at it.
What's so interesting about a bathroom?
Sometimes you can find out more about people in their bathrooms than any place else. You know, just as I thought. An old-fashioned bathtub on legs.
What of it?
Oh, nothing. Except that they make excellent hiding places.
For what?
Almost anything. It takes a more meticulous housekeeper than our landlady seems to be to clean out behind them. Hand me that curtain rod, will you, Claude?
Yeah. What are you going to do?
Going fishing behind the bathtub. I got a bite. Well, will you look at that?
A revolver.
Come on, let's have a look at it. One shell's been fired, 5 intact. Look, the one that's been fired has been fired twice.
Dark stains on the butt. Looks like blood to me.
Got your benzodrine outfit with you?
Yeah?
All right. See whether it tests for blood.
Okay. Yeah, it's turning green. Yeah, the stains of blood, all right.
Which doesn't prove that this is the weapon used to beat out Luz Mata's brain. But it's a cinch it was used to pistol whip somebody. Stay here, Cloud. Pick up those 4 Japanese when they come in. I'll send somebody to stake out on you as soon as I get back to headquarters.
Yes, sir.
Back at headquarters, Deputy Penpraise is waiting for Captain Bright.
Well, Penpraise?
I just returned from Nakamura's. He didn't have any receipt for money paid to Mata, so I took him in custody. He's upstairs. I got some scrapings from the washing machine and water from the drain out at his house. They're being analyzed now.
Good. Nakamura still got on those clean overalls?
Yes.
Have them analyzed, too. And also get the scrapings from under Nakamura's nails.
Yes, sir.
On your way out, tell Ayers to join Cloud down at 207 McDowell Street. He's taking out some more Japanese. Oh, and by the way, wire this gun number to the manufacturers and ask them to trace it.
The first Japanese to be picked up at the McDowell Street stakeout is Hamagori. He is brought to headquarters, and some suspicious stains on his trousers are immediately analyzed. He is then led into Captain Bright's office.
Hamagori, the stains on your trousers are blood. How did they get there?
I not know how they got there, but these trousers, they were being worn not only by me.
Who else wore?
My trousers were lent to you, Tanaka, by Coney, a friend of mine.
Tanaka again. That's all you know about the trousers?
Yes. Well, I know.
All right, Sergeant, take him out.
This way.
You know, Penpraise, that's a plausible enough story. If that Jap knew there were bloodstains on his trousers, he'd certainly have washed them out.
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, here's the lab report on the drain water from Nakamura's and also on Nakamura's overalls.
Both show blood, eh? Well, we're getting warmer, Penpraise. Now we've got 2 suspects with blood on them.
The other Japanese from the rooming house substantiate Hamagori's story about Tanaka borrowing the trousers. But Tanaka himself has not appeared. A day goes by while the deputies continue to stake out the rooming house, and during which the manufacturers of the blood-stained gun report that the last trace they had of the weapon was when it was registered at the Rock Island Arsenal in 1905. The following morning, Deputy Sheriff Cloud brings a strange document into Captain Bright's office.
Hey, Cap, get a look at a load of this.
Why, what's up, Cloud?
Plenty. Letter came from Nakamura in this morning's mail. Just about breaks our case.
What is it?
Well, apparently the Japanese confessed the murder to his wife when she visited him in jail yesterday and told he was going to act crazy. And here's her reply. She says here, Pitiable, lamentable, my dear Makoto Nakamura. When I saw your haggard face before me, I feel very sad. Your final fate is near. You are acting, I think it is, like crazy, and if sent to the hospital, then when the 6 children grow up, this will be a great stumbling block for their future. Also, your ancestors will be greatly ashamed. Do you not understand this? For you to try to save your life this way is wrong. Think of these 6 loving children. When they grow up, their future will be darkened. This does not reveal a parent's true feeling and love. Do you think? Although you may get angry, yes, that's what it is, I am worrying about the future of the children. I swallow my tears and make this final request of you. Act like a man and a samurai. Well, she goes on like this for pages, pleading with him to confess so the kids won't have a blot against him.
That's swell. Maybe this will crack the case. Here, let me see that letter.
Yeah, here you are.
And bring Nakamura down here. I want him to see it.
The little Japanese, pale and nervous from his 2 days in jail, is led into the captain's office, given the letter to read, while the 2 officers watch him intently for the slightest change of expression. Halfway through, tears come to Nakamura's eye, and by the time he has finished the letter, he is sobbing.
Well, Frank, how about it? We know what's in that letter. There's no use you trying to lie about it any longer.
Yes?
And aside from that, I should think you'd want to come clean after what your wife says there.
Yes, sir. I'm telling her everything. I'm not holding back any source till I does a fact.
Oh, that's fine, Frank. Well, start talking.
Well, when the mother come into my house for money, I have not the money. My friend Tanaka was with me. He say, I have an idea. Tell him we having to go to the country for money. So I tell him Mata, and Mata saying he go with us. Well, we get the Mata drunk. Then 3 of us driving the country. When we get out, Tanaka stop the car. We put the gun to Mata's back and pull the trigger. But the gun no go off.
That accounts for the 2 hammer marks on the empty shell, Cloud. Yeah. Go ahead, Frank.
Well, gun no go off. Now, Tanaka hitting Mata with the bottom end of gun. I run away, but Tanaka call me back. He having a blister on the hand from hitting, so I hit the Mata some more. He roll over, and I think he's dead.
Then what did you do?
Oh, we drive him to my house.
Whose car were you in?
Oh, in my car.
No, I want you to tell the truth, Frank. We have a photograph of the tire mark at the scene of the murder, and it doesn't correspond with any of the tires on your car.
Oh, Cantor explaining that. We blow a tire on the way home. Run on the rim. Spoiled tire. So, I buy a second-hand tire at the gas station and throw the tire away.
How's that for the bad brakes, Cloud? The only tire mark we have is the one that blew out. But, Frank, Mata's throat was cut. You haven't accounted for that.
Oh, I coming to that. After we get home, Tanaka worried maybe Mata not dead. Or maybe he's coming back to life and talk and or tell who beat him. So we go back to the place where Mata is and cut his throat. So no doubt he's dead.
Nakamura grows more voluble, goes on and on with the bloody details of his crime. Within an hour, the early editions of the afternoon papers are carrying the story of the confession. And late that afternoon, a Japanese walks into the Boyle Heights police station.
What can I do for you, buddy?
I am under the impression that I am wanted by the police.
Yeah, what for?
Murder.
Whose murder?
I am Yu Tanaka, who murdered the Mexican Mata. I perceive that it would be useless for me to try to escape now that my weak-willed accomplice has sold everything. Therefore, I save you any further trouble. Will you kindly place handcuffs on my wrist?
last piece of this complicated jigsaw puzzle of crime was put into place when the handwriting expert at headquarters identified Tanka's writing as that of the forgery on Mata's check. Gonzalez, of course, was completely cleared of any complicity in the murder, and Nakamura and Tanaka were quickly brought to trial, found guilty of murder, and sentenced to San Quentin Penitentiary for life.
Thank you, Sheriff Fitzgerald. Ladies and gentlemen, when you hear the screaming siren, when police cars roar past, remember Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the gasoline that gives police car performance. When airplanes fly overhead, remember Sinclair motor oil, for they lubricate over 100,000 air miles a day on the leading transport lines in America. When trains thunder past, remember that Sinclair oils lubricate over 150 leading American railroads. And when you think of oils and lubricants, think of Sinclair, for Sinclair is one of the world's largest makers of lubricants of all kinds, with more than 120 different grades, the largest and most complete line of lubricants in America. Independent retailers of Rio Grande cracked gasoline have been trained in the scientifically correct application of these many Sinclair lubricants to your car. They have an up-to-the-minute record checked and approved by every car manufacturer, showing exactly when and how to lubricate every moving part of your car. If you want your car accurately lubricated, according to the manufacturer's specifications, take it to your Rio Grande dealer and ask for Sinclair scientific lubrication. It costs no more. And while you're in the Rio Grande station, ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News and see the 15 different articles in the complete junior detective outfit which Rio Grande gives to boys and girls absolutely free.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, attention all Los Angeles County Sheriff's cars, cancellation broadcast 131 regarding a murder near Arcadia. Suspects in this case now in custody. That's all.
Bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
On the thrilling conclusion to Spock's return.
Logic cannot explain why. I only know that I must pursue this.
Two generations struggle to end centuries of conflict. But secret forces plot to destroy their plans. Now, at the threshold of peace, one man sacrifices his life against a deadly threat.
All of you will die.
Shocking destiny on the next exciting episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music, and Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed from Hollywood.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here's a song from Country Girl, the picture I work in with Bill Holden and Grace Kelly. This is called Love and Learn. You'll hear the lovely voice and the stylish delivery of Patty Anders with me in this.
Oh, it's a dream and a plot.
It's what you think it's not.
You gotta love and learn. Love and learn. Love and learn. It's a breeze and then a burn. You retreat and then return. You may have climbed the tree of knowledge, but when you love, you really learn.
Love and learn. learn a lot. It's the be and end all, then it's not.
Love and learn.
It's a dream.
Love and learn.
It's a plot.
Love and learn.
It's something out of seventh heaven or something misbegot.
Each morning when I count my blessings, they tally up to none. I've arrived at this, the state of bliss is somewhat overdone. Love and learn, weep and sing, till the final day of reckoning. But when arms start to cling, with the thrills kisses bring, what you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
Each morning when I count my blessings, they tally up to none. I've arrived at this, the state of bliss is somewhat overdone.
You gotta
love and learn,
in order to learn,
weep and sing,
always to breathe,
till the final
then
day
a burn.
of reckoning. But when arms start to cling, with the thrills kisses bring, what you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
It's a dream and it's a plot. What you thought it was not.
But when arms begin to cling,
and angels start to sing, what you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
Well, Ken.
Yes, Bing?
I see that you're sporting a brand new pair of crepe-soled shoes this evening.
Oh, you noticed how I bounced in?
You've got to bounce. What's the idea of the gum shoes, anyway? You following somebody?
Yes, I've been tailing a prospective sponsor.
Oh, capital. If you get something on him now, phone me and I'll dash over with the contact and a cocked and ready-to-write paper-made pen, huh?
I sure will, but Bing, lest the folks think we're really so desperate, I must say that I'm wearing these crepe-soled shoes because of Noise Abatement Week.
Holy Toledo, is this Noise Abatement Week?
Not so loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. So this is Noise Abatement Week, huh? I wonder how this is going to affect the rhythm and the blues field, huh?
Might mute it a little.
Din is a sin this week, is it, Ken?
This is National Crusade Against Unnecessary Racket in the home, street, and office. In fact, many companies have engineers who go about detecting and eliminating distracting noises.
Oh, I guess you'd call these characters sound sleuths, is that it?
Yes, or you might say private ears.
Oh, I like that better, private ear.
You know, yours aren't so private.
Are we talking about my ears and Noise Abatement?
They do sort of flap in the wind at times.
A little Scotch tape, I'll fix that.
If you just pin them back just for this week, it'd help a lot.
I shall lace them to my noggin.
Good boy. You know, being manufacturers of business machines and so forth have special engineers who isolate any delinquent decibels in the equipment.
And a decibel, of course, is the unit for measuring the relative loudness of sound.
Yeah, or the relative loudness of relatives.
Must be a spot here for a mother-in-law joke. It sounds. Work on it, will you? Yeah. Keep checking with me. But getting back to Noise Abatement Week, Ken and I think we might mention that the program advocated by the Noise Abatement Council for cutting down on distracting noises has paid off in much increased efficiency. It also has helped unjangle the nerves of all of us in homes, factories, and offices throughout the country. I guess I better sing something, huh?
Softly, of course.
Oh, I'm not known as a belter. Here's a song that should be fine, though. It's only, this is about a 50 decibel model.
I love a quiet girl. I love a gentle girl, warm as sunlight, soft as snow. Her smile a
tender smile, her voice a velvet voice, sweet as music, soft, soft as snow. When she is near me, the world's in repose. We need no words. She sees, she knows. But where is my quiet girl? Where is my gentle girl? Where is the special girl who is soft, soft as snow? Somewhere, somewhere, my quiet girl. She sees, she knows. But where is my quiet girl? Where is my gentle girl? Where is the special girl who is soft, soft as snow? Somewhere, somewhere, my quiet girl.
And now, if I may, I'd like to stress the importance of United States saving bonds in every American's future. By investing in these savings bonds, you provide for your own financial security and you contribute to America's economic stability. It's an ideal way to save because they're absolutely safe. They're guaranteed by Uncle Sam and they're protected against loss, theft, or destruction. Join payroll savings for regular investments in savings bonds. Here's a ballad that I rather like, something in the same general flavor as Galway Bay, which enjoyed a considerable success. This is called Tobermory Bay.
I'm yearning for my bonny Scottish island. The mountains there are heather sweet today. It may be just because I long for my land. I dream of home and Tobermory Bay. The fishing boats, the nip of autumn weather, the spindrift, the excitement of the fray, the toil of hauling in their nets together, then homing back to Tobermory Bay. Down here I feel I'm not belonging rightly. The cities are attractive in their way, but all the same my mind is anchored tightly to sunrise over Tobermory Bay. The kindly folk too honest to deceive me,
I'd guarantee their goodness any day. Their loyal hearts are truer gold, believe me, than all the golden sunshine on the bay. The birds need only lift their wings and wander. I wish I were as fortunate as they. If I had wings to spread, I'd fly 'em yonder and settle down in Tobermory Bay. My dream of home grows stronger still and stronger. So strong it is I dare not disobey. It's home for me I can indeed no longer resist the call of Tobermory Bay.
And so we conclude for tonight. Hope you enjoyed what we had to sing for you and what we had to say. Hope also that you'll be listening again tomorrow night at the same time, same station.
This is Ken Carpenter saying goodnight to you all and reminding you that Bing Crosby can be heard Monday through Friday with Buddy Cole and his crew. The Bing Crosby Show was produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie.
A digest, according to Webster, is a body of information classified under proper heads. But when it comes to CBS Radio's popular Arthur Godfrey Digest, Webster's out of date. Godfrey's Digest is a body of entertainment culled from the highest, most hilarious moments of the week's daytime Godfrey shows. It's classified as top-flight fun, and it's yours to enjoy on most of these stations tomorrow and every Friday night. Join Peter Potter and his Jukebox Jury Saturdays on the CBS Radio Network. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
One of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Come in. Welcome. I'm Magee Marshall. Once again, it's time for that journey through the world's most mysterious landscape, the complex mind of a human being. What does the mirror show you? Does the mirror know more than appears on the surface? How deeply can it probe? Consider a lady named Helen Stewart.
Fred! Fred!
What is it? Tell me, what is it?
Look!
Look at what?
Look at the mirror.
What about the mirror?
Well, can't you see? I'm not in it. I'm not in the mirror. I've lost my reflection. Fred, do you know what this means?
Please, Helen.
It means I no longer exist. It means I've disappeared.
Our mystery drama, Mirror for Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Celeste Holm. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Future historians will look back on our times, and they will, of course, give them a name. It's fairly safe to assume that our era will probably be called the Age of Women. Women are no longer content merely to cook and clean and care for a man. Some women are quite vocal about it. However, these are not the ones to cause us concern. Men should worry about those quiet ones. For instance, today it's breakfast as usual at the home of Fred and Helen Stewart. This means that, although it's not even 8 o'clock, Fred has already been on the phone for the better part of an hour. But on this particular morning, quiet, uncomplaining Helen Stewart does something shocking. She suddenly reaches over and, for no apparent reason, disconnects the telephone.
Helen, why? Why did you do that? Why did you cut me off?
I don't know.
But, Helen, you knew that I was talking to Senator Warren. You cut us off.
Senator Warren is an old drunk.
James J. Warren is the majority leader.
Oh, yes, he is. He certainly is. Senator Warren is the majority leader because he makes a great many major leads, especially with his hands under the table when we're out to dinner.
What are you talking about?
You know, 15 years ago, if I'd told you that, you'd have punched the senator in the nose. Now you look at me and say, what are you talking about?
Helen. Oh, Jim. Yeah, cut off, I guess. Certainly, Jim, I'll hold on. Helen, I simply have to talk to the senator before he leaves.
You might want to talk to me before I leave, too.
Now, what is that supposed to mean?
Just what it sounds like.
Look, we can't afford an argument just before I go.
When can we afford it?
Darling, be sensible. The committee's considering the entire budget. You know what's at stake.
Of course.
And, Jim, yeah, great. Tonight? No trouble at all. I'll be there. You bet. Thanks, Jim. Bye.
Am I to assume from that conversation that you won't be home to dinner tonight either?
Senator Warren wants me to meet with the finance committee people for dinner.
I see.
Well, they have to be brief.
Naturally.
I'll try to cut it as short as I can.
We have tickets for the opera tonight. Remember?
Oh. Well, look, why don't you go, and I could pick you up after.
If I'm going to go to places alone, I don't have to be married.
Oh, Helen, just as soon as all this pressure is off...
Poor Fred, you're having so much trouble trying to fit me into your schedule. What are you doing New Year's Eve?
I resent that.
Do you?
If you didn't want me to go into politics, you should have said so.
I don't recall that you ever asked me.
Darling, this is the big break. Jim Warren is letting me write this bill. It'll be known as the Stewart Act. It'll revolutionize the concept of education throughout the state. From here, I can run for national office. First the House, then the Senate.
Mm-hmm. Yes, well, write me a letter. Let me know how you make out.
Well, I want you to help me.
Help you? How?
Well, just don't add
to your problems. Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Just be a nice, quiet, obedient little lady. Is that what you mean?
Oh, Helen, you can twist the meaning of everything
Fred,
you say.
I'm having a problem.
Oh, good Lord. It's 8:30.
Fred, we have to talk about it.
Yes, but does it have to be this minute?
Well, sometimes you have to sit here and just look at me and talk to me and concentrate on me as if I were a human being worthy of your time and your attention.
Helen, you know that I love you.
Yeah, but that's not enough. You see, something's happening to me, and I'm frightened.
What could be happening?
I'm scared. I feel as if I'm disappearing.
Disappearing?
Yes, disappearing, as if I'm fading away, fading out.
What does that mean?
As if I've become nothing, nobody.
Oh, but
That's what. I can prove it. There are times, many times, more and more times lately, when I look into a mirror and I sort of become hazy, blurry, And then my image, my reflection, isn't there. It's just gone.
Helen.
I'm gone.
Look, you've got to see Dr. Gordon.
Why do you keep sending me to other men, Fred? I know what's happening. I am disappearing. I'm fading out of your life.
Now, that is not true. I need you more than ever.
For what?
We'll talk about it tonight.
But you won't be here tonight.
Tomorrow morning.
I may not be here tomorrow morning.
What?
I may be gone.
Gone? Gone where?
I don't know. Where do people go when they disappear? I'll answer it. Hello? Just a moment. It's the senator's office. Should I tell him you're busy and you'll call back?
How can I tell him I'm busy? Give me the phone.
I see.
Hello? Yes, I'll hold on. Helen,
Goodbye, Fred.
Where are you going?
Where am I going? Fred, look in the mirror. Just look, Fred.
In just a minute. Hello? Jim? Yeah. Oh, I've got all the figures, everything we need.
Look in the mirror, Fred. I've disappeared.
No, Jim, we've got solid proof.
Where did I go, Fred? Where did I go? Please, Fred, tell me what happened to me.
Jim, the opposition will simply have to throw in the towel. Nobody can afford to vote against this bill.
Fred, where did I go?
We can control every single dollar.
Fred, I'm going to have to find myself.
The voters know whom to thank for it.
Goodbye, Fred. Goodbye.
Jim, the newspapers will eat it up. How can we possibly lose?
Key to 247, please.
Here you are, Miss Craig. How did you enjoy the skiing this morning?
Fine, thank you.
Planning to stay with us for a while?
Well,
I know it's quiet here. We're off the beaten tourist path.
I'll see.
Oh, you have a message, Miss Craig.
A message? That's impossible.
Impossible?
Well, nobody... I don't see how anybody...
A gentleman asked for you.
For me?
Yes, for Miss Helen Craig. That's you, isn't it?
Yes.
He said to tell you that he'd be waiting for you in the coffee shop.
Oh, well, thank you.
Hello, Helen.
How did you know my name is Helen?
Well, I've been waiting for you the past couple of days. I didn't know for sure when you'd show, what name you'd use. So I sneaked a peek at the register. Helen Craig, huh? Well, that's as good a name as any.
What do you mean you're waiting for me? I don't know you.
Of course not. Let me introduce myself. Mike Perry.
Please tell me what this is about, Mr. Perry.
You know, I never believed the contact would be a dame. This woman slip thing, it's running wild. Although, a dame is smart, but who'd figure a dame?
You obviously have me mistaken for someone else.
There's no mistake. You know it, and I know it. But you're playing it right. Cool, okay. We're ready to deal.
Once again, Mr. Perry, there seems to be some mistake.
Yeah. See, we gotta set up a meet between you and my boss. He's due in tomorrow. He's got the dough and the details.
Mr. Perry, please, excuse me.
Sure. I may want to talk to you later. You'll be around, won't you?
Mr. Perry, please, whoever you are, do be good enough to excuse me. Just a minute. Who is it?
Room service.
Well, I'm afraid there's a mistake. I didn't order
Compliments
anything.
to the house.
Oh.
Let me set this down.
Well, thank you.
My name's Farrell.
Yes?
I've been assigned as your contact.
My what?
Your contact.
What's going on?
It's safe to talk. I've checked the room out. There aren't any bugs.
I don't understand.
So you're Rose Temple.
I'm not any Rose Temple. You're mistaken. I'm Helen Craig.
Naturally, you wouldn't use your real name, but everybody in the department knows about you, and I consider it a privilege to work with you.
Please, let me explain. A mistake has
You're
been...
very unorthodox, but you do get results.
Well, what makes you think
Simple. We knew you'd be contacted by Mike Perry as soon as you got here. I've had Mike under surveillance every minute. Now, Rose...
I'm not Rose.
You're absolutely right. You'll have to concentrate on your new identity. I'll call you Helen. How did you do it?
How did I do what?
Helen, I'm on your side. How did you get them to think you had all those diamonds?
Mr. Farrell, there's something very wrong here.
Okay. There's certain things I'm not required to know. I was just curious.
Mr. Farrell.
Did Mike Perry set up the meeting yet?
Mr. Farrell.
Why don't you call me Jerry?
You're making a big mistake.
You never relax, do you? Well, that's probably the secret of your success.
I simply don't know why you both think...
You'll have to tip us off as to where the rendezvous is so we can move in and make the arrest.
Oh, sure, I'll do that. Look, what's that? What? Look.
Look at what?
The mirror.
What about the mirror? Are you okay?
Oh, yes. I'm fine. I'm all right.
Yeah, well, why don't you get some rest, huh? I'll see you later.
Operator, is there a doctor nearby?
Well, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm just an ordinary old country doctor, you know.
What do you think about the mirror? I mean, the mirror, Dr. Bellows.
Now, tell me again. Back at home, you disappeared from the mirror.
Right.
It could be a symbol of how unimportant you think you've become to your husband.
I know that. That's why I ran away. I thought I could find myself.
Yes, I see. Who are you, really?
Oh, I don't want anyone to know.
Well, your husband is probably worried.
How worried? Worried enough to tell the police to look for me?
Well, perhaps, but let's stay with your problem. You ran away to find yourself, and a few minutes ago you looked in the mirror and you saw your image again. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, but...
But what?
The image I saw. Well, I've never seen such an image of myself before. I mean, I'm filled with brightness, a kind of glow.
Well, look in the mirror again.
Yes. Yes, it's the same image. It almost hurts my eyes to look. I mean, what does that mean?
If that's how you see yourself, then it could mean you've suddenly become important again. I mean, important to someone.
Or that I'm having another hallucination.
What kind?
Oh, Doctor, I'm hallucinating. I must be. That I'm some sort of an agent.
An agent?
A double agent.
What do you mean?
That I'm some sort of secret operative, and I'm posing as a member of some powerful gang. I mean, I realize this must sound...
No, that's all right. It's all right. Keep talking.
Seems I'm here to contact some powerful racketeer, at which time there will be an arrest or a shootout or whatever happens at such a meeting. I don't know. I haven't hallucinated that far yet.
And what form does all this take?
Well, I've been approached by a man who has identified himself as a member of some gang. And then I've been contacted by someone who's evidently my colleague in a law enforcement agency.
Well, does all this happen at night? I mean, could these be dreams?
No, I mean, it happened less than an hour ago. I actually spoke to the gangster in the coffee shop and to the government agent in my room.
Well, then, why do you say these are hallucinations?
Well, how could they possibly be anything else?
What we're up against here is reality. We have witnessed a scene between Helen and Mr. Perry, and between Helen and Mr. Farrell. It all sounded real. But Helen is a troubled lady, and either way, it's a troubled situation. If it's a fantasy, that's one kind of trouble. If it should happen to be real, it's another kind of trouble. However it goes, I'll be back with some answers when I return shortly with Act 2. There comes a time in the lives of many women when they feel unwanted, neglected. Gone is purpose, identity. And so they suddenly go out to search for that all-important identity. Such a woman is Helen Stewart, wife of a rising politician. We find her in a remote mountain resort where it seems that two other men have found her as well, a racketeer and a police agent, each of whom thinks she is there for a rendezvous. Or Is all this in her mind? Is there really a racketeer? Is there really a police agent?
Are you saying, Dr. Bellows, that I'm not hallucinating? You mean that I've actually been approached?
No, but we must consider every possibility.
Well, then, what should I do?
Well, in addition to everything else, Miss,
Craig.
Well, if you want to use that name, it's all right with me, but you really should tell me who you are.
No.
Oh, well, now I can't treat you if you don't trust me.
Doctor, you might feel called upon to get in touch with my husband, and I just couldn't stand that.
But why? If you should be in trouble psychologically, wouldn't you want him to?
No. I left him so I could do something for myself. I'm not going to run back to him at the first sign of trouble. I mean, whatever that trouble is.
Well, we must find out what the trouble is. First, we must make sure that you are hallucinating.
How?
Well, now let me see. You've been approached by two men. What are their names?
Well, the one who seems to be the gangster calls himself Mike Perry. The other one, Jerry Farrell, claims to be a police agent. He works here as a bellman.
Mm-hmm.
But how is this...
Let's find out who they really are.
How?
Frank Winslow, who owns the place, is a close friend. I can get the information from him.
Doctor, why am I doing this? I mean, those two men, I've never seen them before in my life. Why should I...
You've probably seen them before.
Where?
Oh, in the movies, or at least men who resemble them, and you've projected yourself into a situation.
What if I keep hallucinating? What if they approach me again?
If they do, it's because you want them to. They help to support your need for importance.
But I can't go through life What am I going to do?
Now, look, you've already started to do the right thing. You're trying to come to grips with the problem. Now, remember, whatever you do, don't panic. Don't waste your energy. Just be quiet, calm, rational, and everything will be all right.
How come you ain't on the slopes?
I'd rather sit here and read.
Mind if I join you? Buy you a drink?
I don't drink.
Well, let's talk anyhow.
About what, Mr.
Perry. As if you don't remember.
Okay. We'll talk, Mr. Perry.
The big fella. I'm supposed to tell you this. He ain't gonna be here till day after tomorrow. Now, don't blow your stack.
Believe me, I had no intention.
Oh, you don't kid me, baby. You don't give nothing away. But you must be doing a burn.
Really? Why?
Because every day you hold that ice, the hotter it gets and the more it can melt.
Oh?
You were told you could have the deal tomorrow, okay. You showed up. But where's the big fella?
I don't know. Where?
His daughter's getting married tomorrow. So he can't make it.
Well, that sounds reasonable enough.
Well, that's no way to do business. And you know it. So I was thinking, why not do business with me?
With you?
Look, the big fella can't last much longer anyhow. I mean, what if I can raise by tomorrow morning half of what the big fella offered? It's less, but you got this one advantage.
Yeah?
With me, you got a deal. Cash on the line. You're out. You're clean. What do you say?
Let me think about it.
You could skate.
Well, what are you doing here, Mr.
Farrell? I keep an eye on you. You were observed in the lounge talking with our friend, Mr. Perry.
Oh, so?
So, let's sit down. Nice, quiet little table. I'll buy you some hot chocolate, and you can tell me about it.
Well, I'd rather skate if you don't mind. I need the exercise.
The conversation with Perry.
Oh, the scheduled meeting can't take place tomorrow.
Why not?
The big fella's daughter is getting married.
What's the new date?
Day after.
I don't like it. Every extra hour makes it more dangerous for you.
Well, there was an alternate suggestion.
Yeah?
I could deal directly with Perry.
With Perry?
He's willing to double-cross the big fella.
Oh, so Perry figures to move against his boss. That makes it very rough for you.
Why?
Did you agree to deal with him?
I'm thinking it over, supposedly.
Bad. He's given himself away as soon as he realizes you're expendable.
What can happen?
He'll set up a meeting place. You show up with the diamonds. You get killed.
But
That's why I have to be there. We have to get Perry first.
Oh.
Of course, this blows the objective the office had set up to catch the big fella, but we have to save your life, huh? All right, where are the diamonds?
The diamonds?
Never mind. It's better if I don't know.
But there are no...
So Perry's decided to make his move against the big fella at last, huh? I'll have to check back and find out how we're supposed to play this. Meanwhile, you have a weapon I don't know about?
A weapon?
Yeah. Word is that you never carry a gun. I checked out your luggage, but I can't believe you don't have something on you somewhere. Do you have a gun?
No.
You know, you're too good to be true.
What does that mean?
You're the most unlikely agent I've ever met.
Well, maybe that's because I'm not
No, you are. And now I know how you made your reputation. It's that air of innocence, naivete. And that's your strength, your armor. Well, you can get away with that against the upper crust criminals.
The what?
The upper crust, the gentlemen. The con artists, the flim-flammers, those are the guys you've tangled with. Bust one of those guys, they come along quietly. But now, you're up against killers. Make sure I'm always close to you. Don't make a move unless you tell me.
Hello?
This is Dr. Bellows. How do you feel?
Oh, I've been hallucinating. I think I've just had a discussion with both of those men.
The racketeer and the government agent?
Yes, Doctor.
Mm-hmm. And how did it go?
Frightening, as it seems so real.
Are you near a mirror?
Yes?
Look at yourself.
All right.
What is it?
I've never seen myself in such clear outline, such sharp detail. I mean, such brilliant colors.
See, you're feeding on your fantasies.
I am?
These men you're talking to.
Yes?
Well, I had to go on the basis that anything can be possible until proved otherwise.
Doctor, do you mean they can be real?
Well, now I don't believe it because I checked up on them. The so-called gangster.
Mike Parry.
Yes. He's a partner in an export-import company in Philadelphia, a most reputable firm. And the hotel employee...
Mr. Farrell.
He's only been working there for a few weeks, but he has excellent references. Recommendations from employers that extend back over 15 years.
I see.
So now, we can definitely dismiss these as fantasies. Hallucinations, call them what you will.
Yes, I can't tell you how relieved I am, Doctor. The situation was beginning to take a dangerous turn.
Well, perhaps you'd better come over here. I'll give you some medication that will let you get some rest. You see, you have to start building yourself up now.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll be there right away. Why, Doctor? Why are they so real?
Because, you see, you need them. You need them to restore yourself. Can't you see what's happened?
What?
Well, you felt as if you had been, wiped out. So you retreated into fantasy to restore yourself.
Yes.
Well, that's all right for a start, but you will have to accept reality, you know.
Huh?
Find yourself, your identity in the real world.
Yes, I know.
Go back to your husband.
Oh, I'm not sure I want to.
Do you love him?
Yes.
And does he love you?
Well, I think so, but what good is love if all it does is to make two people unhappy?
If you love each other, you'll find a way to live together without destroying either one of you.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, excuse me. Someone's come into my waiting room. I'll be back in just a minute.
Go back to him? Go back to Fred? Oh, maybe if we if we could sit down and try to understand. Doctor? Dr. Bellows! What happened? Doctor!
Hi.
Mr. Perry, what have you done?
What does it look like? I just knocked off this quack here. That's what I done.
Why, Dr. Bellows.
Hey, what's with you, kid? You like to talk to stiffs?
You killed him? You've killed Dr. Bellows.
Hey, you catch on quick.
But why?
Why? Because he's working with the cops, that's why.
Working with the cops?
Sure. He's been asking questions, trying to get a make on me. You know what this means, don't you?
It means he's dead. And this is real. He's dead. And this is real.
She looks at the dead man lying on the floor, and then she glances in the mirror. And there she is, larger than life, huge, grotesque. Her dress in the mirror is stained and spattered with red. But that's in the mirror, and she knows that's fantasy. But what is reality, plain and stark, is Dr. Bellows dead on the floor. And the spreading crimson stain on the carpet. That's real. That's death. I shall return shortly with Act 3. For some, life is an unstable blend of reality and fantasy. Normal people solve the problem by dreaming fantasy and living reality as nearly as they can. But sometimes common sense, rational thinking crumble under the stress. And then reality and fantasy vie with each other for a person's sanity. Right now, what Helen Stewart is looking at is no fantasy. It's a dead body. And talking to her is no figment of her imagination, but a living killer.
He could have busted this thing wide open, and you and me could have landed in the clink.
But you didn't have to...
Come off it, sister. You don't need that act anymore. You've seen plenty of stiffs in your day. You even might have made your share of them, too. Now, about the ice.
The ice?
The diamonds. You got no choice. You got to deal with me now. It's me or nobody. Neither one of us can hang around here much longer. It's going to get hot.
Mr. Perry, you see, I don't have
the cops, the feds, and I'll bet the Interpol guys are in on it, too. You don't heist that kind of ice without everybody taking a hand. Hey, tell me something. How'd you doing?
I want to get out of here.
Oh, sure. I shouldn't be bothering you with questions, but... What a caper that must have been, huh?
I've got to get out of here.
Okay. Let's get back to the hotel. You bring the ice to me, I'll be in my room. And I'll have something for you, too.
Yes?
I'd like to make a local call to Dr. Bellows.
Dr. Bellows?
Yes, Dr. Bellows.
Well, I guess you haven't heard. It only happened a little while ago, but Dr. Bellows is dead.
Dead?
Yes, he was murdered.
Murdered?
Yes?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Never mind. And it did happen. It's real. I was there. And Mike Perry is a killer. Now I need...
Yes?
There's a bellman. You know, the man named Farrell?
Yes, Jerry Farrell.
Yes. That's the one. Could you send him up here right away?
Well, I'll try to find him.
Please, hurry. It's very, very important.
Sure. Oh, miss, I have a call for you. Will you take it?
A call for me? Well, who?
It's from the hotel here.
All right.
I'll put it through right now.
Hey, you got the ice?
Mister, why do you insist?
I know for a fact it ain't in your room. Where have you got it stashed, huh?
Mr. Perry, I think you ought to know.
Maybe I know everything I ought to know. Now you pick up that ice and be in my room with it in a half hour, see?
Don't hang up. I've got to tell you. Oh, who's there?
Open up.
Who is it?
Sheriff.
The sheriff?
Miss Craig, I believe that's how you're registered.
Yes, that's my name. Helen Craig.
I'm Sheriff Clegg here in Court County. Miss Craig, you have any identification?
Oh, what do you mean?
Any papers that could prove you're Helen Craig?
Well,
everybody has papers. Driver's license.
I don't drive.
Credit card.
I always pay cash.
And a checkbook with your name?
I don't have a checking account.
Ma'am, you want me to believe you don't have a single piece of paper with your name on it that could serve as identification?
That's right. I don't suppose I have.
Where do you live?
Where do I live?
You're not from around here. You have to live someplace.
Well, I just moved.
Where did you live before you moved?
It was an apartment.
Might I know the address?
278 Northeast 86th Street, New York City.
If we checked there, would we ever find a record of your having lived there?
Oh, yes, I'm sure.
Now, look, I may be a hick constable, man, but I know that New York City streets don't have northeast or northwest.
Oh, well, then why? Why are you asking me all these questions?
Dr. Paul Bellows was murdered less than an hour ago, and you were the last person to have seen him alive.
Me?
Matter of fact, someone heard shots and saw you coming out of the house afterward.
Oh, but I didn't.
You didn't what?
I didn't kill him.
I didn't say you did, but you was there while it happened. That means you got some explaining to do.
Oh, my Lord. Oh.
Well, what is it? What you staring at the mirror for?
Look at me. I feel all of it. The whole glass. I'm twisted and hideous.
Now, calm yourself, miss. Now, take it easy.
Sheriff, I'm not Helen Craig. I mean, that is, I'm not anymore. I'm Helen, somebody else now.
Helen who?
I'd rather not say. See, I blundered into something. I was mistaken for somebody else, and then...
Just tell us who your husband is and where you're from, and we can clear this up quickly.
Please, let me do it my way. I'm running away from him, and I can't just call on him to help me the first time I get into trouble.
But do you have any idea of how much trouble you might be in?
Yes, and it could ruin him. So, you see, I'd rather do it my way.
What's your way?
See, there's a man right here in the hotel. He can clear me. Like you, he's a law enforcement officer.
What kind?
Well, I gather federal government.
A G-man? A T-man? Secret Service? Who?
I really don't know, but he could satisfy you and clear me and...
Who is he? Better let me get there. Sheriff Clegg. Yeah? Who? What's man's name? Farrell. Jerry Farrell. Who found him? I see. Dead. Okay, I'll be there right away.
What were you saying about Jerry Farrell?
It never rains, but it pours. First time we ever had a murder here, now we got two of them. This bellhop by the name of Jerry Farrell.
Oh, but he's the government agent. You see, he could have told you.
Told me what?
Sheriff. A man named Mike Perry. See, he thought I was a member of the underworld and that I'd come here to make some sort of a deal. And then Mr. Farrell, who claimed to be a secret government agent, he insisted I was an undercover agent and that I was here trying to trap this Mr. Perry.
Yeah?
Well, I thought it was all a hallucination. And I went to see Dr. Bellows. And I guess it was all real.
What kind of deal were you supposed to make with Mr. Perry?
I was supposed to sell him some stolen jewels.
Where are the jewels?
I don't know. I never had.
Then how can you sell them?
Well, see, Mr. Farrell was supposed to arrange...
It all turns on Mr. Farrell, doesn't it? Mr. Farrell's dead. Now, about Dr. Bellows.
Well, I have to tell you, Mr. Perry killed Dr. Bellows.
Perry, huh?
Well, that's the Mr. Perry who's registered in this hotel. He's a gangster.
Mike Perry?
He's the one.
I'm afraid this has to be the end of the line. Mike Perry's been coming to this place more than 10 years. Mr. Perry's a legitimate businessman from New York.
But I saw him. I saw him kill Dr. Bellows. I saw him standing over Dr. Bellows' body with a gun in his hand. I heard him. And he said he just killed Dr. Bellows.
Now, it won't be too bad for you.
Well, try to believe me.
I don't think it's first degree. That's a help right there. All these hallucinations, you probably got insanity working for you.
Oh!
Who knows? You could even get off.
Oh!
Now, you want to tell us who you are?
I can't.
It'll have to come out.
But I just can't.
Now, you just better sit there and think about it. If you're trying to protect your husband...
It's not that. It's...
Sooner or later, we're going to find out who you are. Now, just think about it. Sit here.
Yes.
I'll be back. And whatever you do, don't try to leave this hotel.
Sheriff, am I under arrest?
What do you think?
Who's there?
Who do you think, baby?
Oh, Mr. Perry.
Well, where's the ice?
I don't have it.
You don't have it, huh? Now, what are you trying to do? Play me for a sucker?
Mr. Perry, I have tried to explain. You would never listen. I'm not who you think I am.
You figure you can make a better deal somewhere else?
I'm not out to make any deal. Now, will you please leave me alone?
No. Not till I get the ice.
I'm in enough trouble. The sheriff thinks I killed Dr. Bellows.
Don't hand me that.
It's true.
I'm here to finish the deal.
All right. All right. The deal. With the big fella, as you call him. That was for...
give or take $1 million.
You said you could pay half, all right? Show me your money.
Oh, I see. I see what this is.
You want a deal? Where's the money?
Well, the money comes later.
The money comes now. And I don't think you have it.
You know, you could be right.
Well, that gun isn't going to help you.
Oh, honey, a gun always helps.
Shoot, and they'll hear you.
Not this time. I got a silencer.
And what do you hope?
The ice is in this room. I'll find it.
Mr. Perry.
Meanwhile, I'll just take care of you.
Don't! Sheriff.
The sheriff.
Well, what are you doing here?
I saw him walk into your room, so I thought I'd listen. I was wrong about him.
Oh.
Hey, what's the matter?
I think I'm going to faint.
Well, don't.
Will my husband ever find out?
We got to check with the government, see how much of this can be released.
Fred?
Helen? Oh, Helen.
Oh, hello, Fred. I'll answer it. Hello? Oh, just a minute. It's Senator Warren's office.
Oh, that's the call I've been no. Tell them I'm out.
Mr. Stewart isn't in right now. Yes, he'll call you back. Goodbye.
Where were you?
Why? Did you miss me?
Oh, I can't tell you how much.
Well, you see, I just went away.
Oh, I missed you so much. I almost went out of my mind.
Did you?
I tell you how crazy I was. I'd look in the mirror and I'd actually see your face there, even though you weren't there. So you see, you were wrong. Your image, your reflection hasn't disappeared. Look. Just look in the mirror. What do you see?
I see Oh, Fred, I see both of us clearly. Very clearly.
Oh, darling. Oh, tell me where you went and what you did.
Oh, well, I didn't really go anywhere much. And I really didn't do anything.
It shows you. What's reflected in a mirror anyhow? What's behind the face you see? Next time you notice a quiet, mousy little matron on a plane, a train, or a bus, don't dismiss her out of hand. Don't dismiss us either. I'll be back shortly. Helen Stewart, a lesson to all of you gentlemen out there who don't see your wives' faces in the mirror anymore. Be very careful, because the next face you might see in the mirror could very well be your own. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Wes Addy, William Redfield, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by new sugar-free diet 7-Up, Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bristol Myers, the makers of Ipana for the Smile of Beauty and Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Health, present It's Time to Smile, starring Eddie Cantor.
Harry?
Oh, fine, Eddie. Say, I want to congratulate you. I hear you're going to produce another picture for RKO.
That's right, Har. But am I having trouble getting stars? I called my favorite pin-up girl, Betty Grable, but she can't leave the house on account of her new baby.
Well, why not?
She has to stay home and pin up.
Oh, say, boy, I'll bet that baby of Betty Grable's is beautiful.
I'll say. When Betty takes her baby to the park, everybody gathers around to watch her take a sunbath.
The baby?
No, Betty Grable. Oh, but that little baby in her arms is so cute. You just want to go up and tickle her little tootsies.
Betty Grable?
No, the baby. It was so darling, before I left him there in the park, I got a big hug and a kiss.
From the baby?
No.
Betty Grable?
No.
Well, from who then?
Harry James. He's such a proud father. You know, it's so hard to get glamour girls, Harry, because most of the stars are becoming mothers, you know.
Oh, yes.
Betty Grable, Alice Faye, Lana Turner. I even wrote to Lassie, the famous dog star, but no luck.
Well, what happened?
The same day she got my letter, she got a litter. You know, Harry, the reason RKO wants me to produce another picture is because they were so pleased with the work I did in my first picture show business, you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, speaking of your work, Eddie, you know, I went to see the picture 15 times.
Because you like my job so well?
Yeah, because I like my job so well.
Well, that's one way to keep it. Look, you know, Harry, when I passed the Palace where my picture is playing, there was a big line from the box office at 47th Street all the way down to Low State on 45th Street.
Oh, well, Eddie, that's wonderful.
No, Harry, the line was facing Low State.
Oh, no, I don't think that. Eddie, that's because the Palace was sold out.
Yeah.
The picture's in its fourth week, you know.
I know.
Say, I went up to the balcony and the people were sitting on each other's laps.
Did they enjoy my picture, Harry?
Why, they must have. The picture was over at midnight and this was 2 a.m.
Oh, those sailors. Well, let me anyway, look. Look, Harry. Harry, I don't care care who was sitting on whose lap. Tell me, were there a lot of people there? That's what I'm interested in.
A lot of people. Eddie, I noticed that servicemen sat in the balcony and men not in uniform sat in the orchestra. Now, how do you explain that?
Listen, Harry, if the guys in the orchestra were able to walk up to the balcony, they'd be in uniform.
Well, look, Eddie, what kind of a picture are you going to produce next?
That I'm going to let the public decide. Tonight, on this very program, I've arranged to interview the average moviegoer.
Oh, are you familiar with the average moviegoer?
Certainly. The average moviegoer is a girl who sits in a theater and cries because Betty Davis marries a rich old man instead of her poor boyfriend, and then goes home and cries because she has to marry her poor boyfriend instead of a rich old man.
Ain't it the truth?
Yes.
Oh, somebody's...
That must be the average moviegoer now. Come in. Well, so you're Miss John Q. Public.
No, my name is Myrtle.
Myrtle from Brooklyn!
I'm the average moviegoer.
Well, I'm Eddie Cantor, and first I want to know if you saw me in my picture, Show Business.
Yeah, and all through your picture I cried and cried.
You cried? You cried? Why?
I got there just after the prices changed.
I thought at first it was my acting.
Well, look, tell us, Myrtle, do your friends usually agree with your taste regarding pictures?
Well, not always. Now, take Dorothy Lamour. Some of my girlfriends think she's nothing.
And what do you think?
Say, I'd like to change my something for her nothing.
Well, look, Myrtle, tell me this. What do you think of murder mysteries?
Well, I saw a murder mystery last night, and they're all the same. The guy you think did it and says he did it didn't do it. The guy you think didn't do it and says he did it didn't do it. The guy you think did it and says he didn't do it didn't do it. And the guy you think didn't do it and says he didn't do it, he didn't do it.
Well, who did it?
Did what?
Look, Myrtle, this is important. As the average moviegoer, do you know what kind of pictures the public wants?
Well, according to statistics...
Yes?
The People's Choice is Grand Opera.
The People's Choice is Grand Opera?
Yeah.
Well, wait a minute. Myrtle, you mean to tell me that you like Grand Opera?
Oh, yeah. Especially Lawrence Tibbett. What a powerful voice he's got. You should hear him at the Met.
Do you go there?
No, but when he's singing at the Met, I just open my window in Brooklyn.
Well, if it's opera the people want, that's what I'm going to give them. I'll be right back, Harry.
Well, Eddie, where are you going?
I'm going out and call Lawrence Tibbett. Give us a song, Nora. Give us some music, Vincent. Give me a nickel, Myrtle.
Lovely Nora Martin singing Long Ago and Far Away.
Long ago and far away, I dreamed a dream one day, and now that dream is here beside me. Long the skies were overcast, but now the clouds have passed. You're here at last. Chills run up and down my spine. Aladdin's lamp is mine. The dream I dreamed was not denied me. Just one look out, and I knew the home I longed for long ago was you.
Chills run up and down my spine. Aladdin's lamp is mine.
The dream I dreamed was not denied me. Just one look out, then I knew
great news. I just spoke to Lawrence Tippett, and he's coming over here to discuss my next picture.
Oh, say, Eddie, that's wonderful.
Yeah?
It is. I was wondering, Eddie, can I be in your picture? Could I?
Huh?
Would you?
Huh?
If
Who?
Wouldn't
Harry,
do it.
what do you know about acting? What?
Oh, well, I can play any part.
Yeah?
I'm better than Charles Boyer.
You are?
You want to listen to this. Ah, my beautiful. You are the only one for me. Other women, bad. Money, bad. Your husband, bad. Come with me to the Cosby. How's that, Eddie?
Pretty bad, pretty bad.
Well, all right. Can I help it if Charles Boyer is no good? Okay. Look, let me try another one. Get this, Eddie. Anne Sheridan.
Yeah.
She's pleading with the judge not to send her boyfriend to prison.
Yeah.
Now.
But, Harry, you're just sitting there smiling at the judge. You're not saying anything.
Well, with her beautiful smile, does Anne Sheridan have to say anything?
No, I guess you're right, Harry. I guess you're right, because a beautiful smile does say a lot.
Yes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you all know how an attractive smile adds to personal charm. You've seen it proved time and time again. And since an attractive smile is such a valuable asset, the sensible thing to do is to take proper care of your smile. And about the best way we know to do that is to
visit your dentist regularly, and between visits, faithfully use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
That's really worthwhile advice, because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And Ipana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to give gums the stimulation they need to help keep them firm and healthy. So why don't you help yourself to an Ipana smile, a smile of beauty, by adopting this famous healthful routine?
Brush your teeth regularly with Ipana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra Ipana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
Remember, for firmer gums, brighter teeth, and naturally a more attractive smile, use Ipana toothpaste and gum massage.
Harry, Bunzel,
What?
Harry.
What's the matter, Eddie?
He's here.
Who?
He's here.
Who?
Lawrence Tippett.
Oh.
Here he is. Well, Larry, before we start talking business, what did you think of me in my picture, show business?
Well, frankly, Eddie, I didn't see it. You know, I don't like to lie.
Oh.
My wife saw it and said you were magnificent.
Oh.
She likes to lie.
Will you stop clowning, Larry?
Hey, Mr. Cantor, ain't you going to introduce me?
Oh, pardon me. Larry, this is Myrtle, the voice of the turtle. Myrtle, you see, is the pulse of the public.
Well.
Likewise.
Larry. Likewise. Larry, Myrtle thinks that the public would like to see an opera made into a movie.
You mean like Rigoletto?
Yeah, only instead of singing to some fat prima donna, you sing to Lana Turner.
Lana Turner? What kind of an opera would you call that?
Rigoletta in a sweater.
That's it. What we're going to do, Larry, is to take opera and give it a little oomph. For instance, when you sing an aria, beautiful girls in bathing suits will pass in front of you, see?
Beautiful girls in bathing suits? Well, I've never heard of such a thing.
All right, then we'll forget it.
Oh, no, now that I've heard of it, I'll never forget it. Bring on those girls.
All right, then you're willing to make a picture for me? Good. It's all set, Larry.
Except for one thing, Eddie. What will my salary be?
Oh, let's not haggle about money. How much do you want?
$100,000.
Let's haggle. Look, Larry, forget money. When I tell you about my opera, money won't matter.
Well, what's the story about?
Well, the first picture I produced was show business, the story of an actor's life. And now I want to do the story of someone like you, an opera singer's life. Let's show the people, Harry. Let's show them, huh?
Many years ago, in the home of the Tippetts, a child was born. From the day of the child's birth, it was obvious that this infant was destined to someday become an opera star.
Congratulations, Mr. Tippett. You're the father of a baby boy.
Gosh, tell me, Doctor, how much does he weigh?
8 pounds.
Stripped?
No, with boxing gloves. Here, hold the little rascal in your arms. Look, Mr. Tibbet, he's got your eyes, your nose, your hair. Well, why don't you say something?
Can't. Got my teeth too.
Look at him, Mr. Tibbet. Little Lawrence has his mouth open. He's going to speak his first words. Come on, baby. Say da-da. Say da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
At the age of 7, young Lawrence Tibbet showed signs of becoming a musical genius and was often discussed by his playmates.
Hey, Harry, I'm getting sick of that Larry Tibbet. He never wants to play with us. Does he think he's a genius? Does he think he's an artist? Does he think?
He sure does.
Sit down, will you?
Figaro, 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 Figaro. Hey, Figaro. You want to shoot crap?
Still bent on an operatic career, little Larry grows up and gets his first job on a big radio program.
Beesmeyer's is on the air.
Ladies, if you really want to save money, visit Beesmeyer's Bargain Basement. Located directly beneath Beesmeyer's Bargain Basement. The only basement with a basement. And here is today's beauty hint. Girls, if you have slender legs and can't get stockings, we suggest you paint them on. For fat legs, we suggest wallpaper. And here is another beauty hint from our beauty expert, Mademoiselle Sachet.
Bonsoir, girls. Tonight I give you the very latest in egg shampoos. Take 1 egg and burl it. Then pour out a half cup of milk and leave it stand until it coils. Have you got that? Burled egg, coiled milk. Rub this thoroughly into the scalp, and after 1 application, you'll notice that your hair will come out wavy. Well, anyway, it'll come out.
And now Beesmeyer's Bargain Basement Baritone brings you an important message.
You won't find Kleenex at our store. You won't find nylons anymore. And if you don't come here today, you won't find me 'cause I'm in 1A.
So, our hero appealed to his draft board and was reclassified from a 1A-er to a 4F-er. 4F being a small town in Italy. There he became known as the Singing Doughboy.
Me.
Hey, quiet, Tibbet. Here comes the colonel.
Company, I need a brave man for a desperate mission. I'll give you a brief rest to decide which one of you will volunteer. All right, you.
Who? Me?
Our hero returns home and romance enters his life. Alone with the girl of his dreams, he holds her closely and whispers in her ear.
Give me a kiss is what I want. 1 kiss from you means kiss for 2. Oh, kiss me, just give me 1 little kiss. That is what you ought to do. A kiss is what I miss. Give me a kiss. I want a kiss. Kiss.
Well, shut your kisser and I'll kiss you.
But Lawrence never did kiss her. Why? The lights went on and he got a look at her kisser. And now, as a fitting climax, we take you to Lawrence Tibbetts' debut in Carnegie Hall, New York.
By the Ermelmein pagoda, looking eastward to the sea, there's a Burma girl a-sitting, and I know she thinks of me. For the wind is in the palm trees, and the temple bells they sigh. Come you back, you British soldier, come you back to Mandalay. Come you back to Mandalay. Come you back to Mandalay, where the elves still lie. Can't you hear their paddles chunking from Rangin to Mandalay? On the road to Mandalay, where the flying fishes fly, and the dawn comes up like thunder out of China, crest the
Larry, can't you see it? You sing at Carnegie Hall and then at the Metropolitan Opera House. Oh, it'll make a great picture. And that song was really wonderful. Gosh, when I hear you sing, I feel like a rank amateur.
Oh, Eddie, don't say that. I've been listening to you ever since I started singing, and I think you're even a little better.
Better than you?
No, better than a rank amateur.
Oh, yeah, don't encourage him, fellas. Well, at least my songs have meaning. The words say something. Now take that song you just sang. It's silly. On the road to Mandalay. On the road. Who can get gas? What are you talking about? It doesn't make sense. All words should have meaning. No one should speak unless they have something important to say.
Well, Eddie, you're absolutely right there, and I have something important to say right now.
Well, go ahead, Harry.
Ladies and gentlemen, any morning you wake up feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative, just take a glass of sparkling Sal Hepatica. For speedy Sal Hepatica helps you feel better faster by bringing quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. So take Sal Hepatica right away. Don't wait till night, and don't risk feeling miserable all day. And remember, sparkling Sal Hepatica has this additional advantage.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So tonight or tomorrow, get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist. Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Then whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Say, Eddie, about that picture you want me to make for you. You know, I don't think the public will be interested in the story of my life. They want something with drama, pathos, suspense.
Larry, if I can find an author who can write such a play, I'll hire him right away. I'll offer him fame. I'll offer him glory.
Well, Eddie, he'll also want dough. Dough.
Dough? How do you do? It's Fred Gordon, the unmad Russian. Russian, tell me, how can you possibly help us when you know nothing about opera?
Don't be so unanimous. I always used to sing with Lawrence Tibbetts. Ah, how I wish he was here now.
Russian, I am Lawrence Tibbetts.
Shall we sing?
Russian, if you're a playwright, what plays have you ever written?
Did you see Oklahoma?
No.
Can you get me 2 tickets?
No.
Say, Russian, I'm looking for an opera that will live. Have you seen any of Shakespeare's plays?
Of course. I saw As You Like It.
Well, how was it?
I didn't like it.
Russian, What experience have you had with opera?
For 6 years, I was on the payroll of the Moscow Opera Company.
Yes.
Every week, I was getting a good salary until I made the greatest mistake of my singing career.
What did you do?
I sang.
Russian, since you've become an author, tell me, does it take you long to write a play?
No, not if I'm in the mood.
Well, of course.
You see, I put a bottle of brandy on the table, a piece of paper in the typewriter, start typing, and in no time, it's all finished.
The play?
No, the brandy.
Oh, will you stop?
Say, Russian, can you write an opera for me with great music like... Unida di memoria in fondo alla...
You feel all right?
Of course he feels all right. Of course he feels all right. He's singing in Italian.
Can't speak English, eh?
Speak English. Russian, you're clowning, and Mr. Tibbet is anxious to sing in my picture.
That's nice.
Yes.
Say tidbits.
Tibbet. Tibbet. Tibbet.
Say kibbit.
Tibbet.
You keep it, I'll keep it, anybody can keep it. Say, give me an idea of your voice, and I'll tell you what's the matter with me.
Oh-ee, oh-ee.
Did you do that fast?
Oh-ee.
Faster.
Oh-ee,
Faster.
oh-ee,
Faster.
oh-ee, 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 oh-ee. Say, how long do I keep this up?
Till the rest of the pigs catch up with you.
Get away from him!
Say, Eddie.
Yep.
Whether the Russian brings in a play or not, I'd be very happy to star in your next picture.
You want to star? Gee, thanks, Larry.
But I don't want to star alone. If you can arrange to get somebody to star with me, some young, handsome, glamorous Hollywood personality, my cup would be brimming over with joy.
All right, Larry, I'll star with you, all right?
Okay, so I'll do it with an empty cup.
Oh, I can see us now at the climax of the picture in the spotlight, singing something that would make every opera lover leap to his feet with yells of bravo, bravo!
You're gonna lose your gal.
You don't know who's your gal.
Acting like a two-time lover, keeping kisses undercover. You'll wake up and soon discover you're gonna lose your gal. You're gonna fret away. You're bound to get that way. How can you be so conceited? Take a heart and then mistreat it. You can't have your cake and eat it. You're gonna lose your gal, and when she's gone, she won't come back. They don't come back, won't come back once they're gone. You're gonna be surprised. You never realize someone else can treat her nicer. Someone else can choose and rise her. Someone else will paradise her. You're gonna lose your gal.
I think I showed him up. Anyway, thank you, Larry Tibbet. I'll be seeing you in Hollywood, where we'll sign the contract and go to work. And now remember this, ladies and gentlemen. Be sure to tell all your friends to listen in next Wednesday when our judges announce the name of the G.I. Joe to whom we will award $5,000 in cash. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you as friend to friend. sorry it's through. I'm telling you. Good night.
And now, presenting the case for Trouchet. Harry Von Zell, where were you on the night of May 24th?
Standing before this microphone talking about Trouchet.
Do you recall what you said?
Why, yes, I said always use Trouchet beforehand, because fragrant, creamy Trouchet is the beforehand lotion. And right now, when lovely hands must do so many extra soap and water jobs, it's important for every woman to remember to smooth on Trouchet before putting her hands in hot, soapy water, to help guard them against harshness and drying, to help keep them looking their loveliest. And economical, soothing Trouchet not only gives you beforehand protection, it's also a grand beauty lotion and ideal for a body rub. So begin today to use Trouchet.
My Favorite Husband is up next on nightly old-time radio shows. Please enjoy it.
Lucille Ball. Yes, it's the Gay Family series starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning as Liz and George Cooper. Two people who live together and like it. As we look in on the Coopers this morning, they're just ready to have breakfast.
Good morning, George.
Hey, what are you so gay about?
Because we're going to the Starlight Roof with the Rickies tonight. I've always wanted to go there.
Uh-oh. Was that tonight?
Yes, and I'm going to wear my brand new dress and a pair of... What do you mean? Was that tonight?
No, we can't go, Liz. Mr. Atterbury's coming over with Mr. Forsythe.
Oh, George, can't you put them off? Tell them you broke your leg or something.
Oh, sure. They wouldn't suspect anything when I walked into the bank in the morning.
Well, after we come home from the Starlight Roof, we can break your leg.
I'm sorry, honey. Mr. Forsythe is too important. He was just elected to the board of directors. You'll just have to call the Rickies and tell them we can't make it.
No.
Liz?
Baby, won't you think of me once...
Pouting won't get you anyplace. So just slide that lower lip back about a foot.
Baby, won't you think of me once in a while?
Now, why don't you think of me once in a while? You know, all business isn't done in offices, Liz. There are more important things for women to do than taking care of the house and cooking and looking after children.
There are?
Well, I should say so. Hey, wait a minute. You have a maid to take care of the house, you don't know how to cook, and we don't have any children. Hey, what do you do all day anyway?
What do I do all day? Well, I like that. I spend the whole afternoon. Most of my time is taken up by... I'm going to call the Rickies.
That's better. And see how nice you can be to Mr. Forsythe this evening.
Oh, is he bringing his horsey wife and that jerky son of his along?
His wife's out of town. I don't know about his jerky son. Now, stop that, Liz. You'll get me in trouble.
Well, he's sure to bring along some of those stale stories of his.
Yeah, and that's another thing. He fancies himself quite a storyteller, so laugh it up.
I'll laugh at everything but that story about the dog and cat. You know, the cat can't sing a note, the dog's a ventriloquist.
Yeah, Liz, he always tells that one. You have to give him some reaction.
I'll give him a reaction, all right, but it might not be the one you expect.
I'd better test you. Now, let's pretend I'm Mr. Forsythe.
Okay.
Have you heard the one about the dog who played the guitar and the cat who sang Listen to the Mockingbird?
Yes.
Liz.
1,000 times.
Liz.
It wasn't funny in the first place.
Now, stop.
You tell it lousy.
Now, that's enough.
Where's your horsey wife and your jerky son?
Now, cut it out, Liz. I want to hear you laugh tonight.
Well, then you better sit close and tickle me.
Good dinner, Liz, girl. Oh, yes, indeed. It's a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Cooper. It certainly was wonderful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Forsythe.
Yeah, well, hey, I just happened to think of a very funny story.
Well, here we go.
Oh, this one is a Jim Dandy. It's a real pipperoo. Say, have you heard the one about...
No, I haven't.
No,
heard
how does it go? But,
no, really, we haven't heard it.
Go ahead. But I haven't told you what it's about yet.
It doesn't matter. They haven't heard it.
They might have.
Want to bet? Is it about the dog who played the guitar and the cat who sang?
Yes.
They haven't heard it. Go ahead.
Well, it seems there was this dog. Oh, you see, and he played the guitar while a little cat sang,
Listen to the Mockingbird.
Yeah. You're sure you haven't heard this one?
No, and I'm dying to see how it comes out.
Oh, I can't stand it. Well, his booking agency took him down to a theater manager. He was amazed, and he said, "That's amazing. Now, here's where it gets really good." The agent said, "Look, before you hire them, I think there's something you ought to know." There's something in my throat. Have a glass of water, please. Miss Cooper? Liz!
Huh? Oh, that's very funny. The cat can't sing and know the dog's a ventriloquist. It's a funny idea, isn't it, George?
Liz. Mr. Forsythe didn't finish the story. He asked for a glass of water.
Ooh.
You've ruined his story.
Oh, was that really the answer? It was just a wild guess.
No, that wasn't the answer. It wasn't? What? No. You see, the theater owner wanted to hire just a cat. But the agent said he can't work alone. Here's the twist. The dog makes all his arrangements.
Oh, that's rich. Tell me, Mr. Forsythe, how's your family? Your cute little wife and your adorable son.
Oh, they're fine, Mrs. Cooper, although my son, Wally, is really having a very trying time right now.
Oh, what's wrong with the boy?
His first big formal dance is next week, you see, and it seems everybody in his crowd knows how to samba, but poor old Wally.
Oh, for goodness sake. Children worry about the silliest things, don't they? Doing the samba is so easy.
You know how to do the samba? Oh, Liz is a wonderful samba dancer.
Oh, yes, I love to samba.
Well, Mrs. Cooper would be asking too much for you to teach Wally how to samba in time for the dance.
Well,
Oh, she'd love to. You'll do it. No, wait. Let's keep sanity. Now, let's let Mrs. Cooper decide. After all, she's the one who has to do the teaching. Well, Liz?
Gladly, she said, with the cold muzzle of a revolver at each temple.
Excellent. I'll send him over the very first thing in the morning.
Good. Mrs. Cooper, what are you doing dancing around the living room? Oh, haven't you heard, Katie? I'm opening up a dance studio. Huh? Yes, all you need is 6 lessons with Liz Lazonga. My slogan is learn to samba with a red-hot number. What are you talking about? I'm giving a samba lesson this morning to the son of the new board member at the bank. Oh, really? What's the boy like? Well, all I know is he's painfully shy. Never takes his eyes off the ground. No. Yeah, the first time I saw him, I thought he was looking for cigarette butts. Oh, that must be Wally. I'll get it. Well, good luck, Mrs. Cooper. Oh, hello. How are you, Wally? You remember me. I'm Liz Cooper. Won't you come in? Let's go in the living room, shall we? Won't you sit down? Picked up any good cigarette butts lately? Wally, say something. I think I'm going to faint. Now, Wally, your father said you wanted to learn to samba. Samba. We might as well begin. Suppose you watch me now. Now, this is a basic step. Now, watch my hips, see? You think you can do that? Well, why don't you say something? I'm watching your hips. Wally, look, the step is very simple. And this time, look at my feet. Da-da-da-da. Wally, you're still watching my hips. I like them. They're different. Different from what? My hips. Look, Wally, you saw how it goes. Why don't you see if you can do it? Well, I'll try. Good. Now, you try it alone first. Da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Fine. Only take smaller steps. Don't leap around so much. You'll be dancing with a girl, not an antelope. It was kind of fun. Well, it's really an easy step to do. I think maybe you've got it now. Suppose we try it together. I said suppose we dance together. You mean just the two of us? Yes, that's the usual number. Mrs. Cooper, I can't dance with you. You're a woman. I know. My husband likes me this way. I don't know. Look, Wally, some people are men and some are women. They're made that way so they can dance together. Really, it's very simple, Wally. Now, let's try it. Okay. Hey, this is all right. Oh, I think I'm catching on. Cooper. Oh, I'm sorry. I stepped on your foot. You don't think it's broken, do you? Oh, no. My shoe always bends under like this. Well, if it isn't broken, we might as well go on dancing, huh? I'm beginning to like it. Me too, Wally. I haven't had so much fun since I stepped on a rusty nail. On with the dance.
Hey, Liz!
I'm here in the bedroom, George.
How'd the lesson go, dear?
Just peachy.
Hey, what are you doing?
Soaking these red blobs that used to be my feet. My legs look like a couple of thermometers.
Then Wally isn't exactly Arthur Murray.
George, Wally dances the samba like a kangaroo with hot coals in its pouch.
I'm sorry the kid gave you such a rough time, honey, but it was worth it. Mr. Forsythe came to my office this afternoon, gave me a cigar, and sat and talked for half an hour. He'd never done that before.
Well, I'm glad my arches didn't fall in vain.
Oh, he said Wally had a wonderful time and was absolutely thrilled, learning to samba.
Well, it's nice to know the dancing bear enjoyed himself.
Oh, he did. In fact, the dancing bear is coming over for another lesson tomorrow.
Oh, no. George, I can't do it. My feet are only human, you know.
But, Liz, it may mean a promotion. Oh, say you'll do it. For me, huh?
Well, all right, George. But believe me, these little piggies will never go to market again.
We find Liz in the unaccustomed role of dancing teacher. Right now, she's giving Wally Forsythe his second samba lesson. They're dancing not cheek to cheek, but shin to shin.
Oh, well, Wally, that was fine. You've improved a lot. You really think so, Mrs. Cooper? I certainly do. We've been dancing for 5 minutes. You've only stepped on my feet 6 times. It was real true to you to wear Mr. Cooper's old football shoes. Yeah, you don't get to my toes for 3 inches. Well, shall we try it once more? Mrs. Cooper, before we try dancing again, I'd like to ask your advice about something. Well, all right, Wally. Maybe we'd better sit down. And shall we sit here on the couch? Well, oh, it's all right, Wally. I'll sit at one end and you can sit at the other. Well, we could put a pillow between us to make it proper. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll go upstairs and you call me on the downstairs phone. Phone No, it's all right, Mrs. Cooper. So we'll sit on the couch.
All right, now, Wally. What do you want advice about?
Oh, I know it sounds awful silly, but I'm in love.
You are, Wally?
Yeah, with a girl.
Well, you couldn't have made a better choice.
You see, she doesn't know it yet, Mrs. Cooper, and I wanted to ask you, should I tell her or keep it to myself?
Of course you should tell her, Wally.
But you don't know how bashful I am, Mrs. Cooper. Even in school, when I want to leave the room, I don't hold up my hand. I climb out the window.
Well, Wally, it shouldn't be too difficult. Just take her by the hand and say, I love you.
Okay. Mrs. Cooper?
Yes?
Give me your hand. What? Mrs. Cooper, I love you.
Wally, there must be some mistake.
No mistake. I love you, Mrs. Cooper. Or, as I call you in my diary, Dreamboat.
You wrote that in your diary?
Yes, Mrs. Cooper. So when I got home last night, I crossed out nothing much happened today, and I wrote in, wow.
Wally, you mustn't say things like that. After all...
Oh, I know you're older than I am and you're married, but, well, I just can't help the way I feel. Frankly, Mrs. Cooper, I think you're just real gone.
Well, anyway, my feet are.
I hope you aren't mad at what I said, but honestly, you're the swellest person I've ever known. You're the only person who's ever been nice to me.
Oh, now, Wally, surely somebody else is nice to you. What about your father?
He acts like he doesn't even know me.
What makes you say that?
He always refers to me as, what's his name?
Wally, I'm very flattered that you think you're in love with me, but you must remember I'm married to George.
Gee, I forgot all about Mr. Cooper. Oh, you wouldn't mind leaving him, would you?
I wouldn't mind.
I thought not. Oh, he's so old.
Old?
He must be way over 30.
Why, yes. Yes, that's right, Wally. George is old and kind of broken down, and he needs me.
Needs you?
Yes, he needs me to keep fresh batteries in his hearing aid. And I'm the one he calls when his mush is too hot. He's too weak to blow it himself.
Oh, I should have known you'd be like this, loyal to the end. But if this is farewell, then could I kiss you goodbye?
Well,
Just one little kiss on the hand?
All right, Wally. What are we waiting for?
Where can I park my gum?
Don't bother parking it. We aren't going to be stopped that long.
Okay. Oh, you see, my kiss makes you cry out with passion, doesn't it?
No, your braces scratched me.
Can you believe it, Mr. Atterbury?
Tell us more, Liz. What did Wally do there?
Well, then he took me by the hand and said, Mrs. Cooper, I love you.
Why, that little devil.
That's pretty funny. Imagine Wally being in love with you, Liz. Isn't that a scream?
Ha ha.
Oh, now, Liz, you'll have to admit it's pretty hilarious.
Well, I'll admit I'm old enough to be his sister. But I don't see why his being in love with me is so funny. You fell in love with me once, you know.
Well, Liz, honey, I don't see why you're getting sore.
Now, look, you two, it's all over, and Liz did a wonderful job. George, we're in solid with foresight, thanks to her.
Oh, it wasn't so much.
Oh, yes, it was. And to show my appreciation, I'm going to take you out on the town tonight, anywhere you want to go.
Oh, could we possibly go to the Starlight Roof?
Why not?
Oh, wonderful.
I have come back. I have to see you again, Mrs. Cooper.
Wally, what are you doing here?
Mr. Cooper,
Your wife and I love each other madly, and I want you to give her up. After all, you're old. Your hair is streaked with gray. Your face is all lined and saggy. And your stomach is...
I'm Mr. Atterbury. That's Mr. Cooper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Cooper, your wife and I love each other. Don't we, Dreamboat? Wally, what Dreamboat? Go away.
No, stay here. Speak up. Blow your whistle, Dreamboat.
George, Mr. Atterbury, please. I've decided to take you away, Mrs. Cooper. I can't leave you here, a nursemaid to an empty shell of an old man. Wally, sometimes it's merciful to be cruel. Tell your husband what you said about him today.
Liz, what did you say about me?
Well, Go ahead, don't be afraid. Tell him, Dreamboat. Wally Forsythe, don't call me Dreamboat. Anything you say, darling, and don't call me darling. Okay, I won't, dear. And don't call me dear.
Try Mother.
Mr. Cooper, why don't you step out and let your wife find the happiness she deserves? After all, you're an older man. You're more like her father.
The boy's right. Why don't you give her up, Dad?
Liz, what did you tell this kid about me?
Well, it's all very simple, George. I explained to Wally about your age and how you need me. Understand, George? I explained how you're getting on in years, and now, more than ever, you need me. It isn't fair to hold her. You can get somebody else to blow your mush.
Oh, yes. She's right, Wally. I need her now more than ever. If Liz left, there'd be nobody here to knit my shawl. And when my rheumatism twists me in knots, who'd untie me?
See, Wally, he needs me. I can't leave him. But Dreamboat, their mother. I mean, Mrs. Cooper. Well, what about me? Very well. I'll go away. I'm going where there aren't any women. You're going to join the Foreign Legion? No, I'm going to join the YMCA. Mrs. Cooper, as long as this is goodbye, may I kiss your hand? Of course, Wally. Oh, darn those braces. Farewell. Oh, wasn't he sweet? George, why don't you ever kiss my hand?
Well, I would, kiddo, but I'm too old to bend over.
Never mind.
Well, now that Liz's grimy amours are out of the way, shall we go to the Starlight Room?
Oh, yes, let's. I better get dressed. Oh, George, we're finally going to the Starlight Room.
I'll get it. Hello? Oh, hello. How are you, sir? Tonight? Well, Oh, yes. Yes, it'll be all right. I'll tell her. Goodbye.
Who was that, George?
Mr. Forsythe. He's on his way over here.
What on earth for?
Well, you did such a good job with Wally. Now, he wants to learn the samba.
Oh, no!
You have been listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning, and based on characters created by Isabel Scott Rowley. Tonight's program was produced and directed by Jess Oppenheimer, who wrote the script with Madeline Pugh and Bob Carroll, Jr. Original music was composed by Marlon Skiles and conducted by Wilbur Hatch.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy this little trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves. But where are we going? We're going to delve into the life of a frightened man in a tale titled The Queen of the Cats. Some years ago, when I was practicing medicine, I was called upon by a young girl of 22 or so. As she was shown into my office, I could see that she was having a difficult time suppressing her agitation. Her lips trembled as she spoke.
Dr. Smith, my name is Jane Elliott. I have an appointment with you.
Yes, Miss Elliott. Won't you be seated, please?
Thank you.
Now, what seems to be the trouble, Miss Elliott? You're trembling, and you don't look well at all.
I'm not ill, Doctor. It's Chris. Chris Arnold, my fiancé. Oh, Doctor, you've got to help him. If you don't, something terrible will happen.
Well, I'll do everything I can, Miss Elliott. Now, tell me what's wrong.
I don't know what's wrong. All I know is that Chris is frightened. He's in deadly fear of something.
Has he told you what it is that frightens him?
No, I've questioned him countless times, but he refuses to tell me.
I see. Where is your fiancé now?
At his home, Brookfield Manor. Oh, Doctor, I know it's late, but won't you come with me and see Chris? He needs help desperately.
There, Miss Elliott. You mustn't cry. Of course I'll come with you. And I'll do what I can.
Who is it?
Chris, it's Jane.
Just a minute. Jane, I've asked you before not to... Who's he?
Darling, this is Dr. Smith. Doctor, this is my fiancé, Chris Arnold.
How do you do, Mr. Arnold?
Why the devil did you bring him? I don't need a doctor.
Please, darling, I just couldn't stand
Forgive
to
me,
see
Mr. Arnold, but it's obvious to the most untrained eye you do need a doctor.
Please, Chris, tell the doctor what you're afraid of.
I'm not afraid of anything.
Oh, darling, please tell him, please. You can't go on this way.
Yes, you're right. I can't go on this way. If I don't tell someone, I'll go mad.
Believe me, Mr. Arnold, you'll feel much better once you've talked your fears out. Now, suppose you start from the beginning and tell me everything.
All right, Doctor. Come on in. I suppose it all began 2 years ago at a party Jane and I were invited to.
Oh, Chris, isn't this a wonderful party?
The only thing wonderful about it is you.
Oh, Chris, don't. People are watching.
A fine thing when a man can't kiss his best girl in public. What's this generation coming to, anyway?
At Miss Tyndall's school, we were taught a young lady never kisses a man in public.
Miss Tyndall is setting romance back 50 years. Who are you looking for, anyway?
Rana Farouk, my roommate at Miss Tyndall's.
Oh, yes, she's the Egyptian girl you were telling me about.
Yes, I want you to meet her. Only you better not fall in love with her as every other man does.
Sounds as though she's a second Cleopatra.
Men just can't seem to be able to resist her.
Well, I'm curious to see this siren of the Nile.
Oh, there she is, Chris. Come on.
So that's Rana. No wonder men can't resist her.
Hello, Jane. I've missed you.
Rana, this is Chris Arnold. Chris, this is Rana Farouk.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Rana.
Oh, look, there's Miss Tyndall waving to me. Excuse me, won't you?
Of course, Jane.
I'll be back in a minute.
You know, Chris, that Miss Tyndall is the first thing I'd see in the morning when I got up. And the last thing before I went to bed was your picture. And I always knew that someday we should meet. And now we have. Why are you staring at me like that? Aren't you going to say anything?
I prefer just to look. Even now, Doctor, 2 years after our first meeting, I find it difficult to describe how beautiful Rana was. She had lustrous black hair that came down to her shoulders and sparkling green eyes that bewitched you. No words can do her beauty justice. I was captivated the moment I saw her.
I see. What happened after that first meeting?
Rana seemed also attracted to me. After that night, we saw each other constantly.
You did?
Nothing seemed to matter to me when I was with her. And it made me indescribably happy to learn she felt the same way. A month after we'd met, we were married.
Please go on, Mr. Arnold.
After we were married, we took an apartment in town. In the months that followed, I began to see Rana not as the image I'd been infatuated with, but as she really was, vain, selfish, and possessive. It was a possessiveness verging on madness. She couldn't bear to have me out of her sight, and when I was, upon my return, there would be questions, countless questions. I began to dread seeing her. And then there were the cats.
The cats?
Yes. She had an insane passion for them.
Yes, when Rana and I were at school together, Doctor, she always had a few cats around. She said that she couldn't live without
The apartment was always full of cats. She'd sit for hours stroking them, whispering to them until I felt I'd go mad. Life became a nightmare for me, a nightmare full of cats. And Rana asking questions, endless questions. One day, I realized I couldn't go on living with her any longer, that our marriage had been a mistake. I decided to tell her about it that very evening. May I come in, Rana?
Of course, dear.
Rana, there's something important I want to talk to you about.
Oh, please, Chris. There's so little time just now. We can talk later after the party.
But, Rana, this is important. I think that...
Darling, whatever you have to say can wait. Now, please hurry.
But... Well, all right. We'll discuss what I have to say later.
Chris, when I called you at the office this afternoon, why didn't you tell me that you had had lunch with Mary Walker?
What? How did you know I had lunch with her?
Oh, a friend told me.
A friend? Who was it?
What is it, my beauty? What are you trying to say?
Rana, put that cat down and answer me. Who was the friend that told you I had lunch with Mary Walker?
You have never met her, darling.
How is it that you always know what I've been doing, whom I've been seeing? It's as though you have people spying on me.
Chris, what a thing to say. Now, please hurry or we'll be late.
There's something strange about the way you always know what I've been doing. Sometimes I suspect...
Chris, look out. You've stepped on Sabina's tail.
I'm sorry, but I didn't see it.
I asked you before to be more careful. Poor Sabina. Are you all right now, my beauty?
If there weren't so many cats underfoot, I wouldn't have stepped on her. Why must you have 5 cats around?
Because I love cats. They're beautiful, sacred. Thousands of years ago, my ancestors worshipped cats. And the great cat goddess Sekhmet. On the river Nile, close by the ancient city of Hamadi, where I was born, are the graves of 100,000 sacred cats. They have been mummified and buried with reverence.
Rana, I can't go on like this anymore.
Why, darling, what do you mean?
I feel our marriage was a mistake. I want a divorce.
Chris, you can't be serious.
But I am.
I love you, Chris, and I won't give you up. You're mine, darling. You always will be. Nothing shall ever separate us.
Would you care for a cocktail, sir?
No, thank you.
Well, even if you won't have one, Mr. Arnold, I will.
Jane, it's good to see you again. Just let me look at you.
Chris, you're not looking well at all. Are you all right?
I am now. Jane, can't we go someplace and talk? What about the terrace?
All right, Chris.
Here, this door opens onto it. Yeah, this is much better. It's been quite some time since we've seen each other, hasn't it?
Yes, the last time we saw each other was the night that...
The night that I met Rana.
Yes. How is Rana, Chris?
Oh, she's fine. Jane, I've made such a mess out of everything. I was a fool to have married her.
Please, Chris, you mustn't talk like that.
But I was a fool, Jane. Mistaking infatuation for love. Can you ever forgive me for the way I behaved toward you?
There's nothing to forgive, Chris.
Well, Jane, this is a surprise.
Rana.
Hello, Rana.
Really, Jane, the way you've avoided calling on us, I half suspect you are still in love with Chris.
Rana, you had no right to talk to her like that.
Please, Chris, I'm afraid I'll have to be leaving. It's getting quite late. Good night.
Good night, Jane.
I hope I didn't interrupt anything by coming out here so unexpectedly, Chris.
Yes, Rana, you did. I was about to tell Jane that I love her, and that I always will.
I suppose that's why you asked me for a divorce. You've been secretly seeing her.
Secretly seeing her? Is it possible for me to see anyone or do anything secretly without your knowing about it?
No, you are quite right. It is not possible. I know everything you do. So I would forget Jane if I were you.
Rana, how can you possibly want me? Knowing how I feel about Jane. You've got to give me a divorce.
I'll never give you a divorce. Never. Do you hear? You're mine. You always will be.
Yes? Well, what's to prevent me from leaving you?
Wherever you go, Chris, I'll follow. If I can't have you, no one else ever will. Remember, Chris, you're mine. You always will be.
I can still see her, Doctor, as she stood there screaming at me. Remember, Chris, you're mine, and you always will be. It was a shock to suddenly realize that she looked like a cat, an angry cat. Her green eyes, cold and murderous, her long nails digging into my arms, her body tense. For a moment, I thought she was going to scratch my eyes out.
Yes, Rana did look like that when she was in a rage.
What happened after that night, Mr. Arnold?
I stopped speaking to Rana. We lived in the same apartment, but that was all. Weeks passed, and Rana waited for me to come around, as she felt certain I would.
Yes.
She had all the patience of a cat playing with a mouse. But when a month had passed and I still refused to talk to her, she made an attempt to win me back. It happened one night as we were driving to this house. Why are you slowing down, Rana?
I want to talk to you, Chris, and I can't talk to you while I'm driving.
There's no point in your stopping. We have nothing to say to each other.
Oh, but we do, darling. Chris, we could be so happy together if you wanted to. You know how much I love you.
It's a possessive love that smothers me to death.
Chris, you know that isn't true. I could make you happy if you'd only let me. Oh, please don't turn away from me, Chris. I'll do anything to make you happy. Anything.
Anything? And you can give me a divorce.
So you're still thinking of her, hoping I'll give you a divorce so you can marry her. Well, I won't. Do you hear? I won't.
I think we'd better be moving along.
Chris, you haven't any right to treat me like this. I'm your wife.
Only in the eyes of the law, not in my eyes.
I hate you. I hate you!
You cat! You almost took out my eyes with those claws of yours.
I will scratch your eyes out before I let any other woman have you. You're mine. You always will be.
Perhaps this will bring you to your senses. Slide over. I'll drive.
Very well, Chris. You think you've beaten me, Chris. But you haven't. In the end, you'll come crawling to me. It may take a year, 2 years, 5 years. But I can wait.
I'll never come crawling to you. Never.
But you will, Chris. Jane knows I'll never give you your freedom. In time, she'll marry. And when she does, all the heart will be gone out of you. Then you'll be mine.
That'll never happen.
But it will, Chris. And deep down in your heart, you know I'm right. Jane will never be yours. I'll see to that.
You have everything planned perfectly, Rana, don't you? But I have one way of escape from you that you've never thought of.
Really? And what way is that?
I can escape through death.
Death?
Yes, Rana. If I should fail to take the curve 100 yards ahead, we'd plunge off the side of this mountain.
Chris, you would.
Why not, Rana? You've shown me there's nothing to live for. This at least is a clean way out.
No! Chris, don't!
When I drove the car over the side of the mountain, Doctor, I thought Rana and I were going to our deaths. But fate decreed otherwise. When I recovered consciousness 48 hours later in a hospital, I learned it was only Rana who died.
Yes, I recall reading about it in the papers. It was a miracle that you survived.
Yes. For weeks, they despaired of saving me. But at the end of 8 months, I walked out of that hospital. The police believed my story that it was an accident. And I was free to begin a new life. It was just a week after I was discharged from the hospital that I ran into Jane.
Chris! Oh, Chris, it's you.
Janie, you always seem to pop up just when I need you most.
Chris, you look so much older. Are you all right?
And my heart isn't any too good, but otherwise I'm fine. And seeing you again is just what I need to put me on my feet.
These past months must have been so difficult for you.
I don't want to look back to the past, Jane, but only to the future. The future I once hoped we'd share, and still do. 2 months ago, Doctor, Jane and I became engaged. It was just about that time that I first began to notice that everywhere I went, there always seemed to be a cat following me.
Are you sure you weren't imagining it, Mr. Arnold?
At first, I thought it was my imagination. But a week after Jane and I became engaged, I was certain I was being followed.
Yeah. Tell me, Mr. Arnold, was it always the same cat that followed you?
No. One day it'd be one cat, and another day a different one. Oh, I know you must think I'm mad, Doctor. And at the time, I felt I was going mad. That is, until that night.
What night, Mr. Arnold?
The night I saw her. It happened in this very room 6 weeks ago. I had great difficulty in falling asleep that night. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the faint crying of a cat. The crying grew louder and louder. I lay in the darkness listening, realizing that the cat crying was real, living, and in my room. I could feel my heart pounding as I sat up in bed, looked about my darkened room, and then suddenly I saw her. 2 burning green eyes in the darkness. There was no mistaking those eyes. They were Rana's. I stared into those eyes for what seemed like hours. Then, as though listening to a stranger's voice, I heard myself speak. Rana. It is you, Rana, isn't it? Yes. I'd recognize those green eyes anywhere. So you've come back, and in the form I've always thought of you, as a cat. I know why you've come back. It's because of Jane. You always said that if you couldn't have me, no one else could. But I was yours, and always would be. Well, you're wrong, do you hear? Jane and I are going to be married. You came between us once, but you aren't going to this time. I will marry you, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Ah, you fiend! Trying to scratch my eyes out. Well, we'll see about that. There. Perhaps that'll show you that nothing you can do will stop me from marrying her. I know that all those cats that were following me, spying on me, were doing so under your orders. You're the queen of the cats. Yes, I should have known. No wonder you always knew where I'd been, who I'd seen. You had your cats spying on me even then. Well, even if you are the queen of the cats, you can't prevent me from marrying Jane. Perhaps a bullet between those green eyes of yours is what's needed. I emptied the gun at her, Doctor, and then turned on the lights. There was no sign of her. She'd vanished. All that I found were those 6 bullet holes in the wall.
Tell me, Mr. Arnold, isn't it possible that you only dreamed all that? That actually you fired the gun in your sleep and the shots themselves wakened you?
I tried to tell myself that, Doctor. But during the nights that followed, I knew it was not a dream. For night after night, she appeared in my room. I'd lie awake, waiting to hear her footsteps, her voice. And when she would appear, I'd plead with her to leave me alone. But she'd only stare at me with those burning green eyes, waiting. I knew she'd never leave me alone as long as I intended to marry Jane. Finally, I could stand it no longer, and I went to see Jane.
Chris, this is a surprise. Come in, darling.
Thank you, Jane.
Oh, well, where have you been keeping yourself this past week? I was beginning to believe I was being jilted.
Jane, there's something I want to ask you.
Yes, Chris, of course. What is it?
I know we set our wedding for next week. But couldn't we put it off for a while? Just a little while.
Darling, what is it? There's something wrong. I know there is. Please tell me.
I wish I could, but I can't. Please, Jane, just have faith in me. You know I wouldn't postpone our marriage if I could possibly help it.
All right, Chris, I do have faith in you. We'll consider our marriage postponed for the time being.
The night I put off my marriage to Jane, Doctor, was the first night that Rana didn't appear. And the first night in a week that I'd been able to sleep.
You think, Mr. Arnold, that she didn't appear again because you would postpone your marriage to Jane?
I know it. Weeks went by, weeks in which I was able to sleep soundly without being awakened by her. And I came to think that perhaps it had all been part of a horrible nightmare, and that I was over it at last. A week ago, I asked Jane to set the date for our wedding. She did so. And that same day, we took out a marriage license. But that night, she appeared again. Her eyes shining in the dark, cold and murderous. She knew about the license. That's why she returned.
And you've seen her again?
Yes, every night. She just keeps staring at me with those green eyes, waiting. She's determined not to give me any rest. I tell myself that I mustn't be afraid, but I keep hearing her voice over and over. If I can't have you, no one else will. You're mine, and you always will be.
Oh, Chris, darling, I wish I'd known all this before.
Do you feel, Mr. Arnold, that somehow she'll prevent you from marrying Jane? Huh?
I know I sound mad, but I do. I have a feeling something horrible will happen if I attempt to marry her.
Do you still have the marriage license?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Mr. Arnold, you've reached a crisis in your life. You're faced with fears that are threatening to overwhelm your sanity. The only way for you to challenge your fears is to go through with your marriage to Jane now, tonight.
Tonight?
Yes. It's quite late, but I'm sure a friend of mine who's a judge will marry you.
Get married tonight?
If you hesitate, you're lost. Your only chance is to face your fears.
All right, Doctor. All right. Jane, will you marry me tonight?
Oh, yes, Chris. Yes.
I'm sorry to get you up in the middle of the night, Judge, but for reasons I can't explain, it's important that these two be married tonight.
That's quite all right, Doc. Always glad to oblige a friend. Have you got the license and the ring, young man?
Yes, sir. Here's the license and the ring.
Now, young man, if you'll take her right hand. That's it. Now, shall I give you the long ceremony or the short one?
The short one, please.
Just as you say, young lady. This is the shortest one I've got. Do you, Jane Elliott, take this man to be your lawful wedded husband, to love, honor, and obey as long as ye both shall live?
I do.
Do you, Christopher Arnold, take this woman to be your lawful wedded wife, to love, honor, and cherish as long as you both shall live?
It's she. It's Rana.
Chris, please, it's only a black cat. You mustn't pay any attention to it.
Of course not. Now,
It's Rana, I tell you. Look at her eyes. I told you she was trying to prevent my marrying Jane. Well, I'll get rid of her once and for all.
Chris, what are you doing with that gun? Put it down.
She got away. Well, wherever she's gone, I'll find her and kill her.
Chris! Chris, come back! Oh, Doctor, where can he be?
Now, Jane, he can't be far off. We'll find him.
Oh,
Listen.
Doctor, that must be Chris firing that gun.
Come on. Those shots came from close by.
Hurry! Hurry!
We better take it easy now, Doc. It's pretty dark out here.
Wait a moment, and I'll light my cigarette lighter.
Doc! Look, a dead cat!
Yes. It was shot through the head.
Say, look. Here's another one that's been shot to death.
Neither one of them is the black cat.
Say, Doc, isn't that a body over there?
Chris!
No, Jane, you stay with the judge while I look.
All right, Doctor.
There, miss. You mustn't cry.
This never would have happened if I hadn't agreed to bury him. He was afraid. So afraid.
Doc, is it Arnold?
Yes. Yes, it's he.
He's dead, isn't he? I can see it in your face.
Yes, Jane. He's dead.
But, Doc, what happened to him?
He's been clawed to bits, as if by hundreds of cats. And most horrible of all, his eyes have been scratched out. This is the mysterious traveler again. Have you enjoyed our little trip into the life, or should I say, death of a frightened man? Strangely enough, 2 days later, at Chris Arnold's funeral, just as the coffin was being lowered into the grave, the mourners suddenly noticed a black cat with green eyes sitting on the edge of the grave, quietly licking its paws. By the way, I trust you haven't a cat in your home, particularly a black one. I once knew a woman, she's dead now, who had a... Oh, you're getting off at the next stop, huh? I'm sorry. Perhaps you'll join me again soon. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have just heard Chapter 31 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's story, Queen of the Cats, Stutz Cotsworth played Chris, Sarah Burton played Rana, and Sandra Gould played Jane. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music was played by Doc Whipple. The entire production was under the direction of Jock McGregor. Listen next week to a tale titled
Broadway, Here I Come.
Another Tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR studios in New York. It is presented over most of these stations every Sunday afternoon at 3:30.
This is Mutual.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first
evaporated milk, Pet Milk presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Bud Steffen, Ed Begley, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Many happy returns of the day. That's a familiar greeting. And to Mr. and Mrs. Collins of New York, those words have unusual significance. You see, on May 4th, 1949, 4 tiny, delicate babies were born to Charles and Ethel Collins. So tiny, so delicate, that everyone wondered whether there would be many happy returns of the day for all 4. But next Friday, they'll be 2 years old, and never have you seen any happier, sturdier youngsters. That isn't exactly surprising because almost from the day of their birth, the Collins babies have had the nutritional benefits of Pet evaporated milk. Nor is it surprising that the doctor approved Pet milk for their feedings when you consider its uniform richness, sure freedom from harmful germs, and its easy digestibility. Now, the Pet milk people are naturally very glad and proud to have had some part in the many happy returns of the day for the Collins quadruplets. Here is a problem you motorists have every time you drive downtown. Should you pass up that hitchhiker and feel like a selfish mug, or should you pick him up, get slugged, and feel like an even bigger mug with 10 stitches in your scalp? Well, here's a comment on the problem by a mug who would be a mug in any case. Yep, it's himself of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
No, sir. I pick up no hitchhikers, kiddo. Had a bad experience with one once. Taught me a valuable lesson.
Really?
Yeah.
He tried to rob you, the silly optimist?
Worse. I had a flat tire in a rainstorm, and after he changed the tire for me, with me getting my head all wet, sticking it out the window to give advice, you know what he done?
Refused to take off his shirt for you to wipe your wet head with?
No, sir. When I got home, I found he'd put the tire tools away in the trunk, so careless the car rattled for 2 weeks. Yeah, that's a fact. And I'd given that guy a lift for at least 3 miles.
Heavenly days, what ingratitude.
You said it. No hitchhikers do I pick up, Tootsie.
Well, now, don't forget you hitchhiked back to Peoria once after the basketball game in Starved Rock. Remember?
Yeah, only part way, and besides, that was different. I didn't have any money. Had my pocket picked by the first driver that gave me a lift. And anyway...
Hold it, dearie. Slow down. Stop at that corner.
Why do you want to stop at the corner?
Please, stop by that sailor standing there.
Oh, okay. I got the red light anyway.
You-hoo, sailor.
Yes, ma'am?
I just wanted to tell you why we can't give you a lift. You see, there have been so many cases of...
That's all right, lady. I understand, and believe me...
What I mean is that while we'd like to pick you up because we realize a lot of servicemen can't afford regular means of transportation...
Look, lady, it's all right, see? You don't have to explain...
Pipe down, Bud. Don't interrupt my wife while she's trying to explain things.
You see, son, in the first place, we're only going a short way, and it wouldn't help you much. And secondly, my husband is against picking up hitchhikers on general principles. We're very sorry, and I do hope you understand, son.
Lady, look, I ain't hitchhiking. I live in the next block. I was just waiting to cross the street.
Oh, well, you better wait a bit longer, Bud. We got the light now.
Did you shut the garage door, Magee? The paper said rain today.
Yeah.
I do hope it doesn't rain, though. I keep thinking of all those people trying to hitch rides today and us passing them up.
Now, look, baby, any guy with his wife in the car that he picks up a stranger on the road is a lemonhead of the first water. And it ain't fit to drink.
Well, I suppose that's right, but...
Personally, and while it may strike you as peculiar, I'd rather be selfish than dead. If there was only some way to know the decent, hard-luck hitchhikers from the crooks and bums, maybe I'd be glad...
Come in.
Oh, Ole from the Elks Club. Hi, Ole.
Hello, Ole. Do come in.
Well, thanks, Messy. Hello, Magee. You just get home?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been downtown shopping, Ole. Looky here. 6 pounds of rubber bands. Had to go to 7 10-cent stores to get all of them.
Well, why you want 6 pounds of rubber bands? You crochet in a pair of fishing boots? Or...
What do you mean, why do I want 6 pounds of rubber bands? Don't you realize that rubber's getting scarce? I'm taking no chances.
Well, you know, I saw 3 little squirrels in the park at 14th and Oak when I come by, Magee.
Huh?
Why don't you go catch them and save them, too?
Well, why, Ole?
Well, the way Magee figures things, it's just logical that a nut starts storing up some squirrels, maybe.
Why, that's ridiculous. What would I want to...
Say, incidentally, Ole, why did you ask if we just got home?
Oh, well, you see, my oldest boy, Lars, he come home last night on some foliage from the Navy, and...
on some what?
Foliage from the Navy. The reason I say foliage, Lars saves up all his leaves and tooks it all at once, you see. So, lots of leaves as foliage.
Yeah.
Reasonable enough, but that doesn't explain why our just getting home was...
Oh, yes. Well, you see, Lars was standing on the corner there waiting for the light to change to cross the street, and the lady apologizes for not giving him a ride.
Oh!
My gosh, what do you know? That lady was us.
Huh?
Yeah. Remember, Molly, the guy...
Dear, I remember, yes. So that was your boy, Lars, Ole. Fine-looking lad.
Yeah. Well, thanks, missus. He tooks after his papa. Also after good-looking girls, which is also like tooking after Papa the way Papa was when he was young, like Lars is, you see.
He likes the Navy, don't he, Ole?
Well, yes and no, Magee.
Mm-hmm.
The last few weeks he was on a submarine. But Lars, he don't like that. He gets too wet.
Wet? My gosh, the sub must have a leak.
Yeah, it's supposed to be watertight inside those things, Ole.
Say, you know, Lars never thought of that?
Huh?
I go tell him the next time it goes down, he gets inside the sub. Thanks for the tip. Well, so long, don't you, fella?
Well, so Lars was the hitchhiker who wasn't hitchhiking. Say, incidentally, Magee.
Hey?
What if there were some way or some method by which a person hitchhiking someplace could register with a bureau and get approved by the police and wait in a certain place?
Hey, I just thought of something.
What, sweetheart?
Look, suppose somebody organized a kind of a booking agency where a guy that he wanted to hitchhike someplace could go and give references and get okayed by the cops. A kind of a bureau. And drivers that wanted to take somebody along for company could do the same thing. And if the guy that run the bureau charged 2 bits apiece for driver and hitchhiker, well, that's 50 cents a ride. Wow, what an idea. Yeah.
It's amazing. How on earth did you think of that?
No. Them things just come to me, I guess. Hey, you know, I bet there's a fortune in a thing like this. Hand me the phone, kiddo. Big things are going to happen around here.
I'll just bet you.
Billy Mills and the orchestra, and please don't talk about me when I'm gone.
Chula Vista Real Estate Company? This is Fibber Magee speaking, President and Chairman of the Board of the Certified Hitchhiker Corporation, Limited.
Limited with your imagination?
Look, Bud, I'm interested in some office space at 14th and Oak. Oh, 8 or 10 rooms, switchboard, big reception room. Yeah, new company. What do you mean, references? Ask the Chase National Bank in New York about me. Yeah. Well, keep me informed.
Who do you know in the Chase National Bank?
Nobody. My gosh, you don't think I'm going to ask references from anybody that knows me, do you?
Yes, but a suite of 10 rooms. Aren't you expanding pretty fast, dearie? So far, all you have is an idea.
Oh, yeah? Well, that's all Casey Jones had, too, when he invented the locomotive. This kind of thing takes imagination, kiddo. It requires vision.
And after that, revision.
Yeah. By George, the possibilities of this idea is fantastic. I'll form a corporation, see?
Yeah?
Sell stock at $50 a par debenture with a moratorium of 99 years and an escalator clause that guarantees a flat percentage of preferred deferment. Or, in lieu of dividends, a stock transfer of marginal deficits. This entitles every investor to a fiscal decline in costs and a possible return of several times the secondary risk. How does that sound?
What does it mean?
I don't know. I should have wrote it down so I could study it later. Anyway, as soon as I get this...
Come in.
Well, hello, my dear. And good afternoon to you, Leadhead. What's all the talk around town of you forming a registration bureau for hitchhikers and drivers?
That's his latest.
Doctor, you couldn't have arrived here at a luckier moment. I happen to be in a generous mood right now. You know what I'm going to do?
Pay your Dr. Bill wonderful.
No.
I just happen to have it here in my pocket constantly.
No, not that generous. But as president of the Registered Hitchhikers Corporation, Fatso, I'm going to let you invest some money with me. $50 a share. Let you in on the ground floor.
No, thanks, Bubblehead. Every time somebody lets me in on the ground floor, I wind up losing my foundation garment.
See, Doctor, how do you invest your money?
Well, it's all tied up in cash.
Well, you better hop on the bandwagon, belt stretcher. With this stock, you could wind up the richest man in town.
I don't have to wind up the richest man in town. He's already wound up.
Huh?
Who, Doctor?
McDonald, the bank president.
Oh, him.
Stooped over to pick up a penny at the Bonton, got his necktie caught in the escalator, and he's all wound up in the machinery. I better go and wind him, I guess, so the customers can quit stepping on him. So long, kid.
Goodbye,
So long.
Doctor. Well, you didn't sell him any stock, dearie.
No.
Anyway, isn't $50 a share a little stiff?
Yeah, but I... Oh, here. Here's a postcard from Uncle Dennis I had in my pocket. You hadn't have said a little stiff, I'd have forgot all about it.
Thanks. Oh, for goodness sakes, he's in France.
In France? What did he say? I didn't read it.
In France. He says, have fine job in vineyard here.
Oh.
I and 4 other peasants trample out the grapes and make wine. I am the foreman, as I have the biggest feet. Love to all. Signed, your loving Uncle Dennis, Purple Toes Driscoll.
I'll be trying to trample out some pebbles one of these days to make himself a batch of rock and rye. Now, back to business. I think I'll go downtown and get some stationery printed, sign up a hitchhiker. A test case
Well,
kind,
hadn't
you know.
you better wait now till you find
Hello,
out...
Molly. Hi, pal.
Mr. Wilcox.
Hey, I hear you've got a new business.
Boy, the news has sure got around, hasn't it? You know something, Junior? This is the greatest idea I ever had. Going to make $1 million in it. Start local, then spread all over the state, and then make it a national organization. Why, I'll be traveling from New York office to the Chicago office, out to Los Angeles, up to Walla Walla, swing down to New Orleans, and back to... be spending months on trains, planes, and in hotels.
What's the matter, McGee?
I don't know, just homesick, I guess. What do you think of the idea, Junior?
Well, it sounds very interesting, pal. When I first heard about it, I had another idea.
Well, speak up, Junior. My door is always open to you young fellas.
Okay, thank you. My idea... My idea is this. It's a slogan for your new company.
Oh, a slogan.
Yeah, here it is. The two most wonderful milks in the world, human kindness and pet. Run down to your grocer and get some.
Human kindness and run down to your grocer. What's that got to do with the way...
Well, nothing. Huh? Nothing, but isn't it a great slogan? And it's so true, pal, because just like the milk of human kindness, pet milk is really wonderful.
Oh, I see now.
Sure, because it's such perfect, all-purpose, all-family milk. Just good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness, serving as milk, as coffee cream, even as whipping cream. After all, Pet was the first evaporated milk, and it's the best.
Yeah, that's a good advertising gimmick for Pet Milk, Junior, but my company's in business to register drivers and hitchhikers so they can get together
Well,
and...
look, that's the idea, pal. That's it.
It is?
Yeah. Primarily, it's a get-acquainted bureau.
Oh, one of them.
Drivers, get acquainted with the hitchhiker. Get acquainted with Pet Milk, the milk that's going places. See how it ties up, pal?
Say, how about Pet Milk gives you a lift on the road to good cooking?
Hey, that's great.
I thought so.
Oh, that's wonderful. And then,
Now,
here's another one.
Wait a
Go
minute.
on.
Look, Milky. Leave us not get carried away. How about buying a few shares of stock in my company? $20 par for preferred.
You said 50 a share to Dr. Gamble, Magee.
Well, that was for common stock. I'm selling the preferred cheaper than the common. Because Wilcox is a common sort of a guy, and common people don't buy so much preferred, because the preferred, being more uncommon than the common, is naturally preferred to the preferred. Preferred to the preferred, you see, Junior?
No.
Me either.
Take another run at it, dearie, in second gear.
You see, my boy, when the stock market broke in 1929, them that didn't get out...
Didn't what?
Get out.
Okay. Goodbye.
My, I was rude, wasn't I?
'Tis just as well he went. I got to get downtown and get busy. Get the approval of the chief of police, get an okay from Mayor Latrivia, and sign up my first hitchhiker. And then
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, daughter. Hello, Johnny.
Hi, Oldtimer.
Hey, what's this I hear about you?
Well, he's got a great idea this time, Mr. Oldtimer.
You betcha.
He thinks there's a fortune in it. The question is, can he get it out? Tune in next week and hear the thrilling climax of this thrilling, chilling tale of man against fate. Bong, bong, bong.
She's kidding, Oldtimer. Hey, you got any dough you want to invest in a sure thing?
Johnny, the last money I invested in a sure thing was $10 and a 3-year-old at Pimlico at 50 to 1. And I had a feed box tip that she was out to win.
Yeah?
Tried to hang myself that night. Only had a basement room that the ceiling wasn't high enough.
The horse lost, I presume.
Yes, she lost. In fact, the jockey rode her so slow he got arrested for vagrancy in the back stretch. That's one of Bessie's jokes. She sure thinks them up.
Yeah.
See, how is Bessie?
Oh, fine, daughter, fine. Does quite a handsome business in radio jokes.
Oh?
Had a beaut last week. Fella sees a cow walking along, followed by a flock of ducks.
Yeah?
Oh, he says, crackers and milk. Bessie sold that one to 4 different comedians.
She sold the same joke to 4 different comedians?
Sure, but Bessie's careful to sell them to fellers that are all on the air at the same hour.
Oh.
Nobody can listen to more than one at a time. Wouldn't be fair otherwise. But what was this about an investment, Johnny?
Well, himself here's promoting a new corporation, Mr. Oldtimer, registering hitchhikers and drivers at 25 cents a head.
Going to be a fortune in it, Oldtimer. Selling stock in it for $10 a share. Preferred, $5 common. You'll get your money back 1,000-fold. 1,000-fold.
Well, thanks, Johnny, but my money's all in oil right now.
Heavenly days, in oil?
Yep, I'm afraid so.
What do you mean you're afraid so? Where is it, in Texas?
No, in my kitchen.
Oh.
Folded it up and hid it away in an old sardine can. Realized later I hadn't even finished the sardine. Oh, well, lots of people get money out of oil. There ought to be some way to vice versa. So long, kid.
So long.
Kingsmen and Across the Wide Missouri.
My lady love, she stands awaiting across the wide Missouri. I hear her calling to me, calling me, calling me. Across the wide Missouri, across the wide Missouri. For 7 years I've been a roaming. 7 years I left the valley. Now I live just for my true love to see. I'm pushing off when dawn's a-breaking. Going across the wide Missouri. When my love, she stands a-waiting for me, just for me, just for me. Across the wide Missouri. Across the wide Missouri.
Boy, oh boy, I've really got things rolling, Molly. I looked at office space in 14th and Oak Building, then I seen the newspapers and given them a human interest story and talked to the chief of police, the State Highway Commission, Mayor Latrivia.
Heavenly days, you really have been busy downtown.
Yeah, you bet.
What did everybody say before they threw you out?
What do you mean threw me out? Everybody was delighted with the idea. But they all says it depends on one guy, the chief of police.
Why him?
No, I don't know, just passing the buck, I guess. You know how it is in politics. Everybody says, okay, I'm in favor of the idea, but don't tell anybody I said so because something might come up to make it look funny, and while I think it's great, if you tell anybody I think so, I'll deny it. But if the chief of police okays the scheme, I'm in. You know what that means, Tootsie? More money than I ever made in my life.
My goodness, you mean you'll make enough money this year to have to pay income tax?
Oh, hey, most important of all, I signed up my first hitchhiker. Yeah, a guy named Orville Hackenfrick.
Oh?
That's a test case. Chief of police is coming over here to have a talk with me, and Latrivia is going to meet...
Well, now, that isn't the way a policeman knocks at the door in the movie, so it must be the mayor. Come in. It is the mayor.
Well, so it is.
Come in, Your Honor.
Thank you, Molly. Hello, Magee.
Hi, Latriv.
Say, quite a furor you've stirred up around town with this registered hitchhiker idea.
Knocking everybody cold, ain't it, kid? I was just telling Molly, this is going to put me in the real high brackets. Pretty soon I can retire and do what I've always wanted to do.
What's that?
Nothing. All day long, nothing. With 3 guys on 8-hour shifts, gently swinging my hammock.
Well, that's all right for a lazy man, Magee, but not for me. When I retire, I certainly shan't spend my life lying in a hammock while somebody swings it for me. I'm too energetic.
What will you do?
I'll swing my own hammock. But I won't spend all my time resting, though. The thing I look forward to most is my writing.
Going to write a book, Latriv?
No, just letters. Oh. And I'll love it. Letters all day long to the newspapers griping about the city administration. When I was mayor, I'll say I ran...
Well, now, just a minute, Mr. Mayor. Come in.
Oh, hi, Bud. You looking for somebody?
If you're Fibber Magee, yes, I'm looking for you. Oh. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Mr. Cradfish. Mrs. Magee, Mr. Magee, may I present Mr. Tilford C. Cradfish?
Of Cradfish, Morfitt, Discotrim, and Leap attorneys.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Cradfish? Are you upset about something, Mr. Cradfish?
You bet I'm upset about something, madam. This insane plan of your husband's to register hitchhikers. What are you trying to do, Magee? Put my clients out of business?
Oh, I don't know. Who are your clients? Undertakers?
My clients are the Wistful Visit Transit Lines, the Wistful Visit Purple Cab Company, and the Intercity Bus Lines. What do you think you're going to do to their business?
Excuse me, Mr. Cradfish, but these are competing companies. How can you represent all of them?
The transit lines represented by our Mr. Morfitt, the bus lines by Mr. Discotrim, and the taxi company by Mr. Leap.
How about you?
Me? I represent Discotrim, Morfitt, and Leap. Now, Now, look here, Magee. I am all for individual enterprise, but by Henry, when you propose to give free rides to people, thus depriving all my stockholders of a proper return on their investments, I'll drag you through the highest courts of the land.
No. Just hold it a minute, Crabfish. Hold it. In the first place, I ain't in business yet. It's got to be okayed by the chief of police, who's going to be here any minute. And secondly, the sample hitchhiker I signed up today, a fellow by the name of Orville Hackenfrick.
Excuse me. 79 Whisper Vista, Molly Magee speaking. Yes? Oh, yes. He did. He was? Oh, yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Who was it, kiddo?
Dr. Gamble from the hospital.
Oh?
The chief of police is in there with a fractured skull.
Good. Heavens, what happened?
Well, it seems he picked up a hitchhiker, got knocked unconscious, and the hitchhiker stole a police car.
What?
You'll be interested to know, Magee, that there is a statewide alarm out for a certain person.
You mean?
Orville Hackenfrick. Well, tea, anyone?
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. This is National Baby Week, the week we pay tribute to our very youngest citizens. And I'm mighty glad to have a chance to talk about the milk that has done so much for so many babies, Pet Evaporated Milk. Pet milk has helped millions of bottle-fed babies to build strong, straight bones and sound teeth, and to make sure, steady growth. For Pet milk has the combination of milk minerals and vitamin D, the sunshine vitamin, the doctors say a baby must have in order to grow and develop as he should. To celebrate National Baby Week, many grocers are featuring displays of foods for baby, including, of course, Pet milk. So look for the display when you go to your grocers. And don't forget, for your baby and your whole family, take home some Pet milk, the first choice of good cooks, the first food for millions of happy, sturdy babies.
Well, that's life, kiddo. Get a good idea, and some little thing happens to kick it right in the teeth.
Did the police ever find Orville Hackenfrick?
Yeah, they found him.
He put up much of a fight?
He couldn't. He was laying by the side of the road, unconscious.
Don't tell me he...
Yep. They think he picked up a hitchhiker and got slugged himself.
How about the missing police car?
Oh, that's gone for good. They can kiss that baby goodbye.
Why, I thought everybody was looking for it.
That's why they won't find it. You ever see a police car except when you didn't want to? Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber, Magee, and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Have you ever tried to make a family budget balance? Well, then you'll understand the kind of problems that face young wife Sally Carter in the Story of the Week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. You'll also hear the recipe of the week for an around-the-clock main dish that's quick and easy to fix. It's ham and egg dinner. And you'll hear this husband-tested Pet Milk recipe on the Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Be sure to set your dial for NBC next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Steve Wilson solves a crime in Big Town. Listen on NBC.
Tales of espionage are coming at you with CounterSpy next.
Here is Robert Trout with 5 minutes of the latest news.
It's a gray winter Sunday in most of the northeastern states. Snow flurries, sleet, and freezing rain. In Philadelphia, a National Airlines 4-engine plane bound from New York to Norfolk, Virginia, with 22 passengers aboard, came into land at Philadelphia's International Airport and crashed on the runway. 7 persons killed, 16 apparently survived the crash. The weather's bad in Korea, too. Bitter cold around Wonju, where the United Nations defense line is now threatened by enemy troops who are up to their old trick of slipping around behind the Allied positions and who seem to be just as successful at it as ever. United Nations intelligence officers on the spot estimate that between 7,000 and 30,000 North Korean communist troops are now in position some 20 miles behind the United States 2nd Division in that Wonju sector on the East Central Front. And that's just one place where the Reds have infiltrated. Major General Robert McClure, the 2nd Division commander, has been replaced abruptly by Major General Clark Ruffner. No major fighting reported at the moment from Korea. The biggest military news comes from Tokyo today with the bare announcement that the 2 top United States intelligence officers and the Army and Air Force chiefs of staff are in Tokyo and have had a 3-hour Sunday conference with General Douglas MacArthur. We don't know what the meeting is all about. In fact, everything has been cloaked in secrecy, including the arrival in Japan of General Beetle Smith, the director of the Central Intelligence Agency, General Alexander Bolling, the Army Intelligence Chief, General Lawton Collins, the Army Chief of Staff, and General Hoyt Vandenberg, who's the Air Force Chief of Staff. At first, the Tokyo censors would not allow the newsmen there to report that all 4 generals had indeed gathered in Japan. In Washington, the Pentagon says the meeting's just a coincidence and is of no special significance at all. Congressmen in Washington are waiting for President Harry Truman's message on the budget, which everybody expects is going to call for some $70 billion for the coming fiscal year. The Republican Party's minority leader of the House, Representative Joseph Martin of Massachusetts, didn't even wait for the budget message to be delivered tomorrow. He's already attacked it today, saying the president is trying to turn the United States into a socialist economy. Taxpayers around the world will notice with interest the report today from a small town in France where the local blacksmith has been arrested for threatening murder because he sent a miniature coffin to the tax collector. The big Senate fight on foreign policy may break wide open tomorrow if Nebraska's Republican Senator Kenneth Worry gets a chance to bring up his resolution forbidding the president to transfer American troops to Europe without congressional approval. Illinois' Democratic Senator Paul Douglas has now joined those who say the president should ask for Congress's approval, not because he has to, he doesn't, but for the sake of national unity in the crisis. The administration hopes the issue will be settled when General Eisenhower returns from his European tour and reports to Congress, as he probably will do. Today, General Eisenhower is resting in London before tomorrow's big meeting with British Defense Minister Emmanuel Shinwell and the British Chiefs of Staff, who are expected to offer to double British arms production and also make more fighting men available as part of the Atlantic Alliance's rearmament. Britain is still struggling against that severe influenza epidemic. Graves are being dug at night in the light of flares, and 250,000 persons are now ill with influenza in northern England alone. In Germany, West German Chancellor Adenauer says the Allies can have German soldiers to help fight communism, but only at the price of absolute equality for the Germans. In Moscow, Joseph Stalin's son, who's an Air Force general, has now been nominated for a seat in the Supreme Soviet, which more or less corresponds to a parliament. And the Soviet government has just given out the annual prizes to mothers who have the most children. The 1950 winner now has 12, and she won 65,000 rubles. At the moment, the ruble is worth 20 cents. There's hard fighting reported today in Southeast Asia, where the French say they've beaten off the Indo-Chinese communist-led rebels who made a big attack on the defense line 60 miles long that protects Hanoi. All the French tell us is that they did it with artillery. And in Paris, the Lafayette Society announces that Margaret Truman is going to sing in Paris and, of course, in the spring.
Listen again next Sunday at the same time for Robert Trout and the latest news. Enjoy Tallulah's Big Show with Jimmy Durante today on NBC. The National Broadcasting Company presents CounterSpy.
Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy, calling Washington.
United States CounterSpy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad.
Tonight's CounterSpy report to the American people is brought to you in cooperation with the New York State Civil Defense Commission.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Baltimore and to the national headquarters of Super America Incorporated. And here is the chairman of Super America Incorporated, Henry Harrison Hector.
I have called this emergency meeting of you, our key Super America leaders from all over the country, to discuss the new crisis confronting our nation. The possibility of attack from the air by conventional means, and we fear atomic bombs. All over the country, citizens are rallying to their local civil defense organizations. But as in every crisis, everything cannot be left to government officials. It is up to us, super-Americans, to provide leadership. Wherever patriotic work is to be done, there you must see a super-American. Should disaster strike from the skies, it will be our super-American task to form the very backbone of civil defense.
You're right.
I see that you all understand. Presently, my secretary, Della Crane, will hand you your individual assignment sheets. We must make the civil defense of the United States our great objective. Thank you for your attention.
Very good speech, Mr. Hector.
I'll be sorry to lose you, Della. Are you sure you and Steve will be happy in Finnsburg?
No, but I'll do my best. Steve's already been out there, found an apartment and a job.
The bonds between super-Americans are very strong.
Better excuse me, Mr. Hector. I've got to give out the assignment sheet.
By all means, Della. Give us just a few weeks, and I think we super-Americans will turn civil defense into civil collapse.
Let's continue, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? As you know, my name is Blair. I'm the zone director. I'm very happy to see so many new volunteers here tonight. During this week, I expect to make the final assignments. Aircraft spotters, communications helpers, medical aid helpers, and so on. I feel that by the end...
Mr. Blair, may I ask a question?
Why, certainly, Mr. Crane.
Well, do I understand you correctly that assignments haven't all been made yet?
Well, that's right, Mr. Crane. Most of the time so far has been spent in planning. Does that cover your question?
Well, yes, I guess so. For now, anyway.
As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, most of the time has been spent in planning, from the top down. We get our overall plans from the National Civil Defense Headquarters in Washington, then through our state director, down through our city director here in Finnsburg. Since this particular zone covers the most important industrial section of the city, this building is the main control center for the entire city. Now, are there any radio hams among you? Amateur radio operators?
Yeah, well, I know.
2, 3, 4. 4, that's fine. After the meeting, will you please report to Mr. Avery? That's Mr. Avery over by the window. You'll become the nucleus of a special squad to go right to the scenes of any disasters and report back by radio. Now, the next Yes, Mr. Crane?
Say, Mr. Blair, I'm new here, and maybe I oughtn't to open my yap, but... say, would you mind if I come right up front there so everybody can hear me?
No, not at all. Come right ahead.
I just take this whole thing so darn serious. Well, folks, my name's Steve Crane, and I just hit this fine city of yours today, and boy, from what I've seen so far, I'm going to be mighty happy about it. Yes, sir. Well, I've been sitting and listening to the interesting things Mr. Blair's been outlining, and I'm here to say that everything sounds great. The only trouble is, and I don't know just what we can do about it, the trouble is not much is definite. So much is still in the planning stage, you know what I mean?
Well, Mr. Crane, I might explain to you...
I know you can't just do things without planning. We're all intelligent enough to know that, but here's what bothers me. Suppose somebody drops a bomb on us tomorrow. Where are we? Hiding our heads under a plan? No, I hate to criticize, and I don't want any of you to think that that's what I'm doing, but holy smoke, what's been going on here since the trouble started in Korea way back in June?
Mr. Crane, I think you ought to realize that
I know these things take time, but we've got to work faster or nothing's any good. Being almost ready is like not being ready at all. Holy smoke, we'd all be better off getting out of the city. Now, what do you say we all...
Mr. Crane, please. I understand that to a newcomer like yourself, it may seem we've done very little. But I don't want anybody here to forget the enormous amount of work that's been done. Why...
Sure, Mr. Blair. I'm right behind you. And like I said, I don't want to talk out of turn, but I don't want anybody to kid themselves. How much time do you think we've got? We've got to...
Ladies and gentlemen, please.
We don't do such...
Please, let's have some order and discipline here. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Headquarters from District 3, City 9. Local civil defense moving very slowly here lately. State Director believes people generally unaware of real danger. This field office lending personnel to step up recruiting.
To CounterSpy headquarters from District 19, City 3. Civil defense here at virtual standstill. Volunteers not carrying out assigned duties. This field office consulting with director. Will advise.
And we've been getting them like that from various spots all over the country, Mr. Harding.
Strange. Sort of a sudden paralysis.
The National Director of Civil Defense thinks that people just don't realize the danger.
I wonder. Well, people are all talking about the danger of war, of a sudden atomic attack. 2 days ago, I was in Ohio. It's a live subject there. Same in New York, on the West Coast, everywhere. Tremendous interest. All of a sudden, according to these reports, it dies out.
You're right back at the beginning, Chief. People just don't realize...
Peters, I'm not one of those who blames the people every time something goes wrong. Not until I'm sure nothing else is wrong. Peters, how many of our agents are now unassigned in the first classification?
Oh, maybe 10 or a dozen.
Well, good. Get those men together tonight here in my office. You be here, too.
I see you've got a scheme.
Yes, that's right. Now, from all these reports, we're going to pick out the localities having the most trouble. Then you fellows are going into those cities undercover to join the civil defense groups as ordinary citizens to find out, if you can, what's wrong.
And frankly, I must admit, ladies and gentlemen, I've had to turn in a disappointing report to City Defense Headquarters. No, not about you who are here, but about those who've been dropping out. And so tonight, I've got to ask you to get in touch with everyone you know. Find out why they seem so uninterested in what we're doing here. And
Sorry, Mr. Blair.
Yes, Mr. Crane?
I can tell you right now what's eating everybody. I mean, those who aren't here.
Oh, can you?
I've talked to lots of people trying to get them in here to work, and they all say, what's the use? Nothing's ready. We're not getting the help we need from Washington. And I tell them, well, it's up to us, too.
Excuse me, please.
Yes?
If you'll allow me to interrupt the other speaker.
Well, yes, go ahead.
Well, I agree with what he says. People just don't have any faith in the civil defense outfits. And my name is Peterson. I've just come to Finnsburg. I'm a reporter on the Finnsburg Press. And let me tell you, we're helpless. And I just don't see any point in continuing...
Excuse me, Mr. Peterson, but I don't see any point in discouraging ourselves. And that's what we're doing, some of us. Oh, it's intended to help, I know.
Well, if you're just trying to protect a bunch of Washington incompetents, Mr. Blair, I don't see why the...
I'm protecting no one, Mr. Peterson. We're all trying to protect ourselves. All right, that's all for tonight. I'll see you all and more, I hope, on Friday.
Say, Peterson. Peterson.
Yeah?
My name's Steve Crane. I'm the guy you cut in on.
Oh, well, I hope you weren't sore, huh?
Oh, no, on the contrary. Glad to see somebody else here with the nerve to talk up. Say, are you busy the rest of the evening?
No.
You and me seem to agree on a lot of things. Why don't you come on home with me for a drink and see what else we agree on? Hmm? Oh,
don't go yet, Mr. Peterson. Can't I give you another drink?
No, thanks, Mrs. Crane. It's really time I went home.
Oh, I'm glad you came home with me, Peterson. Glad to know you and me see eye to eye on a lot of this civil defense stuff.
You bet, Crane. Well, thanks for a very pleasant evening, Mrs. Crane.
Maybe you'll come again. Give us a ring anytime.
I'll certainly bear that in mind. This way,
Yeah, I'll just drink.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, what do you make of him, Della?
Seems to have his heart in the right place.
Last 2 or 3 meetings, he's been backing me up, and good, too. Great little discourager. And all the time, he sounds like the doggonedest eager beaver you ever heard.
Maybe he'd make a super American.
That's what I thought.
It's time I tipped Mr. Hector anyway. He ought to be coming here to Finnsburg for a general look-see, and that's when he can meet Peterson.
You are listening to the case of the double-crossing defender on CounterSpy. Today, over most NBC stations, Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star in the premiere of a delightful newcomer to your NBC Sunday lineup, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. It's top listening for the entire family, with Mr. and Mrs. Blandings in their troublesome dream house. Sunday also means another broadcast of The Big Show, and today your hostess Tallulah presents Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, Vaughn Monroe, and many, many more. Now, back to CounterSpy.
From Peters, assignment Finnsburg to David Harding, Washington. Chief cause of civil defense difficulty here, one Steve Crane, member of apparently patriotic group called Super America Incorporated. Mrs. Crane says Chief Super American Henry Harrison Hector of Baltimore arriving here soon. Advise.
Harding to Peters. Spot check of 11 civil defense groups shows similar activity by persons belonging to Super America Incorporated and flying to Finnsburg.
Press, Mr. Harding. I've been assigned to interview you about your trip here.
Oh, well, I don't see any other reporters, Mr.
Peterson, Mr. Harding. I guess I'm the first man here. I had an inside tip that you might be on this plane. I wonder if we could just step away from the crowd here.
Of course.
Tell me, how long do you expect to stay in our city, Mr. Harding?
Long enough to survey the civil defense organizations here.
Chief, this fellow Henry Harrison Hector is arriving in Finnsburg in a couple of days. Anything about Super America Incorporated?
Well, it describes itself as a super patriotic organization, but its literature follows the Communist Party line like one snake after another.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how's that tie in with what you know of Crane and his wife?
There are a couple of smarties, Dave. Crane gets in his dirty work by seeming to be a really good beaver. His wife has joined up, too. She does the same, but actually they discourage people. That seems to be the idea.
Probably following a national pattern.
Well, here come reporters from the other papers. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Harding, and lots of luck to you in your stay here.
I'll be at the Riverside Hotel, Peter.
Right.
Okay, Peterson. Tell your paper to get behind this campaign to step up civil defense. So long.
And here, Mr. Hector, here's a layout of the Civil Defense Control Center.
Very complete. Steve's work?
He's good at that sort of thing. He's down there tonight doing extra volunteer work, if you know what I mean.
These are the main phone lines?
The trunks run into the basement here. Main water valve there. Main power line here, and main switch next to it.
Radio room?
Second floor. Good setup, Steve says. Modern equipment. Big control board to keep in touch with radio hams in the city in case of attack.
Medical department? Aircraft spotting room?
Third floor. Phone communications with 100 observation posts in a big ring outside the city. And, here. Director's office. This man, Blair. We have a file on him and also his staff.
Good.
Liaison with police and fire departments, public health authorities, welfare and public information. Transportation here. Big garage, trucks, and so on.
A depressingly efficient setup, Dillon.
Sure. But what good is it? Unless the civil defense people themselves are really pepped up. And they're not. Your plan has been working beautifully.
And so I've heard from many other cities. It's lucky because actually these defense setups are good. If we can only keep the people so discouraged they don't use them to the fullest advantage.
That's where I thought this man Peterson might come in. We can always use new recruits.
Have you checked on him?
No, I haven't had the time. I hoped you might from Baltimore.
He's an unknown, Della. I think we better... Would that be...
I hope so. Put away that map,
Yeah.
Good evening, Mrs. Crane. I'm afraid I'm a few minutes late.
Hello. Come on in.
Thank you.
This is Harry Peterson, and this is Mr. Henry Harrison Hector, National Chairman of Super America Incorporated.
How do you do, sir?
Sit down, Mr. Peterson, and let's have a long, honest talk, shall we?
Mr. Harding, Peterson of the Finnsburg Press.
Oh, hello, Peterson.
Tonight I met the man, H.H.H.
Yes?
The scheme is to destroy civil defense morale. I gave him a lot of personal detail based on New York City, the same we've used before in similar cases.
Yes, I understand. I'll wire New York to back you up. If H.H.H. is on the level, he'll drop you because of your supposed record as a subversive. But if he's not on the level...
We'll see. I'll check you tomorrow. Good night.
Hello?
Chief, Peters. H.H.H. lost no time checking on me. It was 3 nights ago that I first met him. Tonight I had a call to meet him at the Crane's apartment.
Then he wants you in spite of your fake subversive record.
He may be our man.
Right. Well, I understand there's to be a test alert very soon. I hope we can run this down before that.
Steve, as I understand your duties at the control center, you are a guard at the main entrance.
That's right, Mr. Hector.
And Della?
Volunteer assistant at the medical center.
And our friend Peterson?
Information Center, assistant to the director.
I've been thinking, and as super Americans, we must always think ahead of everyone else. An ordinary test alert is no test at all because everyone knows it's fake. Now, what if we make this a real alert? By spreading the alarm during the test that it's the real thing.
That's taking a chance, Mr. Hector.
At an appropriate moment, suddenly give a false report. Start shouting, it's the real thing, a real attack. You understand?
Brother.
There'll be a panic.
People injured and killed, Mr. Hector.
Suppose it were the real thing. People would be killed, would they not? You can't make an omelet without breaking eggs. Very well. That's all. Peterson, you leave first.
Okay. Good night, all. See you at the test, whenever it is.
I gather you got an okay report on Peterson, Mr. Hector?
Yes, from New York.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be a valuable man.
I'll get it, Della.
No, never mind, Steve. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Hector is right. Oh. Are you sure? Yes, I'll tell him. Thanks. Goodbye.
Huh?
That call was from New York, Mr. Hector. They checked further on Peterson. He's not all he said he was.
What?
He may be some kind of undercover agent. Oh, what a dumb mistake for us to make.
No regrets now. Steve.
Yeah?
During the test alert, see to it that Peterson is one of the people killed in the panic.
That ought to be easy. And when I... What the...
The lights are blinking.
Steve, that's the first signal for the alert. We've got 15 minutes to get to our post.
Then get going. And remember your orders.
Radio operators to your sectors in Disaster Area 4. Radio operators, Disaster Area 4. Medical Corps and ambulances to Medical Post 7 and 13. 7 and 13. Report to communications on arrival. Trucks for utilities repair. Trucks for utilities repair to the boundaries of Disaster Area 4. Turn off gas and power lines to prevent explosions. Reopen blocked sewers. Guides for injured and homeless. Stay in your vehicles till you reach rallying points. Guide injured and homeless to shelters 9, 11, and 17. 9, 11, and 17.
Everything going all right, Blair?
So far, yes, Mr. Harding, but... Oh, Here's one of the men I was telling you about. The one that's always spreading discouragement.
Oh?
His name's Peterson.
Hello, Mr. Blair. Oh, Mr. Harding, can I speak to you, sir?
Yes?
I just came from meeting Hector, Chief. They're going to start a panic. That it's a real attack.
It's a real fifth column trick.
I'll get 17.
All right, I'll alert one of our squads outside.
Hey, listen, everybody! This is no fake attack, it's real!
That's Steve Crane following orders.
The first bomb hit the suburbs. There's nothing left of him. There's nothing we can do. Save yourselves! The next bomb will hit the middle of the city! Save yourselves!
No, wait, everybody. Stand by your posts. No matter what happens, stand by your posts.
Don't listen to that fool. Save yourselves.
Chief, that's Hector himself among the crowd.
Work your way near him, Peter.
Men, women, listen to this. This is Harding, United States CounterSpy.
Right, listen to Mr. Harding.
Now, don't be panicked by a rumor. This is the time to prove you're well-disciplined. Don't let anyone leave this room or the building.
All right, back to your post.
Now, Mr. Blair, check your outpost.
Right. Zone director to all spotters. Have any real bombs been dropped? Any real bombs? Not one, Mr. Harding.
You see, it was a rumor, a deliberate rumor by fifth columnists trying to start a panic.
Crane was caught at the door, Mr. Harding, and here's the boss of the bunch, Henry Harrison Hector.
Well, the chief super-American himself.
Mr. Harding, you misunderstand our purpose. We wanted to make this a real test.
Well, that's too bad for you, Hector. One of your newest recruits is going to be the star witness against you and your organization. Take him away, Peter.
Come on, Hector.
Mr. Harding, I'm very grateful for your help. But are we past the danger?
Well, as long as there's danger of war, Blair, there's the danger of fifth column. And the best protection against them is vigilance and courage. You've done it here. I know every American can do it.
Tonight's CounterSpy program originated in New York, was directed by Marks B. Loeb, dramatized by Paul R. Milton, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer. Lionel Rico speaking. CounterSpy is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. In a moment, Cary Grant and Betsy Drake star in the premiere of a delightful newcomer to your NBC Sunday lineup, Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. It's top listening for the entire family with Mr. and Mrs. Blandings and their troublesome dream house. Sunday also means another one-hour production by Theater Guild on the Air. It's the delightful comedy The Fortune Hunter, starring Gene Crane and John Lund. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Figured a pound of them horses, Lou?
Well, they're dry, Milt.
Don't get them a wash. You'll be needing to move lively.
Yeah. Hey, Milt, you sure about this job?
What's the matter? You scared?
Now, you know better than to ask me that. Just holding up a bank right in the middle of the day.
I told you, Lute, I know Dodge City. It's asleep on its feet when the sun gets high. Folks don't even rouse enough to swat flies.
Come on, boss. Well, it's your game.
So don't you worry. All we do is hang around like we was just trying to stay out of the sun till we wander into the bank about 3 o'clock. There won't be no trouble.
You must be awful sure about the law there.
We'll be out of town before that big marshal can wake up and get there.
Well, I hope... What's that noise? Something in the bush down there.
It's some animal, Lou. You got nerves like a woman.
I'm going to look. Hey, you there. Don't you move.
No. All right. Who you got, Lou?
Somebody sneaking through the brush. What are you doing here, mister?
I just been fishing's all.
It's Chester.
Oh. Hello, Milt.
You been here long?
Oh, dang, I don't really know. I fell asleep. A body gets mighty drowsy fishing in the sun.
Look to me, you got mighty big ears.
You hear us talking, Chester?
I told you I've been to sleep.
He's lying, Milt. He couldn't help hearing. He's been right under our feet the whole time.
Mm-hmm. Luke, put down the gun.
Well, we let him go. We ain't got us a Chinaman's chance of
We
getting...
kill him, the whole of Ford County will be out looking for him. He works for Marshal Dillon, Luke.
Oh. Well, then, tie him up. Leave him here. Somebody find him sometime, maybe.
Lute, it's the same thing. If he don't get back, the marshal will start looking. He might start looking just the wrong time.
You can just bet he'll start looking. I'm supposed to be back there at the office at noon, and Mr. Dillon ain't want to just sit around
Well, I
and
still
wait.
say our best bet is just to kill him.
Now, wait a minute. And then maybe we can use him. You're a pretty good friend of the marshal, ain't you?
Mr. Dillon's my best friend, and I'm proud of it. Why?
You see a lot of the folks he sees, don't you? Like the doc, for instance. That woman, the one at the Long Branch.
Well, I see Doc and Miss Kitty. Of course I do. What are you getting at anyway?
Well, it just seems to me like maybe you wouldn't want to see nothing happen to them. To any fault of yours, that is.
Just a minute here.
You wouldn't want somebody to take a shot at one of them while they was walking down the street, would you?
Why, no.
Of course, I wouldn't want to do it if I didn't have to. But you're the one who's going to make me decide if I have to.
Now, you listen, Milt. I ain't going to have nothing to do with shooting Doc or Miss Kitty.
Then you better do what I say.
What
you
I'm trying
better see that the marshal's out of town this afternoon at 3 o'clock. A good long way out of town.
Why, I can't do that.
You'll do it. You'll do it, or you'll have one or two dead friends. And I don't ever talk idle.
Not about shooting, he don't.
So it wouldn't be healthy for the marshal's friends if you was to tell them what you heard out here, you understand?
Yes, sir. Reckon I do.
All right. Go on now. Get your horse and head back to town. And you and the marshal had better be a long way off at 3 o'clock.
You ain't no good, Milt Cole. You ain't no good at all.
Then just you remember that. Now get.
You think he'll really do it? Get the marshal out?
Sure he will. He's too scared. Anyway, he hadn't got enough sense not to.
A heap of things in this world could make trouble. But the meanest and orneriest of 'em all, to my way of thinking, is cancer. Now, that's why the U.S. Post Office put out a special stamp for the crusade against cancer. I've got it here. I'll find it. Yes, here. Now, this 1965 5-center reminds us that getting an early medical checkup can help bring cancer under control. Every year, some 2 million people in the world die from it. Kids as well as older folks. And every year, about 2 million good men and women here in the United States get together to raise money to help the American Cancer Society find ways to fight it. Oh, that society's doing a great job. But it's almost all volunteers. It pays for public health education, professional education and training, patient and community services, and most of all, for research. Finding the things like viruses that cause it. And remembering what the stamp says, early diagnosis saves lives.
Sam? Sam, I gotta find Miss Kitty quick.
Well, she's right over there, Chester, over at that table.
Oh, thank you. Miss Kitty?
Oh, sit down, Chester.
Thank you.
Something wrong, Chester? You look upset.
Whatever would give you an idea like that?
Why, I can't imagine. Except that you come in snorting and all red in the face. I don't know why I should think anything was the matter.
Well, I sure am glad you don't think so, Miss Kitty.
All right, Chester. What's on your mind?
Well, I just got me a wonderful idea, that's all.
And what's that?
Well, see, I was thinking this would be a fine day for you and Mr. Dillon to take a ride out in the country.
In the middle of summer?
Well, yes, but it's real pretty out there, Miss Kitty. All them lilacs around.
Oh, Chester, there hasn't been a sprig of lilac out there since spring. Not for a couple of months.
Oh. Well, I bet the castor beans is blooming. They're a mighty pretty sight in castor beans.
Not to me, they aren't. They're about as poor an excuse for a flower that I can think of.
Well, Miss Kitty,
Look, getting sunstroke isn't going to do me any good, Chester.
Well, but now sunstroke
Chester, I'm not going out in that sun this afternoon with Matt or anyone else. And you might as well stop talking about it.
Yes, how are you?
Oh, here comes Doc. You ask him.
Hello, Kitty.
Chester.
Hello, Doc.
Hello, Doc.
Well, what are you two doing to pass the time of day?
Why, Chester's trying to talk me into going out riding with Matt this afternoon.
Oh, wow, right. A pretty hot day for traipsing around the country, Chester.
I just thought it might maybe do him some good to get away from town for a little bit.
You were just acting silly about it, Chester.
Well, maybe I got a good reason for it.
There's no good reason for sending folks out into the prairie sun.
Yes. Well, if you was as smart as you think you are, you'd go along, too.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
Don't worry, Kitty. I'll take Chester off your hands. Come on, Chester. Come on. Let's have a bite of food. It's getting toward noon.
Now, maybe you'll feel better after you have something to eat, Chester.
Miss Kitty, food ain't got
Come on, Chester. Goodbye, Kitty.
Goodbye, Doc. Some other time, Chester.
Another time ain't the same thing. Well, I sure did try.
Yes, it seems to me you tried too hard.
Well, Doc, I thought you folks were supposed to be my friends. You ain't got no call to act so smart alecky and stubborn.
You know, it sounds like you got a touch of the sun yourself. Where have you been this morning, anyway?
Fishing.
Fishing? I always thought that was supposed to calm a man down. What happened to you?
Nothing. Hey, Doc. Doc, have you got somebody real sick out in the country? You driving out there this afternoon, maybe?
Well, not that I know of. No, but it could happen. It seems some of the biggest belly aches come on the hottest days.
Sure, they do not. Now, I expect that can be mighty worrying, can't it?
Well, what do you mean?
All that driving by yourselves. It seems a body should have some company.
Oh, Chester, if you think I'm going to go back there and try to get Miss Kitty to go driving with me this afternoon, you're...
No, Doc. No, you told me yourself it wouldn't be good for Miss Kitty. I ain't thinking about a thing like that.
All right, then.
I was thinking it might do Mr. Dillon some good to get off with you this afternoon.
Oh, now, Chester...
Well, he could even help you, like lifting a sick person up or holding him down.
Oh, Chester, you stop this nonsense right now. Just what is it that you've got on your mind?
Nothing.
You've got some reason for wanting Matt out of town. Now, is that it?
No, Doc, no, it ain't nothing like that.
All right. Let's hear no more about it. Well, come on in here. Come on, let's get some food.
Yeah, no, I ain't got no time to eat, Doc. I'll see you later.
Good, but wait, where are you going? Chess? Oh, my, that boy. What in the world's the matter with him?
Hello, Chester.
Well, I see you're busy.
Yeah, I got to get these forms filled out for today's mail.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon, you been down to Reed's Creek lately?
What?
Reed's Creek. The fish sure are biting down there. It's only about an hour's ride.
Uh-huh.
And sure would be a nice day for it. You could go down there and catch a mess of fish for dinner.
Chester, what are you talking about?
Reed's Creek. I just thought it'd be kind of nice if you was to go fishing this afternoon. Down to Reed's Creek there,
Oh?
if you could go.
I thought you went fishing this morning.
Yes, sir, I did. That's why I thought maybe you could
Well,
go.
think again. The fish won't be biting in the middle of the day, will they?
Oh, now, you can't be sure, Mr. Dillon. I knew a fellow one time...
Then why don't you
fishing
get
with
him to go fishing, huh?
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon.
Chester,
Yes, sir.
why don't you light someplace? You're worse than a horsefly.
Yes, sir. I hear they're bringing in some new stallions out to Lem Bridges' place there. New stallions out there. Mighty fine pieces of horseflesh, they tell me. Some stallions. Make a nice little ride this afternoon to go out there and
Chester.
see them. Yes, sir.
I'm not going fishing. I'm not going out to Lem Bridges' place. I'm not going any place but to Hayes City, and I'm late right now.
What'd you say?
I'm going to Hayes City, and that's all.
Oh, Hayes, you're going...
Now, do you think maybe you might stop talking just long enough to take these envelopes to the post office for me? I got to get going.
Oh, yes, sir, I sure can, Mr. Dillon. Yes, sir, yeah, I sure can. Mr. Dillon?
Yes, what is it now?
Mr. Dillon, I just want you to know, well, if anything was to come up while you're gone, I sure would do my best to take care of it.
Yeah, sure.
I don't want to worry you none. I'll handle things.
Sure, Chester, I know.
Reckon I'll say goodbye.
All right, Chester, goodbye.
Mr. Dillon, I'd kind of like to shake your hand if it's all the same to you.
Chester, will you get on down to the post office with those letters, will you please? Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'm going. Bye, Mr. Dillon.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, and yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Phoenix, Arizona. Anyone in town will tell you of the city's fantastic growth, and most of them are part of it. One of the big points of pride in Phoenix is the Arizona State Fair, out at the fairgrounds on McDowell Road. With the new Veterans Memorial Coliseum, the facilities are greater than ever before. And those 10 days in November are part of what Phoenix anticipates in the fall. In the spring or summer, when the wind is right, there's the aroma of orange blossoms in the air. And when the wind is wrong, you're reminded that Phoenix is a cow town, too. At Central Avenue and Thomas Road, the young crowd gathers at Bob's Big Boy. Housewives frequent the malls of Park Central and Christown shopping centers. And all the while, the basin is humbled by Squaw Peak and the Camelback Mountains. But if your hometown is Phoenix, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you it's still there.
Hello, Mac.
Huh?
Say, Matt, can I see you for a minute?
Sure, Doc. Yeah, walk along with me to the stable. I'm on my way to Hayes City.
Yes, that's what I wanted to see you about. Did Chester talk you into going there?
Talk me. No, Doc, I got government business down there. Why?
Well, he's been working at getting you out of town all day.
Oh?
He just had his mind set that you'd get out of town.
Well, why?
Well, I don't know, but he was at Kitty about it before noon. He wanted her to get you to go for a ride in the country.
I bet she fixed that in a hurry.
She sure did. A summer afternoon's ride somehow didn't seem to appeal to her. And then Chester started to work on me.
On you?
Yes, he thought it'd be nice if you'd spend the afternoon riding around with me in my buggy.
Even Chester isn't that crazy.
But something sure eating him. I just passed him in the alley behind the bank, and he's sure not himself.
Now, what do you mean?
And he's got 2 guns strapped on him.
2 guns?
That's right. And he's acting like the life of everybody in town depended on him. So what do you think, Mary?
I don't know, Doc. There's one thing sure.
What's that?
I guess it really is important to Chester that I get out of town.
Who's it? Well, for land's sake, Chester, you could scare a fella half to death sneaking into this bank through the back way like that.
I got a reason.
Now, if I didn't know you better, I'd think you come in here to rob us. You wearing 2 guns.
Well, you ought to be glad I'm wearing them now. You listen to me, Alvin, and you won't get hurt if you do what I say.
What are you talking about?
I ain't got much time to do any explaining. I'm just telling you that this bank is about to be held up.
Held up?
I was talking to the fellas that's going to do the job.
Well, why isn't the marshal here then?
He had to ride out to Hayes City.
You mean you knew the bank was going to be held up and you let the marshal ride out of town?
I had to do it, Alvin. Look, I come to take care of things. Now, you do like I say. You go right on up front there like nothing was happening, and I'll carry you from back here.
I sure you hope you know what you're doing.
You don't need to worry none. I got you covered.
And I got you covered. Now, drop them guns.
Loot.
Wait, mister, now. You drop them. Real smart to get the marshal out of town. I seen him ride out. But you should have quit when you was ahead.
Oh, I should have had more sense. I should have told him.
Milt's out front waiting. You just stand easy till he gets in here, you hear? 'Cause I got this gun right spang in your back.
I tried to be so blame smart. Doggone it, I should have known. That's out front.
Milt! Get the floor, Chester!
Mr. Dillon! You got him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah. Only 'cause you jolted his gun hand. Where'd he get you, Chester?
In the leg here.
Huh?
Right there. It ain't nothing. What about the other one? Milt?
Well, he's dead. I caught him on his way in.
Mr. Dillon? If I was you, I'd just send me packing.
Oh?
Yes, sir, I sure would. Oh, it ain't as though I didn't mean well and wasn't trying to work things right. Like getting you out of town because they said they'd shoot Doc or Miss Kitty if you was here.
Oh, so that's it. Well, I figured you had a reason.
Well, yeah, but I just ain't a thinker, Mr. Dillon. Now look what happens when you... But you ain't out of town, are you? How come you ain't?
Well, I heard that you were marching around wearing 2 guns.
You did?
Yeah, so I figured I better stick around if I didn't want you to take over my job.
Oh, Mr. Dillon,
You just rest easy now. I'll go get Doc.
Elijah Cuddlestone, an old political character, once gave this argument on why he, and not his younger rival, should be elected senator.
Senex, if you'll pardon the expression, is a Latin word from which senate was derived. That is, the Romans called their senate a senatus. Senex means an old man. So you see, the Senate is supposed to be, it should be a revered council of elders. Men with age and wisdom, that is. Not young upstarts. Yeah, I mean, boys wet behind the ears don't belong. wisdom that comes with age is needed. I mean, that's what the word means. Well, Elijah was right about the original meaning and the use of the word Senate. He did omit, however, the fact that the word senile is also a derivative of the Latin senex. So, if we wanted to stretch a point, a member of the Senate could be considered an old man. The men who created that branch of our government, however, also gave us our Constitution and defined the age for a senator as not less than 30. Well, if 30 is old, Elijah was ancient.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another specially transcribed story on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Our next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jack Benny Program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Benny's residence. Star of stage, screen, radio, and eggs dyed or laid as the occasion demands.
Rochester, this is Miss Livingston. I'd like to speak to Mr. Benny, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Livingston. I wouldn't want to disturb the Admiral now.
Rochester, what are you talking about?
Haven't you heard? Mr. Benny's been made an Admiral.
Jack Benny, an admiral?
Are you surprised?
Surprised? Rochester, I knew we were winning, but this is ridiculous.
I know, Miss Livingston, but I saw it in the paper. He got the commission from Governor Griswold of Nebraska.
Gee.
And Mr. Benny is now a full-fledged admiral in the Nebraska Navy.
In the Nebraska... Oh, I get it. He's an imaginary admiral in an imaginary navy.
Yeah, but he's taking it seriously. He made me sew gold stripes on his blue serge suit.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Rochester, how many stripes did he make you sew on?
I don't know, but you could cut the sleeves off at the elbow and he'd still be a full admiral. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Admiral, he's been upstairs working out fleet maneuvers. I'd better get him away from that bathtub before he messes up the whole room. Oh, Mr. Benny. Say, boss. Oh, Admiral.
What? Oh, it's you, Rochester. Glad to have you aboard. Batten down the hatch and sit down. What do you want?
Your breakfast is getting cold down on the lower deck.
Well, I can't leave now. I'm about to engage the enemy. Now watch. The enemy fleet is over here.
Boss, don't splash water on that bath mat.
Quiet. Now I swing my carriers around like this and bring my destroyers over to this side and encircle them. There you are, Rochester. Now, if you were the enemy and I had you surrounded like that, what would you do?
I'd pull out the plug and ground every ship you got.
Don't be silly. Being an admiral in the Nebraska Navy is serious business.
Aye, aye, sir.
And anyway, I'm proud of my appointment. In fact, I'm sorry I didn't stay with it when I was in the service 24 years ago. Yes, sir, military life is a life for me. And those promotions. Now, Rochester, help me take my fleet out of the bathtub and then...
Oh, say, boss, I meant to tell you, Miss Livingston called.
Oh, yes. I better get ready.
Boss, if you're going out, don't you think you ought to take off those medals?
Huh?
Or wear half of them on your right side, you're listening to port.
Oh, yes. Say, I just happened to think of something. I promised to take my girl, Gladys Zabisco, too. I'll pick her up on the way to Miss Livingston. I hope Gladys and Mary are ready when I pick them up. Gladys Zabisco. I've been going with her now for 9 years. Yum-da-dum-da-ding-bum-bum-bum. Oh, hello there, children.
Hello, mister. Hello.
You know who I am, don't you, children? I'm Jack Denny.
Yes, we know. You tell us every time you see us.
Oh, yes.
You want to know something? Last night, our mother and father were talking about you.
Really?
Yeah, they thought we were asleep.
Well, so long, children.
Bye, Mr. Benny. Hey, sis. What? He looks a lot older than 36, doesn't he?
Did you say something, Sonny?
No, goodbye.
Goodbye. Yum-da-dum-da-ding-bum, dum-dum-da-dum. Gee, they're cute kids. But that little boy looks a lot older than 7. Well, hello, Don. Where are you going?
I'm on my way down to the express office, Jack, to pick up a set of encyclopedias.
A set of encyclopedias?
Yeah, and I've just got to tell you, Jack. I sent in 2 questions to a quiz program, and boy, did I stump those experts.
Well, so long, Don.
So long, Jack.
Gee, I like Don Wilson and his sly commercials. The way he tricks me into keeping my job. Really. Phew. I better sing slower. I can't walk that fast. Oh, darn it. I meant to call Larry Stevens before I left the house and find out what he was going to sing on the program this evening. When I talked to Phil, he told me about the arrangement. I remember he said they were going to use a harp and 4 violins. I remember he said that, too. Say, that's going to be kind of nice. You know, with the harp in the background and the violins playing the soft melody. Yep, it ought to be a beautiful number.
Someone was always in my dreams, that someone was always you. I never thought we'd meet someday, but now that my dream came true, I just want the right to love you all of my life. Just the right to take care of you all of my life. I just want the right to be near you, always to be there, sharing every care and strife. Life can be as simple as a nursery rhyme. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, all of the time. Long as I may live, I just want the right to give all my life with all my heart, all of my
Yep, I bet that'll be beautiful, that song. Oh,
Mr. Benny.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Mr. Kearns. How's the newspaper business?
Oh, fine, fine.
Funny, I always seem to run into you on the street.
Well, I was just going over to your house to thank you for those stories you gave me.
Oh, you mean how I found Mary Livingston?
Mm-hmm, and how you found Rochester.
Well, I'm glad you liked them.
You know, those first two articles were very successful. And now my editor is interested in knowing how you found Phil Harris.
Phil Harris?
That's right.
Well, okay. Walk along with me, Mr. Kearns, and I'll give you the whole story.
All right.
You see, it was 10 years ago that I first met Phil Harris. I remember the day well because it was Mary's birthday, and I wanted to show her a nice time. So I got all dressed up and went over to her house and let her make dinner for me. And the meal was delicious. I remember we had thick sirloin steaks smothered in onions and stripped with bacon. Yes, sir. That was 10 years ago. Gosh, Mary, this is a terrific meal.
Well, thank you, Jack.
Gee, the steak is so tender and so easy to cut. Gee, it just melts in your mouth.
Jack, put on your glasses. You're eating the butter.
Well, anyway, Mary, it was sweet of you to invite me over to your apartment for dinner. And wait till you see the bottle of champagne I brought you for a birthday present. You know, you've heard of those famous imported champagnes like Vintage Premier and Chateau Calais.
Yes?
Well, this is a new brand, Savan Oop. You know, Mary, I was just thinking. Here it is, 1935, and it's been 3 years since I put you on my radio program.
It's been over 3 years.
Yep. Say, Mary, what would you do if I gave you a little raise?
I'd quit my job at the May Company.
Don't worry, Mary. You just stick with me. In another 2 or 3 years, you won't have to work at the May Company. Except maybe Saturdays. The day'll come.
Well, let's not talk about that, Jack. The evening's young, and it's my birthday, so let's do something.
Well, I was going to suggest something.
What?
Well, first, let's go over and sit on the sofa.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll snuggle up close to each other.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll turn the lights down low.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll tell ghost stories. How about it?
Well, Mama warned me about everything but this.
What?
Jack, why don't we go out somewhere? Let's go to the Coconut Grove.
Well, maybe. Hey, wait a minute, Mary. I've got an idea. There's a nightclub way downtown on North Figueroa Street, and there's a new band playing there. Let's see, what's the name of that band again? Oh, yes, Phil Harris and his Syncopated Serenaders from the Solid South.
Phil Harris? I've never heard of him.
Well, he's just coming up, and I'd like to go hear him, Mary, because, I need a new orchestra for my program.
All right, let's go.
Okay, now let's see. Where's that nightclub now? Oh, yes, on Figueroa, about 6 miles east of the La Brea Tar Pits. Come on, Mary. Here it is, Mary. This is the place.
Holy smoke, what a nightclub. This is an awful joint.
Well, Mary, you can't tell anything about it from the outside.
Yeah, but look at the name of it, the Ruis Club.
So what?
Ruis spelled backwards is sewer.
All right, what's the difference?
And look, Jack, you have to go down these stairs.
Yeah. Okay, let's go down. Watch your step, Mary. Let's rest. If I go down any farther, I'll get the bends here.
I think we hit bottom, Jack. Here's the door.
Oh, yes. Well, that guy Harris knows all the new tunes, doesn't he?
Yeah, but how can people dance on that bare ground?
They probably sprinkle water on it to make it slippery. And it helps keep the dust down, too, Let's find a table.
Maybe that man will get us one.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, are you a waiter?
Well, what do you think I am with this napkin over my arm? A clothesline?
Oh, I'm sorry, but you're dressed too nice to be working in a joint like this.
Oh, you mean these striped pants and this Prince Albert coat? Well, you see, I wear these clothes on my other job.
Other job?
Yes, I'm an undertaker's assistant.
Oh.
It was my idea to put the candles on the table. And now would you like me to find a table and lay you out? I mean, seat you?
Yes, please. Come on, Mary.
Here we are. Now, what would you like to eat?
Nothing, thanks. We just came in to hear the band here.
Well, you might as well order something. There's a minimum charge of 35 cents.
35 cents? Well, I'll have a chicken sandwich and a combination salad.
And I'll have a steak sandwich and French fried potatoes.
Anything to drink?
No.
You might as well. You got 15 cents to go.
Oh, well, bring us coffee. Imagine that waiter, an undertaker's assistant.
Jack, look, the show's about to start.
Good, I'm anxious to hear this guy, Phil Harris.
Hiya, folks, and a good evening to each and every one of yous. Now, welcome to our little club. This is your orchestra leader and master of the ceremonies, the one and only Phil Harris. Are you glad to see me? Yes, sir, thank you, and we have a very lovely crowd here tonight.
Hey, Mary, he's got a nice personality,
We'll see.
And speaking of crowd, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the club tonight. The panhandler stopped me and said, "Pardon me, mister, can you let me have $1,000.05 for a cup of coffee?" So I said to him, "Look, coffee only costs a nickel. What do you want $1,000 for?" So he says to me, "It's going to kill you, folks." He says to me, "Well, I got to pay my income tax, don't I?" No, lady, don't explain it to him. If he don't get it, just let him suffer. Let him lay it. Don't wake him up.
Hey, Mary, did you get it?
I got it all over me.
Quiet, This guy's good. He's
and,
good.
And here's another one, folks. This'll embalm you.
Embalm you.
Did somebody call for me? Quiet. Get this, folks. A guy walked up to me today and said, "Hey, Harris, where'd you get the black eye?" So I told him it was a birthmark. And he said, "A birthmark?" And I said, "Yeah, I got it in the wrong birth." Oh, yes, folks, it's just natural with me. Just natural. Yes, sir, just comes natural. Now we're rolling. All new stuff here. All
Hey, Mary.
new stuff.
Hey, Mary. Mary, this guy is terrific. No, really, he'd be great on the radio. He's got something new, something different.
Oh, you say that every time you see a man with hair.
Oh, you just don't know class.
Now, folks, for the high spot of the show, I'm going to sing a song I wrote myself entitled, "That's What I Like About the South."
Hey, I bet this will be good. You know that, Mary?
Won't come with me to Alabama. Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and broiling hammy. That's what I like about the South.
Hey, man,
now
he's
there
wonderful.
you can make no mistakey. Where those nerves are never shaky. Ought to taste filet of cakey. That's what I like about the South.
I gotta hire
She's
this
got
guy.
baked ribs and candied yams. Those sugar-cured Virginia hams. Way down south in Alabama. And that's what I like about the South. Hot cornbread and black-eyed peas. You can eat as much as you please.
Hey, look the way he
It's
snaps
never
his
out of
fingers.
season. That's what I like about the South. Ah, don't take one. Have two. They're dark brown and chocolate, too. Suits me, they must suit you, 'cause that's what I like about the South. Yes, now. Thank you. Yes, sir. Never alone in the club. Well, folks, that concludes our first floor show, but don't go away. There'll be another sensational show in 5 minutes.
Mary, I don't care what you say. That guy Harris would be great on my program. I want to get him over here. Hey, waiter.
Yeah.
Will you please bring the, Will you please bring the orchestra leader over to my table?
I'm sorry. He doesn't come with the 35-cent dinner.
Never mind the wisecracks. Bring him over here.
All right.
I don't know, Mary. This guy Harris has a great personality.
Cigarettes, also Cupidos, gardenias, and razor blades.
Imagine razor blade. Oh, miss, give me a pack of cigarettes, please.
Yes, sir. What kind?
Oh, by the way, miss, what's that you've got on your tray there, tied up in pink ribbon?
That's a lock of Mr. Harris's hair, 20 cents.
Well, I don't want it.
You better take it. This is the last one left, and we don't shear them again till the first of the month.
No, thanks just the same. Say, Mary, she's kind of cute.
Oh, you fall for
Wait a
it.
minute. Here comes Phil Harris. Now, Mary, I want to make an impression on him, and I want you to help me sign him for my show. Tell him what a good boss I am and how swell it is to work on the radio. And above all, what a wonderful guy I am personally, you know?
Oh, but Jack,
Here he comes, huh?
Hey, I understand one of you characters want to see me.
Why, yes, sit down. This is Miss Livingston.
Hiya, sweets.
And my name is Jack Benny.
Look, Bud, I ain't got much time. What did you want to see me about?
Well, I wanted to talk to you about a job.
Job?
Yeah.
Well, look, fella, I know things are tough, but I can't use you. I don't want no new help, kid.
No, I don't mean that. You see, I have a radio program, and I'd like you and your band to be on my show.
Well, I don't know. You see,
Oh,
I've been
but
here...
he's a wonderful man to work for. He's the nicest boss I ever had. He's just a ginger, peachy boss. So pleasant, so generous.
Mary,
so
you're
kind of-
overdoing it, and stop licking my hand. Now, Mr. Harris.
Just call me Curly.
Oh.
Till the first of the month.
Oh, yes, the cigarette girl told me. Now, Mr. Harris, radio is a different type of work. You read music, of course.
Huh?
Music, notes, arrangement. What's that on your music rack?
Termites. The joint's lousy with them. Oh, Harris, how could you be so young and bright when it's so dark down here?
You see, Mary, this guy is terrific.
Oh, look, I'm only kidding. I've been studying music since I was a baby. Why, when I was 6 years old, my parents used to take me to the concerts at Carnegie Hall.
A 6-year-old kid interested in Carnegie Hall?
Well, they told me it was a burlesque show.
A burlesque show?
Yeah, how I used to whistle when they took the cover off of the bass fiddle.
Say, Mary, this guy's got a terrific sense of humor. He'll probably be able to write my gags for me.
I'll settle if he can just write.
Now, look, Harris, I want you on my program, so if you'll meet me Sunday morning, we'll...
Wait, excuse me a minute. The second floor show's about to start, and I got to introduce the singer.
Oh, I'll wait till you're through. You know, Mary, I think this fella's...
Hey, Jack, look who's going to sing, the cigarette girl.
Oh, yes. Say, she's cute, you know.
And now, folks, I want to introduce our singer, the sweetest little lady this side of Pismo Beach, Miss Trixie Laverne, who will sing Melancholy Baby.
Well...
Come to me, my melancholy babe. Cuddle up and don't be blue. All your fears are foolish fancies made. Don't you know that I'm in love with you? Every cloud must have a silver.
Can't you hear me calling when the rain and am falling? Why, every day the sun is shining. Why should I be home a-pining?
While my honey dear, while I drive away each tear.
Or else I will be a melancholy. Yes, I will be a melancholy. Or else I will be melancholy too.
Gosh, Mary, I'm a sucker for sentimental songs. Hey, Harris, come here a minute.
Yeah?
Say, that girl singer you've got isn't bad. That Trixie Laverne.
Well, look, that's just her stage name. Her real name is Gladys Zabisco.
Gladys Zabisco, eh? Say, that's a pretty name, too. You know, I kind of like that, babe.
Oh, come on, Jack. Let's get out of here.
Why, Mary, you're jealous.
Oh, fine.
Hey, Harris, don't forget Sunday.
I'll be there. So long, Jackson.
Did you hear that, Mary? He called me Jackson. No one ever called me that before.
All right,
Let's
folks,
go.
here's
Come
a
on.
brand new number I wrote myself called That's What I Like About the South. Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's frying eggs and boiling hammy. That's what I like about the South.
And that, Mr. Kearns, is how I met Phil Harris.
Well, that really is a story.
And I must say, Mr. Kearns, that Phil has been very fortunate in being associated with a great star like myself. A man who's been on the radio for so many years and who every year almost wins the Academy.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Benner. Here comes my...
Radio Service.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood in How Green Was My Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. When our curtain rises tonight, it will disclose a scene far removed from the battle-scarred world we live in now. A scene out of yesterday's world. And like the little girl who stepped through the looking-glass, you're invited to cross the footlights and spend an hour with the sturdy people of How Green Was My Valley. From the original cast of this Academy Award picture, we have Walter Pidgeon, now starring in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's White Cargo, and Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, Sarah Allgood, and a chorus of Welsh singers. Besides the award won by this 20th Century Fox production, How Green Was My Valley brought another Academy Award to Donald Crisp for the finest performance of the year by a supporting actor. And then the Academy made it a triple play by presenting John Ford with the award for directing. And before any of this happened, Richard Llewellyn's novel had been a bestseller. So tonight's play comes well recommended. It's a story of a little Welsh coal mining community, a place where life, love, and drama go hand in hand, because every descent into the depths of the earth must always be a perilous adventure for the men who dig out its wealth. From soldier and stenographer, from farmer and factory worker, have come letter after letter suggesting how green was my valley for this theater. So many, in fact, they stopped being suggestions and became a command. So this is a command performance for all the friends of Lux Toilet Soap. Lux Soap has always been a favorite with beauty. But nowadays you'll find beauty at work on the farm and in the factory. And unless the papers deceive me, in the army too. Hard for an old line sergeant to understand, probably. But in this war, woman power is just as important as manpower. And wherever woman power goes to work, Lux Toilet Soap is right there helping to keep up the morale. Here's the opening curtain now on the first act of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon as Griffith, Donald Crisp as Mr. Morgan, Maureen O'Hara as Ann Harrod, Roddy McDowell as Hugh, and Sarah Allgood as Beth Morgan.
I'm packing my belongings in the shawl my mother used to wear when she went to market, and I'm going from my valley. And this time I shall never return.
So begins the story of Hugh Morgan, a man who looks back through 60 years of memories and finds them clear and bright as yesterday. His birthplace and his home is a small Welsh coal valley, once a place of beauty, now ugly and dirty. Towering heaps of slag and belching smokestacks have made his valley so. But old Hugh Morgan is oblivious to all that.
I close my eyes on my valley as it is today, and I see it as it was when I was a boy. Green it was, and possessed of the plenty of the earth. In all Wales there was none so beautiful, for in those days the black slag of the coal pits had not yet marred the countryside, nor blackened the beauty of our village. Coal miners were my father and all my brothers, and proud of their trade. Saturday was payday at the mine, and my father and all my brothers would stand in line to receive their wages for a week of honest work.
Willem Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you, sir.
Eber Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you, sir.
Jorgen Morgan, £3.7.
Thank you.
Darby Morgan, £2.5.
Yes, sir.
Owen Morgan, £2.5.
Thank you, sir.
Young Willem Morgan, £1.10.
Thank you, sir.
Guy Neves, £3.6.
See, Father, £1.10 this week. Good boy. Now home, all of you, to your mother.
Someone then would strike up a song, and the valley would ring with the sound of many voices. For singing is in my people as sight is in the eye. At home, my mother would be sitting at the door. My father and all my brothers would drop their hard-earned sovereigns into her apron.
There you are, girls.
A fine hard worker it is.
Ivo next. Your mother.
Ivo?
Yanto. Debbie. Owen. Young Willem.
It was happy we were at that time, and happier still on the day my brother Ivor was married. I will never forget the party after the wedding, and the wedding cake it took 2 men to lift, and my father.
Now here's a man won't get drunk, can't get drunk, can't get drunk.
It was then that Mr. Griffith came to the door. Mr. Griffith, the new minister from the university at Cardiff. I ran to tell my father.
Dada, the minister is here. Mr. Griffith.
Chalk the line, Peter O.P. Hey, what, boy?
The minister.
Oh, the new minister. Put away the beer.
Put away the beer.
Good evening, Mr. Morgan. Good evening, sir. A cup of tea, is it, Mr. Griffith? Girl, Beth, brew a cup of tea.
Oh, no, don't bother, please. What are you having, Mr. Morgan?
We, sir, beer, sir.
Beer it is, then, if you please.
Beer? Uh-huh. Beer. A pint of beer. Hurry.
We found then that Mr. Griffith could sing as well as preach. But my sister Angharad could not sing at all for watching him. My sister Angharad brought him something to eat, and there was a great shyness in her as she spoke to him.
Mr. Griffith.
Good evening.
I have brought you something.
Thank you.
I am Ivo's sister.
Ivo's sister? Then you must be Angharad.
Yes.
Well. All around, the valley echoed with our joy. Happy then, all of us. But soon, very soon, there would be trouble at the colliery.
Notice, beginning August 3rd, the scale of wages in this mine will be reduced 1 shilling tuppence.
That night, my father stayed late at the mine to talk to the owners. When he came home, my brothers were waiting for him at the table.
Sit down, Yanto. Sit down, all of you. Supper.
We were waiting for you, Father. We want to know what happened.
The cut is only a few shillings. There will still be plenty for all of us.
Why should there be any wage cut, Father?
Why, Daddy? It is because they are not getting the old price for coal. Come eat your supper.
May we speak first?
Well, Yanto?
The owners have not given you the real reason for this cut.
Huh?
Ever since the ironworks at Dowlais have closed down, the men from there have come to the colliery willing to work for any wage. So ours come down. And this is only the beginning.
Nonsense, Yanto. A good worker is worth good wages, and he will get them.
Why should the owners pay more if the men are willing to work for less?
Because they are not savages. They are men, too, like us.
Men, yes, but not like us. Would they deal with you tonight?
No.
That is because they have power and we have none.
How will we get power, then? From the air?
No. From a union of all the men.
Union, is it? I had no thought I would ever hear my own sons talking socialist nonsense.
But it's sense. Unless we stand together.
Silence. I'll hear no more about it.
This matter is too important for silence.
It is not more important than good manners.
They will punish you for acting as our spokesman, Father. We must do something about it. Let us all stand together and see how they will act then. Right. The men will come out if we say the word.
Willem, I will not be a plank for your politics. I will not be the excuse for any strike.
But, Father...
Enough now.
It is not enough.
Owen.
I am sorry, sir, but...
Hold your tongue until I have given you permission to speak.
I will speak against injustice anywhere, with permission or without.
Not in this house.
In this house and outside.
Leave the room.
I will also leave the house.
I, too, will leave.
I'm with you. We can find lodgings in the village.
All of you, then? For the last time, come sit down. Finish your supper. I will say no more.
We are not questioning your authority, sir. But if manners prevent our speaking the truth, we will be without manners.
Get your clothes and go.
Yes, you. Yes, my son. I know you are still there.
22 weeks the men were out as the strike moved into winter. Any man who was not their friend became their enemy. They knew that my father had opposed the strike, and now it was they opposed him. One night there was a meeting in the hills. My mother made me take her. She stood before the men in the snow and faced them with fury in her eyes.
Wait! Wait! Wait till you have heard me. I am Beth Morgan, as you all know. I have come up here to tell you what I think of you all, because you are talking against my husband. You are a lot of cowards to go against him. He has done nothing against you, and he never would, and you know it well. To say he is with the owners is not only nonsense, but downright wickedness. There's one thing more I've got to say, and it is this. If harm comes to my Gwillem, I will find out the men, and I will kill them with my hand. And this I swear by God Almighty.
With my mother holding firmly to my arm, we turned and passed through the ranks of strangely silent men and into the bitter wind. For hours, it seemed, we stumbled through the snow toward home. Then on the low wooden bridge over the river, blinded by the storm, we slipped and fell into the icy water. On a rocky ledge, I found support and held my mother clear. How long it was we were there, I cannot tell. But when they found us, it was to carry us home, near to death. For weeks I lay in my bed. And then one day I heard Mr. Griffith speaking to the doctor outside my door.
Well, Doctor, how long for the little one? It's hard to tell, Mr. Griffith. His legs were frozen to the bone. A year, 2 years, quiet like that. But I can't promise that he will ever walk again. Nature must take her course, Mr. Griffith.
Mind your tongue, I think he heard you.
Well, I just explained.
Let me go to him. Good morning, Hugh.
Good morning, sir.
Now, where is the light I thought to see in your eye? Are you afraid, boy? You heard what the doctor said, huh?
Yes, sir.
And you believed it? You want to walk again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Then you must have faith. And if you have, you will walk, no matter what all the doctors say.
But he said nature must take her course.
Nature is the handmaiden of the Lord. I remember 1 or 2 occasions when she was given orders to change her course. You know your scripture, boy.
Yes, sir.
Then you know what's been done before can be done again, for you. Do you believe me, Hugh?
Yes, sir.
Good. You shall see the first daffodil out on the mountain in the spring. Will you?
Indeed I will, sir.
Then you will. Now, here is the book I have brought you.
Treasure Island.
Uh-huh. I could almost wish that I were lying there in your place. If it meant reading this book again for the first time, read it, boy. And I will come back and see you soon again.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes, Aunt Harriet.
I couldn't let you go without thanking you for giving comfort to my brother.
It was only my duty, girl.
Oh, no, it was more than duty.
Yes, Hugh is a fine boy. And you are a fine family.
Will you be coming to supper soon, Mr. Griffith?
Later, perhaps, when you are finished with doctors and such, huh?
I will hurry them away then.
Good. For many months, I lay there and my mother upstairs, and we could talk to each other with tappings on the wall. It was a great day when she came down into her house. On my father's arm, she came to my bed and stood watching me with diamonds in her eyes, her hand to her mouth.
Hugh, my son. My son.
Mama, your hair, it's all white.
It's the old snow got into the boy.
Then she touched my cheek and kissed me fiercely. My father tiptoed to the door and beckoned for my brothers to come in, for they had returned to the house to live.
We have come back, Mother.
Oh.
In an instant, my mother was in their arms, not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Yato. Daddy. Owen.
Come, girl, come.
Then outside we heard the voices. The men of the mine coming to sing for my mother.
Willem,
Will you come to the door, girl?
but what is it?
It is for you, girl. Come along now. Easy out.
Willem, for me?
Well, come, say something, girl. Say something.
What can I say?
You found plenty to say the last time you spoke. It should be easier now with friends.
Well, come and eat, everyone.
It was a gay time. We laughed and sang fit to burst our lungs. Even old Mr. Parry, the doerest of the elders in our church.
Good evening, Yanto Morgan.
Good evening, Mr. Parry.
Yanto, I haven't seen you in chapel lately.
I've been too busy.
What business, may I ask?
Mine?
Huh? Only asking a civil question, I was.
And having a civil answer, Mr. Parry. I have been busy with the union.
The union, Unions are the work of the devil. You will come to no good end, Yanto Morgan.
At least I am doing something. Not talking a lot of rubbish in chapel.
Yanto, why do you think we of the chapel talk rubbish?
My remark was not aimed at you, Mr. Griffith.
Then aim it. Aim it, my boy.
Very well. Because you make yourselves out to be shepherds of the flock, and yet you allow your sheep to live in filth and poverty. And if they try to raise their voices against it, you calm them by saying their suffering is the will of God.
Yanto, enough now. Mr. Morgan, Yanto, I have not expressed my views here because I have no wish to interfere with a family disagreement.
You have my permission to speak, Mr. Griffith.
Well, then, here is what I think. Have your union. Alone you are weak. Together you are strong. But remember that with strength goes responsibilities to others and to yourselves. For you cannot conquer injustice with more injustice. Only with justice and with the help of God.
Mr. Griffith, are you coming outside your position in life? Your business is spiritual.
My business, Mr. Parry, is anything that comes between man and the Spirit of God.
The deacon shall hear that you've been preaching socialism.
Mr. Parry.
Loose the old devil's teeth for it.
Yanto, Gwillem. He is our guest. Now enough. Best girls, give Mr. Parry a pint of home brewed and put his pipe back into his mouth.
I will give him a good clout with a frying pan.
Oh, no, now. Come. A bit of singing, is it? A song, all. Come.
Down the field I go, when, oh, fun we bow before, when.
Harrod, in the kitchen again?
Oh, it is hungry they are.
Here, let me help you with the fire.
Mr. Griffith, will we always be in your debt now you have made us a family again?
Ah, there's enough coal, I think.
Oh, look at your hands. They'll need cleaning. Here, let me see. Oh.
Why, what is it?
Why, your hands. They are like my father's and my brother's. Have you been down the mine?
10 years while I was studying.
10 years?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here, now a bit of soap.
Oh, no, please don't bother. I'll get it.
Now, look, you. You are king in the chapel, but I will be queen in my own kitchen. Now, the hands, please.
You will be queen wherever you walk.
What does that mean?
I should not have said it.
Why not?
I have no right to speak to you so.
If the right is mine to give, you have it.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood, will bring us Act 2 of How Green Was My Valley. And now, here's a young business girl greeting her roommate, a bit enviously.
Hi, Mary. Oh, lucky you to get home early. Phew, what a day we had.
Supper's nearly ready, Jane.
Oh, wonderful. I'm certainly for a cozy evening right here at home.
Darling, now don't get mad, but
I promised we'd both be at the USO dance at 9. They needed more girls.
Mary Lou Davis, if you say...
Oh, now, Janie, be an angel. There's plenty of warm water in the bathroom, and look, here's a nice new cake of Lux soap. Oh, you'll feel lots different after your beauty bath. You know you will.
And later...
Oh, to think I might have missed this party.
Gosh, it's wonderful dancing with you, Jane. You're mighty sweet, you know. Score one for Jane's smart little roommate. She knew what a wonderful beauty pickup a Lux toilet soap bath can be. Try it next time you're tired and have a date to keep. Cover yourself all over with the rich, creamy Lux soap lather. Active lather that carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt in a twinkling. Relax a few moments in this fragrant, delightful bath. When you step out, how soft and smooth your skin feels. And most important of all, it's exquisitely fresh. You're sure of daintiness. Sure of skin that's sweet. Hollywood screen stars use their gentle complexion soap as a daily bath soap, too. They love the delicate perfume Lux soap has. A flower-like fragrance that clings lightly to the skin. You'll find this satin-smooth white soap makes a truly luxurious bath. Get 3 cakes of Lux toilet soap tomorrow. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of How Green Was My Valley. Starring Walter Pidgeon as Griffith, Donald Crisp as Mr. Morgan, Maureen O'Hara as Ann Harrod, Roddy McDowell as Hugh, and Sarah Allgood as Beth Morgan.
While I lay in the wall bed recovering from my hurt, the strike was settled and the men returned to the mine. Always through that time, I kept my faith that I would walk again. Then one bright windy day in early spring, Mr. Griffith came for me as he had promised. He carried me to the top of the hill above our village.
Now then, boy, down you go. There. Now, put your feet apart and stand on them.
Yes, sir.
Now, you can walk, you, if you try. Come, lad. Walk to me.
Can I, sir?
Walk over here. 1 step. 1 step.
Oh,
And now another. Come on. See?
I'm walking. 'Tis walking I am, sir.
There's a good lad. There's a good old man you are. Now, rest a bit, eh?
Mr. Griffith, I have walked.
Of course you have. And you have been lucky, Hugh. Lucky to suffer, and lucky to spend these weary months in your bed. For so God has given you the chance to make spirit within yourself. And as your father cleans his lamp to have good light, so keep clean your spirit.
How, sir?
By prayer, boy. And I don't mean shouting and mumbling and wallowing in religious sentiment. Prayer is only another name for good, clean, direct thinking. When you pray, think. Think well what you are saying, and make your thoughts into things that are solid. In that manner, your prayer will have strength, and that strength shall become a part of you, mind, body, and spirit.
Yes, sir.
Now then, up on my shoulders, boy. And remember, the first duty of these new legs is to get you to chapel on Sunday.
Oh, they will, sir. They will.
My new legs carried me to chapel, and home again, too. And it was on that Sunday that Mr. Evans came to call on my father. Mr. Evans, the owner of the mine.
Yes, yes, yes. Come in, come in. What under the blaze? Who is it? Good morning, Morgan.
Oh, Mr. Evans. Good morning, Mr. Evans. Sit down, sir.
Thank you, Morgan.
Oh, your pardon. A pail of water, sir. I've been soaking my poor feet, sir. Beth, my boots, my boots. Sit down, sir.
Now, Morgan, to business.
Yes, sir.
I've come here on a very delicate mission, Morgan.
No trouble at the mine?
No trouble, but it worries me.
Yes, sir.
I'm here to get your permission that my son Yestin may have permission bless you, Morgan.
Thank you, sir.
Now, where was I?
Permission.
Oh, yes, permission. That my son Yestin may have permission, with your daughter Anne Harrod's permission, to call upon her. There we are.
Your son and my...
Well, Morgan?
We are a very proud family, Mr. Ivan. But you have my permission, Mr. Ivan, to give your son permission to speak to Anne Harrod with her permission.
Thank you, Morgan. I'm very much obliged to you. He's just outside. I'll tell him I'm much obliged.
Good day, sir.
Good day.
Yes, sir. Good day. Beth, my boots, girl.
And so it was that wealthy Yeston Evans came to ask for Anne Harrod in marriage. And Mr. Griffith knew of it and stayed away from our house. For a whole week we never saw his face, until at last Anne Harrod could wait no longer.
Who is it? One moment.
Anne Harrod, you shouldn't be here.
I couldn't spend another night without knowing what has happened. What is wrong?
Wrong?
Oh, you know what I mean. Why have you changed towards me? Why am I a stranger now? What have I done?
No, you've done nothing. The blame is mine. Your mother spoke to me after chapel. She is happy to think you will be having plenty all your days.
Oh, yes, and Ivan?
You could do no better.
I don't want him. I want you.
Anne Harrod, I, too, have spent nights trying to think this thing out. When I took up this work, I knew what it meant. It meant devotion and sacrifice. That I was perfectly willing to do. But to share it with another, do you think I'll have you going threadbare all your life, depending on the charity of others for your good meals, our children growing up in cast-off clothing, and ourselves thanking God for parenthood in a house full of bits?
It could make no difference.
No. I can bear with such a life for the sake of my work. But I think I would start to kill if I saw the white come to your hair 20 years before its time.
Why? Why would you start to kill? Look at me. Are you a man or a saint?
I am no saint, but I have a duty towards you. Let me do it. Go back to your house, Anne Harrod. It is late.
My sister and Yeston Evans were married at the chapel by Mr. Griffith. My sister left our village then to live in Cape Town. My brothers Gwillem and Owen left, too, for America, and our house was lonely without them. Mr. Griffith used to come of an evening to tutor me for school. Many problems he gave us, me and my father, sitting in the kitchen by the stove.
Now then, the bathtub holds 100 gallons. A fills it at the rate of 20 gallons a minute, and B at the rate of 10 gallons a minute. Got that, Mr. Morgan?
20 and 10 gallons. Yes, sir.
Now then, C is a hole that empties it at the rate of 5 gallons a minute. How long to fill the tub?
Oh, very silly. Trying to fill a bathtub full of holes indeed.
A sum it is, girl, a sum. A problem for the mind. For Hugh's examination into school next month.
That old national school. It's silly they are with their sums. Who would pour water in a bathtub full of holes? Who would think of it? Only a madman.
It is to see if the boy can calculate, girl. Figures, nothing else. How many gallons and how long?
In a bathtub full of holes?
Now I know why I have such a tribe of sons. It is you, Beth Morgan, is the cause. Look, you, Mr. Griffith. Have you something else?
The decimal point.
The decimal?
Yeah.
The decimal point, then. And peace to my house.
Oh, go and scratch.
I went to the national school. On the first day, I returned in tatters with my face bruised and bleeding. It had been a fight in the yard with the school bully.
What happened, Hugh? What is it, lad? Speak up.
I fell on the mountain.
Fell indeed. Look at him.
Hugh, did you win, boy?
No.
Cantor, Fetch Bando the fighter. Bring him here.
Bando it is.
Willem.
Quiet, girls. You. Are you willing to go to school tomorrow?
Yes, sir.
Good. From tonight you shall get a penny for every mark on your face, 6 pence for a bloody nose, a shilling for a black eye, and 2 shillings for a broken nose.
Willem, stop it. Fight again, Hugh, and when you come home, not another look will you get from me, not another word. Break your old nose then. Break your mother's heart every time you go out of the house.
Our boy must fight, Beth.
Fight? Fight, is it? Another beating like that, and he'll walk home dead.
Beating, is it? He's had no beating. A hiding, yes, but no beating. Give the boy time, and it will be he that's giving the beating, is it?
Mr. Morgan?
Bando. Come into the house.
Good evening. Good evening, Mrs. Morgan.
Leave off your hat.
Yes, Mrs. Morgan.
Is Kafartha coming?
He's here. Kafartha?
A match, is it? He'll make no match without his trainer, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, it's not a match. I want you to teach my son how to box.
No, to fight first. Too many call themselves boxers who are not even fighters. Boxing is an art, is it?
It is.
An art. Bloody head's an art.
Oh, go along with you, girl. A cup of tea for the man, is it?
Tea? No tea, Mrs. Morgan. No, in training we are. A glass of beer, if you please.
That tub full of holes, and now prize fighters.
Now, boy, to work. Your hands like this.
Yes.
So.
Yes, sir.
Your feet apart.
Yes, sir.
Now mind your guard. And when your man rushes, you do so and so.
Guard up now.
Hit him, you. Go on. You've got him now. Hit him, you.
Stop it, I say.
Mr. Jonas, mind you.
So, our little coal mining friend has been indulging in his favorite sport again, eh?
I was fighting, Mr. Jonas, but it is not my favorite sport, sir.
Come here. You see this stick? You know what it is for?
Yes, sir.
Good. Fight, will you? Fight, eh? I'll teach you to fight. You dirty little sweep. I'll teach you to fight.
Well, I will go to my death. He's cut to the bone.
Did you get that in school, Hugh?
I was fighting.
Who was it? Mr. Jonas, is it?
We'll have a word with Mr. Jonas.
No.
And why not?
I broke the rule when I fought.
There is no rule for that.
But he won me.
Rubbish, boy.
Wait, Abby. This is Hugh's affair. He shall decide. Say the word, lad, and we'll have the bones hot from his flesh.
No. Leave him alone.
Oh, carry him into the house. Carry him in.
Easy, lad. Easy.
Kafartha.
Well, Bando.
The lad is hurt bad.
He is.
I think there is work for us, is it?
There is.
This class will come to order. Yesterday, all of you brilliant children made some progress, a very small progress, in the matter of linear measurement. We will now begin...
Good morning.
Yes? What is it?
Good morning, Mr.
Jonas is my name.
Jonas.
We have come to the right place indeed, Kafartha. Mr. Jonas, I am Bando.
What can I do for you?
A man is never too old to learn, is it, Mr. Jonas?
No.
I was in school myself once, but no great one for knowledge.
Look here, what do you want?
Knowledge? Mr. Jonas, how would you go about taking the measurement of a stick?
By its length, of course.
And how would you measure a man who would use a stick on a boy 1/3 his size?
Yes, how?
I don't understand.
Now, you are good in the use of a stick, Mr. Jonas, but boxing is my subject, according to the rules laid down by the good Marquess of Queensberry.
Heaven rest his soul.
And happy I am to pass on my knowledge to you.
What do you want, please?
Get him into position now, Kafartha.
Yes. Put up your fist, Mr. Jonas.
Stop it.
Now look, to make a good boxer, you must have a good right hand like this, Mr. Jonas. You see? Stand him up, Kafartha.
Up it is. Up, Mr. Jonas.
And this, Mr. Jonas, is how you will punish a man with your left and put your soul into it.
Oh, no, stop.
Here, Mr. Jonas. No sleeping now. Why, the gentleman's talking to you.
Raise him up.
On your feet, Mr. Jonas. Why, the lesson's only beginning.
Oh, boys and girls, could I have your attention, please? I am not accustomed to speaking in public.
Only public houses.
But this blow never used. It's against the rules. Break a man's nose. But this one is fair.
Help him. He's asleep again.
Sleep, is it? I'm afraid he will never make a boxer.
No aptitude for knowledge.
Good morning, Mr. Jonas.
I stayed on at the National School, and Mr. Jonas left. And then one evening as I returned home, I heard the whistle at the mine. The whistle that meant only one thing to us: tragedy, an accident. Someone in that black pit had died.
Bill, come here.
Someone hurt. Who is it?
Quiet, lad. We'll know in a moment. They are bringing up the cage.
Stand back! Just the cage! Quiet, girl, quiet.
Mr. Griffith.
Well, Leonto, who is it?
It's Eva. He fell under a tram on the lower level. He's been killed.
And so Ivor was gone. Ivor, the eldest, the solid and dependable one. And our grief was nameless. There came a time later when I returned from school with my certificate of graduation. My father's eyes were pride-filled when I placed it in his hand.
Ah, 'tis a good paper. With honors, then. Our son is a scholar, girl.
What is it, you? I can't make sense with it.
Latin it is.
It is written in Latin, Mama.
Latin, is it? Why not good Welsh? Or even English?
It is the fashion, girl.
Fashion. Decimal points and bathtubs full of holes. Oh, my poor Hugh. They've stuffed your head with Latin, then.
Beth, my old beauty, you. A black eye, is it?
Latin.
Now then, Hugh, what will it be? To Cardiff to school, then the university to be a lawyer, is it? Or a doctor?
Dr. Hugh Morgan. That would be something special, with a lovely horse and trap, and a good black suit and a shirt with starch. Oh, there is good, my little one.
Well, Hugh, what will it be? Huh?
I will go down the colliery with you, sir.
The colliery? Have sense, boy. The colliery is no place for you. Why not try for a respectable job?
Respectable? Are you and his brothers a lot of old jailbirds, then?
Oh, leave it now, Beth. I only want the best for the boy.
If he is as good a man as you and his brothers, I will rest happy.
I'm thinking of the boy's future. Hugh is a scholar. Why take brains down a coal mine?
I would rather, sir.
All right. Decide for yourself, but blame yourself if you are wrong now.
The colliery, sir.
All right, the colliery it is. Good night.
Where are you going?
To get drunk.
It was to work then. Work to earn bread for those one loves. But I felt a man in truth. To be coming up the colliery cage with my father, sharing his tiredness, blacked by the same dust. And I was happy. Then in time, my sister Angharad came back, but alone, without her husband. She did not come to our house, but stayed at the big Ivan's house. Her house, on the top of the hill.
Who is it? To see Mrs. Evans, please. And who are you? I am Hugh Morgan.
Oh, her brother. Her brother, is it in it?
Yes, Mrs. Nicholas.
Hugh Morgan. This way, please.
Is that someone for me, Mrs. Nicholas?
It's your brother, Mrs. Evans.
Hugh. Oh, Hugh. You didn't come to see us, Angharad.
Hugh. Mrs. Nicholas, will you bring some tea, please?
Tea? Yes, Mrs. Evans.
Sit down, Hugh. Oh, there is grown you are and changed.
You, too.
Oh, I look ill and ought to take care of myself. Everyone coming in the house says so. So you say it, too, and let us finish with it. But tell me all the news. How are all the boys and girls we used to know?
Well, the Jenkins girls are married. Redwin Hughes is going to be a doctor. Reese Howells is in a solicitor's office. And Mr. Griffith is still first up and last to bed.
Hugh, how is he?
Not as he was.
Is he ill?
Inside. In his eyes and in his voice. Like you.
Please go home, you. Go home at once.
I'm sorry.
Now then, Mrs. Evans, tea, is it? Here you are.
Leave it, Mrs. Nicholas. I will pour.
Well, I always did the pouring for Mr. Yetton's poor mother.
I will pour, I said.
Yes, Mrs. Evans. A new mistress is like new sheets. A little bit stiff, but washing's to come.
Why do you have her here?
Oh, 37 years with the family, or so she tells me 60 times a day. Have some tea, Hugh.
You don't want me to go?
No, Hugh. I'm sorry for being nasty. Please stay. Oh, Hugh, I tried to tell Mother. I tried to write. Oh, Hugh, it's lonely I am.
Below in the kitchen, the tongues began to wag. Mrs. Nicholas and the women of the neighborhood.
Not for me to say, only the housekeeper I am. 37 years in the family and living to curse the day.
Why, what is it, Mrs. Nicholas?
Divorce.
Divorce?
No. Saying nothing I am, but that is what is in her mind. She is here without her husband, is it? And why? It is because she's in love with this preacher.
Preacher?
Preacher, I said. Mr. Griffith it is.
But Mr. Griffith has not been near the house.
What difference is that, girl? Not a word now.
We will not say a word, Mrs. Nicholas. No. Oh, no, indeed, not a word. No.
Divorce. Mr. Griffith it is.
The preacher and Mrs. Evans. Don't say I told you.
Divorce.
The knives that can be hidden in idle tongues. For generations, the Morgans had lived in this valley.
Mr. Griffith and Mrs. Evans.
And now our name was touched with slander. Our house looked strange to me. And then I knew why. For the first time I could remember, our front door was shut tight in the daytime.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille presents Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood, who will bring us Act 3 of How Green Was My Valley. Well, here's Sally, looking very excited.
It's a special news we've got tonight. Let's hurry up and tell people.
It's our good news for flower lovers.
Yes, our news about flowers everyone can grow, whether they have gardens or live in city apartments.
No one will want to miss our Rainbow Garden offer of choice tulip bulbs. These gorgeous tulips can be grown outdoors for May flowering or made to bloom indoors in time for Easter. And remember, now is the time to plant tulip bulbs. Sally, won't you tell our audience how to get them?
It's so easy. To get 10 of these full-size, first-quality tulip bulbs, send the wrapper from 1 cake of Lux toilet soap or the opening tab from a box of Lux Flakes with 25 cents in coin to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Be sure to include your name and address.
Thanks, Sally. I hope our listeners are writing that down. Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. I want to urge flower lovers everywhere not to miss this wonderful Lux and Lux toilet soap offer. These bulbs are not ordinary. Only the finest varieties are included in this offer. There are stately Darwins, clear, bright cottage blooms, and breeder tulips of rare, rich coloring. They come in wonderful shades of scarlet and cerise, clear yellows, and rich, glowing pinks and orange.
Just think, so soon after winter, to have these glorious rainbow colors in your garden. By planting them in pots, you can even make them bloom indoors in time for Easter.
An illustrated leaflet with exact planting directions for indoors or outdoors comes with each set of bulbs. These same bulbs will flower again year after year. To get this choice collection of 10 fine bulbs, just send 25 cents in coin, no stamps, please, with a wrapper from a cake of Lux toilet soap or opening tab from a box of Lux, together with your name and address, to Lux Rainbow Garden, Box 1, New York City. Please allow at least 2 weeks for your tulip bulbs to reach you. Send for as many sets as you like, enclosing 25 cents and Lux soap wrapper or Lux tab for each additional set. If you prefer, you can get handy order blanks from your dealer. Don't delay, because fall is the time for planting. This offer is good only in the United States. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of How Green Was My Valley, starring Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood.
As the slag had spread over my valley, so now blackness spread over the minds of its people. My sister and the preacher. Each day I heard their names together, and as many times did I fight in the streets.
Dada?
Fighting again, Hugh. More trouble with the Philistines, is it?
Yes, Dada.
Hugh, what is it now? Look at your face.
Even John. He said things about Angharad and Mr. Griffith.
Children, too.
You were right, my son. You were right to fight. My coat, girl. I'm going to the mine.
You will be back?
I will be back for breakfast.
You will not go to chapel then?
No. And if they do this thing, I will never set foot in the chapel again as long as I live.
I will have the sheets warm on your bed.
There's an old beauty you are.
Go and scratch, boy.
Mother, what is this about the chapel?
Tonight, after the service, a deacon's meeting over Angharad.
Angharad? But she has done nothing.
Nothing is enough for people who have minds like theirs. Oh, Hugh, my little one, I hope when you're grown, their tongues will be slower to hurt.
But will Angharad be at the meeting?
No, none of us will be there. For the disgrace will not stay away.
I will go, Mother.
Mr. Griffith spoke that night in the chapel. Pale and looking very old, he descended from the pulpit and faced the deacons.
This is the last time I will talk in this chapel. I am leaving the valley with regret toward those who have helped me here and who have let me help them. But for the rest of you, those of you who have only proved that I have wasted my time among you, I have only this to say. There is not one among you who has had the courage to come to me and accuse me of wrongdoing. And yet, by any standard, if there has been a sin, I am the one who should be branded the sinner. Will anyone raise his voice here now to accuse me? No. You're cowards, too, as well as hypocrites. But I don't blame you. The fault is mine as much as yours. The idle tongues, the poverty of mind which you have shown, mean that I have failed to reach most of you with the lesson I was given to teach. I thought when I was a young man that I would conquer the world with truth, with the golden sound of the word. But only a few of you heard, only a few of you understood. The rest of you put on black and sat in chapel. Why do you come here? Why do you dress your hypocrisy in black and parade it before your God on Sunday? From love? No, for you've shown that your hearts are too withered to receive the love of your divine Father. I know why you've come. I've seen it in your faces Sunday after Sunday as I've stood here before you. Fear has brought you here. Horrible, superstitious fear. Fear of divine retribution. A bolt of fire from the skies. The vengeance of the Lord and the justice of God. But you have forgotten the love of Jesus. You disregard his sacrifice. Death, fear, flames, horror, and black clothes. Hold your meeting then, but know if you do this in the name of God and in the house of God, you blaspheme against him and his word. My dear Angharad, I am leaving the valley. I am leaving tonight, and...
Mr. Griffith?
Well, Hugh, I'm glad you've come.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything I can do?
Indeed, there is. You can do me a great service. This watch, my father gave it to me when I entered the ministry. It's marked time we both love. Take it.
Oh, no, sir.
A service I said you'd be doing me. No need for us to shake hands, Hugh. We will live in the minds of each other.
Mr. Griffith, won't you see Aunt Harriet before you go? She wants you to.
No. If I were to see her again, Hugh, I couldn't find the strength to leave her. Goodbye, boy. And there's a good old man you are. Listen.
It's the mine. Something's happened at the mine.
Come along, lad.
Mr. Griffith, Daddy is dead. Daddy is dead.
Come along.
A cave-in it was. A cave-in on the lower level.
Sir, let me through. My man is there.
A cave-in and 30 men beneath it.
There's another cage coming up. Stand back, you men. Stand back. Those women with relatives, let them to the pit.
There they are, the second cage.
Mr. Griffith, I don't see Dada.
Guy, is Gwilla Morgan up?
Not yet, sir.
Gwilla Morgan. Has anyone seen Gwilla Morgan?
Unhurried.
Oh, my father.
He is still there.
Oh, still there. Mama, he's still there.
Gwilla.
Men, listen to me. Who is for Gwilla Morgan and the others? Who will come down with me?
I, for one. He is the blood of my heart.
Come along, men.
Fix and shovels here, quick.
On the cage, you men. We're going down.
I am going with you, sir. I'm going to find Dada.
If you wish, lad. Ready now?
Wait, Mr. Griffith.
Yes, Unhurried.
You will come back. You must come back.
I said tonight, if I were to see you again, I couldn't find the strength to leave you.
Oh, you will come back then. I know.
Ready there? Send the cage down.
They will have the pump started soon.
Morgan. William Morgan.
Dada!
They were working in this tunnel, you're sure?
They were here and the one beyond, but the pots have all given way. We cannot go much farther, sir.
We will go on.
Dada!
William Morgan.
Dada, where are you?
Hugh, wait. I heard him. Quiet, everyone. Call again, Hugh.
Dada!
Who is I?
He's over there.
This way, lad. We're coming, William Morgan. Hold on.
We're coming, Dada. We're coming.
Watch your foot here. It's deeper.
You men back there bring tops. There he is. There.
Easy, man.
Mr. Griffith. He's caught beneath the rock. We'll never get him out alive. Never.
Dada. Oh, Dada.
Hugh, lad. Hugh, my son.
I was going to take you out, Dada.
No. The rock. Do not dig. It will fall.
We are going to take you out.
You, my lad. There's a good old man you are. A good old man.
Dada. Oh, Dada.
Come, Hugh.
Here comes the cage.
Oh, the cage, Mama. They are bringing him up.
Gwillem is dead.
Oh, no, Mama. He will be alive.
Gwillem is dead. I know he is dead. He came to me just now as I stood here. Ivor was with him. He spoke to me and told me of the glory he had seen.
But men like him can never die. They are with us still, real in memory as they were real in flesh, loving and beloved forever. How green was my valley then, and the valley of them that have gone.
applause calls back 5 stars, who gave 5 brilliant performances tonight. Walter Pidgeon, Donald Crisp, Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood.
Thank you, C.B. The 5 of us spent a number of weeks together making the picture, and, speaking for myself, this little reunion is a very great pleasure.
And for all of us, Walter, you have rather a special feature in this cast tonight, C.B. 2 players from the world-famous Abbey Theater of Dublin, Sarah Allgood and Maureen O'Hara.
Well, I spent only a few years there, Mr. Crisp, but that was long enough even to appreciate the tradition established by many fine artists like Miss Allgood.
Thank you, Maureen, dear. That's very nice of you.
Nothing gives a producer more satisfaction than a cast of real troopers, whether they've had years of experience or take to acting as young as Roddy McDowell.
If I can stay in the theater as long as you have, sir, I'll be very happy. What if I got to go about 40 years?
You'll have at least that if you keep up the kind of work you've been doing, Roddy. And tonight we're delighted to welcome you and Sarah Allgood and Maureen O'Hara to this stage for the first time.
I've enjoyed being here, Mr. DeMille, but I don't really feel like a stranger. I've heard the Lux Radio Theater so much, and of course I use Lux soap ever since I came to Hollywood. I hardly think I could get along without it. You see, complexion care is so easy when you have Lux soap.
And even now, it's easy to get Lux soap anywhere.
C.B., we're all anxious to hear about your next play.
Well, next Monday we have a comedy, Walter. One of the screen's recent laugh hits from 20th Century Fox. It's called The Magnificent Dope. And our stars are the same 3 players who are making a hit in the picture. Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry. Don plays a kind of human dynamo who thinks he can make a success out of anyone until he tackles Mr. Thaddeus Page, played by Henry Fonda. At any rate, it makes a great show for us next Monday night.
I've heard a lot about the picture, C.B., and I want to hear it. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You won the Academy Award all over again tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry in The Magnificent Dope. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Here's a question for the ladies. Have you been throwing away explosives we need to win the war? Well, if you still throw away waste fats, you're doing that very thing. Keep all used frying fats, meat drippings, and bacon grease, and strain them into a clean, wide-top can. Your meat dealer will pay you for them. So save waste kitchen fats to make explosives. Donald Crisp will soon be seen in the Warner Brothers picture, The Adventures of Mark Twain. Maureen O'Hara, Roddy McDowell, and Sarah Allgood appeared by courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Miss O'Hara will be seen in The Black Swan. Miss Allgood in Life Begins at 8:30, and Roddy McDowell is currently on the screen in The Pied Piper. Heard in tonight's play were Gail Gordon as narrator, Stuart Robertson as Daibondo, Joseph Kearns as Kapatha, Paul Langton as Yanto, Kemble Cooper as Mr. Jonas, Gloria Gordon as Mrs. Nicholas, Frederick Warlock as Mr. Evans, and Esther Mason, Herbert Evans, Fred Mackay, Claire Videra, Norman Field, and Stephen Muller. Tune in next Monday night to hear Don Amici, Henry Fonda, and Lynn Barry in The Magnificent Dope. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been John M. Kennedy.
Feeling tired, nervous, vitamin-starved? Get that Vims feeling. See your druggist right away. Ask about that special trial offer of Vims, the new low-cost vitamin mineral tablets. Buy the large $1.69 package, get the regular 50-cent size absolutely free. VIMMS, Vims, FREE, free. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's May and the nighttime sighs briefly, begins the weaving of mists into silken fabric of its dying, Broadway is still. Broadway waits for death of night, for the first cry of day. Entwined with mist threads, the echoes of earlier whisperings, and light pools spilled from earlier neon, diminishing now, contracting into cores of darkness. Dance of litter where dreams were and promises were, and through it, erratic dance of a sodden man who stops, then leans for a while against the edge of night, walks on, and in his wake, ebb of nighttime. And at headquarters, walk a corridor on your way to a room where you'd been summoned by Detective Muggavan. Old thoroughfare to the interrogation room to see. Well, you'll see when you get here, Muggavan had said.
The poor soul sat sighing by a sycamore tree. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knees, sing willow, willow.
Well, you can cut that out now, Miss. The lieutenant is here, and the lieutenant has got your message.
Her salt tears fall from her which soften the stones. Sing willow.
You hear me, Miss? You can end it now, any time.
Drunk?
In my time, Danny, I have been in the company of many lady drunks, but
What's
never
she doing
one...
here? Why isn't she in the tank?
She was there, Danny, a couple hours ago. Picked up off a village street about midnight. They booked her, searched her, did all their little things, and then sent her up to us.
I call my false love, but
Lady,
what's it?
lady,
Why did they send her up to us, Muggavan?
Over here on the table, Danny. This knife, it was found in her purse. There was blood on it. Fresh blood, human blood. I let the boys in technical have their way with the knife, and that's the report they came up with.
Who is she?
No identification.
Willow, willow.
And like she is now, how she was when they picked her up. The wrinkled summer dress, the booze. One difference. The knife was in her purse.
Miss...
My false love said then, you know what he said? Give me, oh you, whose arms are soft and slender.
Look, Miss...
Yeah, Danny, you talk to her. Be gentle. Be, well, like you are. Maybe you
and
shall...
he said, against your heart so innocent and tender, a little love and some forgetfulness. Willow, willow, willow.
And then started to sway and lose control.
Oh.
Hey, I got her, Danny.
Dawn all at once, and she was caught in its first light, supported by Detective Muggavan, looking up at him silently with suddenly stricken eyes. When he took her away to jail, she leaned against him, head to his chest. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after the small sleep, the day began again, with the juice of the orange and the coffee bean, proven best to enable you to face life, and when fortified with a glazed donut, enables you to face life bravely. Thus equipped, stride down headquarters corridor to your assigned cubicle. The man who's waiting for you offers you his hand, shakes yours once, gives it back to you with a slight underhand flip.
I'm Harold Tracy, Mr. Clover.
How do you do?
I was told to see you because my wife is missing, and I was told you had a woman booked last night for some reason or another, and her description checks with that of my wife.
What does your wife look like?
Again?
Again.
About this tall, coloring fair, hair light brown. Joan has a very small beauty mark right here at the corner of her lips. She...
Yeah, Danny.
Sergeant, the woman that was booked this morning about 4, the one without identity?
Who had the knife?
That's right. Get her up here in my office right away.
Only be a second, Danny. She was brought upstairs here for breakfast.
Mr. Tracy...
No, wait a minute. What's that mean, who had the knife?
Is your wife a drunk, Mr. Tracy?
No. Now tell me
Sure.
what that...
Here, take a look.
What's this got to do with Joan?
Your wife was incoherent from booze early this morning, Mr. Tracy. If she's your wife, we've got upstairs. How come you're so concerned about her this morning? Why weren't you concerned enough about her last night to keep her out of trouble?
I don't have to listen to that kind of talk.
You do if you don't know how to take care of your wife. You ever see this knife before?
Let me see it. No. Drunk? Joan? No, it couldn't be. Look, you sure she's my wife?
No, but the description you gave me...
Wearing a black dress cut, That's another thing I can't understand about Joan.
Right in here, miss. Well, gentlemen, here she is.
What got into you, Joan?
I'm very sorry. I promise you I won't do it again.
That's the very least I'd expect you to say.
I'm ashamed of myself.
I should hope so.
I'll never embarrass you again, Hal. I've been bad.
I can't understand you.
I've been bad and...
Danny.
Hal, I hate you so much.
Danny, she's got the knife.
This is Tracy.
Don't worry, Mr. Clover.
I do.
Joan.
I hate you with all my heart and soul. And I'm going to kill you.
Put down that knife, Joan.
Kill you, Hal. Because all the years...
Give me that knife, Mrs. Tracy.
What's happened to her?
That Dr. Sinsky, you know.
Joan, what's happened to you?
You better go home now, Mr. Tracy.
All right.
Look up, Danny. Look up from your desk and get hit with it.
Marty.
Aha. Who else but Marty Udenfreund, to be exact? Hits you, huh? This tired face you remember, huh?
You look fine, Marty. Tanned.
You drove an open-air cab, you would also be tanned in the face. However, what happened to your particular set of values concerning the female of the species, I can't guarantee. Were you a cabbie?
What are you talking about, Marty?
That dame.
What dame?
What dame, he says to me. The dame the papers say you picked up booze happy in the village last night. With beauty spot close to lip. With knife in the bag. What dame, he says.
Oh, Mrs. Tracy, what about her?
Last night around 10 when she hailed me, I didn't know from Mrs. or Miss. All I know is a few remarks were passed, and suddenly I find myself nonchalant in the back seat of my cab, and my passenger is driving in the front. It was a pleasant change.
Go on.
Well, we do the park, we do the plaza, we do the East River. Then she hauls up in front of a joint in the village, invites me in. I say, thanks loads, lady, but I already had my quota of fun for tonight.
What club?
The Crocodile Club on Bank Street. You gotta understand, Danny, up to where we parted company, my passenger was only flap happy with the season.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, Marty. See you around, Marty. Good afternoon. I'm looking for the manager of this club.
Truly?
Police.
Just one couple here, mister. A boy, a girl. A boy and a girl in a corner table. And see how they hold hands? Ah, isn't
You the
that...
manager?
I'm Leslie Cobb, and I manage. And just what is it that you need in the afternoon, you being a police officer and all?
Well, some information.
You?
About a woman named Joan Tracy. She was here last night.
Say that name again?
Joan Tracy.
About 5'4", about a 26-inch waist, and the little thing right here, the beauty mark. And suddenly emancipated. Call me Joan Tracy the Liberated. That one? The lady on a toot?
What about her?
I only had one drunk in here last night, and she swore to everybody her name was Joan, and she was free, free, free. Come what may, she said, which was a lie.
Oh?
She found a fellow. She found a fellow with a book of verses, and she had a jug of booze. Whether there was bread or not, I wouldn't know.
What are you talking about?
She went off with a boy in jeans and plaid shirt who calls himself Robin Forrest this week. Has a room down the corner, that way, an attic. And there to laugh and sorrow and taste...
Yeah. Thanks a lot. And out of the jaws of the Crocodile Club, and onto Village Street in Maytime, past shop of French pastries and French legends scrawled in pink icing on sun-yellowed wedding cakes, and make the quick, free translations, and walk on. And leaning against doorway, the sandaled girl in batik sari, head posed against the hand-painted sign that reads, Jewels, Custom Made, Second Landing, and walk on to corner rooming house, where a boy who this week calls himself Robin Forrest is to be captured in his attic lair, where he usually is if he's not on the wing somewhere else. Attic is the room boasting the skylight. And ascend old stairs, banister carved with old memories, and onto landing, down hallway. And a faulty catch releases. Door drifts slowly into opening. Latticed rays of sun from fulcrum of skylight. To hold in dust dance, boy sprawled on floor. Boy in plaid shirt and jeans. Young man with knife wound. Young man dead. Young man murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Thanks to careless people, forest fires have a long season. That season has begun again with the coming of warm weather. In the interest of preserving our natural resources, we are all asked to be especially careful when in or near our woodlands. 9 fires out of 10 are man-made. Every fire makes a dent in our natural defenses. To keep our woodlands open and free for enjoyment, eliminate forest fires.
The season of promise is dying, and on Broadway its swift, silent passing goes unnoticed. Spring into summer means only the shifting of mannequins in a store window and draping them in less clothes, preserving only the precise curve of wrist. And still the serpents of light uncoil in identical pattern and leap skyward. And still the street is filled with sounds that were there yesterday, and the people, and the riot. But spring is dying, and summers are coming in. Hurry. Only so many tomorrows for the dream to come true. And where I was, office at police headquarters, late afternoon time. The hour of the police sergeant from Never Never Land, who had somehow gotten a job in New York.
Danny?
Come in, Gino.
Well, how did you like it?
How did I like what?
How did I like what, he says.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what I said, Danny. How did you like that book I give you?
Book?
I, the Corpse. You know, the first adventure of the twanger. That two-fisted guitar strumming...
Oh, well, I haven't read it yet. You see...
Well, Danny, here's the sequel, so you can read both in one sitting.
Thanks, Gino. Kiss me, Irving?
What an adventure. In this one, the twanger cleans up Anne Arundel County in Maryland.
Thanks a lot, Gino.
Your jaw will drop.
Gino.
Mind it.
Gino, you have anything for me?
Report from Detective Dennison if your mood is such.
It is, believe me, it is.
That Mrs. Tracy is lying in a hospital room under the care of Dr. Sinsky, where she lies and stares at the ceiling and says not a word.
Go on.
Incidental information is all.
If you please.
Her mother died last week.
Oh?
Fell down the steps in her apartment house.
It was an accident then, for sure?
I think so. Says here on the report, if accidental death, checked here. It's checked, see?
What else, Gino?
Joan Tracy is a lady with a talent. She plays cello. In fact, there are 3 of them.
What?
In the trio. 2 friends and Joan Tracy. If you want who the 2 people are, Danny, well, here. If I seem like a daisical, Danny, the twanger, my jaw dropped.
Please, go away.
Mr. Kodalier?
It matters to you who I am?
Yes, it does. I'm from the police.
Thank you. I am Kodalier. Now, please, go away.
Police. On police business, Mr. Kodalier.
You wish to enter into negotiations with me? Concerning private piano lessons, concerning harmony, theory?
Concerning Joan Tracy.
Theory. Joan.
All right, if we talk inside?
Please. Then Joan is your business with me, eh?
Because the boy she was with last night was found murdered.
A boy? Not her husband?
Not her husband.
I think I read of it. I'm not sure. Drunk, a knife, a death. So many in the newspapers. It becomes vague. It becomes so many Joans.
Another thing we know about this Joan, she was a friend of yours. She played cello in a trio that you...
And you wish my interpretation of Joan. What phrasings, what nuances, what dynamics would bring a woman like Joan to murder a boy, not her husband.
All I want from you is...
I will tell you of Joan. The theory, okay?
All right, tell me.
A cringer. A woman who put on the face of a beaten child when no one lifted a finger to her.
You'll explain it to me, huh?
So you will understand. In a trio, when a cello makes a boo-boo in phrasing, in breathing, in emotion, looks are exchanged between the violin and the piano. When such looks are exchanged between us, Joan sometimes wept, cringed, looked beaten.
I still don't understand.
I will show you. On my piano. This is a passage for the cello from a trio we have often played. It is to be sung so, with heart, with subtlety, with delicacy, as I have played it. Joan played it so. Understand?
I think so.
Good. Now that is Joan. Strict tempo, strict pitch, and strictly without heart. That is Joan. What I said before to you. Please do it. Please go away.
I play the violin. There's Joan and her cello, Cordalia with his piano, and I play the violin.
Well, I want to know about Joan, Mr. Vernon.
Not very good with the cello.
I've heard that. Other things, though.
I loved her once.
Oh?
In retrospect, it was pity more than anything else. I was filled with a sorrow for her.
Why?
This was before she was married, of course.
About the pity, Mr. Vernon. Why?
She is docile because of her mother, very domineering mother. A cliche of a domineering mother, a do this, do that cliche of a domineering mom, and if you don't, I'll fall on my face with a heart attack and you'll be sorry. You know? And I pitied Joan.
I see.
One day I took her in my arms, and I liked it. It started off by feeling sorry. When I was holding her, I forgot my purpose in doing so. I said to myself, love.
Tell me something, Mr. Vernon, about this trio.
A simple thing. We all studied at the academy. We met. One evening long ago, we said, let's have a trio. We're none too expert, really. We saw and pound and call it Beethoven, and it's a fine time.
And you were in love with Joan once, but not now, is that right?
Right. You see, I recognized what kind of woman Joan was and what I really felt for her, that she would need a man exactly like her mother.
You know her husband?
Just pokes his nose in, waves a riding crop at us, and vanishes.
When's the last time you saw Joan?
About, let me see, 4 days ago, Tuesday.
Tell me about it.
To console her about her mother's death.
Well, I understand her mother fell down the steps and died.
Well?
Well, what?
You want me to say, isn't that nice?
Oh, forget it. I just wanted you to comment on whether you thought
her mother was pushed? How do I know? I got better things to do than conjecture on a horror like her.
Okay. Tell me about the last time you saw Joan.
Joan was in the library at her home. I went to her. She was playing the cello, sawing away tunelessly and loud. She noticed I was there finally, grinned at me, picked up the cello, and broke it over an antique brass pot. And don't ask me whether the latter's symbolic.
And that's all?
Not quite. She sobbed then. And I felt sorry for her again and took her in my arms again, and I thought suddenly what a stupid girl this was. I said goodbye to her.
Anything else you can tell me about her, Mr. Vernon?
Not a thing. She really isn't stupid, you know. My first impression was correct. To be pitied, that's more nearly correct.
And back in the street now, and city at 9 o'clock of May. Time for stoop dweller to chart the course of new fallen star, and also observe the nebulae in wake of the summer passage of a boy and girl through a million private comets. Time of the chuckle and the elbow poke in the ribs. Time to check condition of tenement roof and stake out the place of summer sleeping. Walk through currents of May night. And somewhere between where you were and headquarters, stop for the sandwich and the coffee with conjectures on the murder of a boy who had read poetry to a drunken woman who had tried to kill her husband in your presence, who the night before had driven a cab, had shouted in the Greenwich Village Club that she was free, free, free. And leave them alongside the tip, because there were new conjectures to be had at headquarters, from study of reports, from further musings against May night, and in a while from Detective Muggavan also.
About Joan Tracy's husband.
Oh, what about him?
Well, him, Joan Tracy's mother, different relationship, different age, different gender. But,
But what, Muggavan?
But peas from the same pod. Happens in a pod sometime. Now, the way I know is one summer my seed man showed
you
me
mind
charts.
just about Tracy, her mother, her husband?
Oh, them.
Muggavan, so help.
Oh, don't get riled, kid. Now, you've been doing legwork, I've been doing legwork, so just don't get riled, huh? Yeah, on your feet, Danny. Walk it. You haven't had enough of it, huh? Look, don't you understand? I've been trying to tell you.
All right, Muggavan, tell me what.
What I found out from my legwork. From friends, neighbors, spectators on the life of Joan Tracy.
Well?
What I already told you. Her husband she tried to kill in front of. Her mother who fell down steps and died a week ago. Both the same type people. Both wielders of the big stick, tongue lashers of what they considered lesser persons in the human scale.
You'll explain it, huh, Muggavan?
Glad to. Now look, mother of Joan Tracy, one of those mothers. The kid, Joan, the woman, Joan, couldn't make a move, couldn't breathe, couldn't smile, couldn't cry until Mama gave the word. Up until Joan married Mr. Tracy, that is.
She married him, then what?
A word about the background of husband Harold Tracy. Seems a few years back he was headmaster in a boys' military academy. Seems he had codes of behavior for little boys. Oh, and disciplines to match. Pete Chirino of a chap with the willow rod, I understand. Now, Danny, you take a man like that, marry him to a woman like Joan, what have you got?
Yeah. Get on the phone. Get him down here, Muggavan. Just have a seat, Mr. Tracy.
How's my wife?
I understand you've been calling every hour.
They said she wouldn't talk, that she was just staring. Once...
What?
Once when I was a headmaster, there was a boy who did that. I took him for a walk. I talked with him. I cured him. He didn't do it anymore.
You ordered him to behave, is that right?
I illuminated for him the difference between proper and improper conduct. Joan already knows that.
Then all you think your wife needs is talking to by you.
Exactly.
Why did she want to kill you, Mr. Tracy?
You mean this morning with a knife?
Of course that's what I mean. Were there other times?
Certainly not this morning. Joan was drunk.
No, I don't think so.
I know my wife.
Do you know whether she ever tried to kill her mother?
Oh, are you serious?
Then she didn't push her mother down the steps, did she?
Joan was with me in Atlantic City when her mother fell.
Well, that's what I wanted to know. You see...
In here, Mrs. Tracy.
Hello, Joan.
Hello, Hal.
You see, Clover? You ready to go home, Joan?
Whenever you say so.
You see, Clover.
Please sit down, Mrs. Tracy.
Go ahead, Joan. In a little while, dear, I'm going to take you home and we'll have a little talk.
Hal.
What, dear?
If you ever get close to me, I'll try to kill you.
She don't like you at all, Mr. Tracy.
She's not drunk either.
What have you people done to her?
Nothing. They haven't done a thing. They gave me time to just lie there in bed and scheme. They didn't bother me. I've got a lot of schemes. And if we go home together, one of them I like very much.
Joan. Joan.
Don't!
Joan, get away from her.
She's my wife. You heard what he said. Get away from her. That's better.
Mrs. Tracy.
Yes. What?
You want to tell us about last night?
Joan, you don't have to.
I want to.
Go on.
I got very drunk. I met a boy who recited poetry. We got very drunk together. I passed out. I woke up. I think he was dead. I didn't know. I drank some more from the bottle and I walked out into the street. Then it was this morning and I was here.
You didn't have to say that.
Why not? Why not?
What's happened to you, Joan?
I'm free.
What?
You know.
I don't understand what she's talking about. She's a very sick woman. My wife is sick.
She'll get better.
That about does it, huh, Mr. Tracy?
What are you talking about?
Your wife's mother died last week.
I can tell it. I've been thinking about it. I know the words. When she died, I heard about it and I sat down to cry. I couldn't cry. I felt relieved.
You said free.
Free.
Of the kind of life you had with your mother. Afraid, docile.
Hal.
What?
That's why I was such a good wife to you. Why the transition was so easy, from daughter to bride. It was the same thing. You're the same kind of person.
You could have explained it to me.
No, not to you. You'd hit the air with your riding crop and demand obedience.
Joan, listen to me.
Joan, listen to me. Joan, listen to me.
When your mother died, it happened. You were free of both of them.
That's what I meant.
What about it, Mr. Tracy?
Well?
Well, what?
I had to show her, that's all. I caught up with her at that place, at that club in the village, as she was going out with that boy. I followed them. They were both in a stupor, a drunken stupor, when I walked in on them.
So you stabbed the boy and planted the knife on your wife?
It was sordid what you did, Joan. Ugly. Unbecoming. It needed to be stopped. I stopped it.
You killed a boy, Hal. You didn't stop anything. I may go now, may I not? Goodbye, Hal. One thing you can be sure of, you'll never be embarrassed by me again, wherever you are.
Dawn touches Broadway now. The last shadows leave and take away the night. And over the river a cloud drifts, and a bird dips and touches it with a wing. The people wake. The fury gathers and funnels out into the streets. Walk easy. Another day has come. The shock has come. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Joan and Whitfield Connor as Hal. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jerry Hausner, and Harry Bartell. Bill Anders speaking. This Monday night on CBS Radio's Suspense, Dick Haymes stars in Pigeon in the Cage. It concerns a man who is trapped in an elevator between floors, but who dares not call for help because his only possible rescuers are murderers. With this story, CBS Radio hopes once again to keep you in suspense this Monday night on most of these same stations. And remember, the top dramatic show of all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Good evening, everyone. The makers of Rinso are proud to present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. I was just thinking, youngsters today surely owe a debt of gratitude to Rinso. How come, you say? Well, the new anti-sneeze Rinso makes dishwashing so quick and easy. In fact, Rinso makes the job so quick that, mothers, you have it done in less time than it takes to get most kids started doing it. Yep, dishes are a pushover when you tackle them with Rinso. It's rich suds and grease scooting in a jiffy. Yes, ma'am, Rinso's tough on grease but kind to your hands. And it's so economical. Does your dishes for less than a cent a day. So, if you want to make a quick getaway from KP duty, be sure to get the new anti-sneeze Rinso. And better get the giant size. It contains more than 4 pounds of Rinso. And now, to Lionel Barrymore as the mayor of the town.
You must have misunderstood the name, Marilla. Why should Jan Boutin have come to Springdale?
I got it straight from Mrs. Peabody, who got it from Elsie Larson, who got it from Mrs. Smithers' third cousin, who is as thick as flies with Abigail Peters. That man that's moved in the Archibald house is Jan Boutin.
Why, he's one of the greatest pianists in the world. What do you suppose he's doing here?
Why shouldn't he be here? It's a nice place to be.
Well, I read in the papers that he's playing a big concert in Chicago next month. Maybe he wanted a quiet place to practice. I'd like to go out and see him, Marilla.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. It might be an intrusion.
An intrusion? You're the mayor. You can go any place.
Oh, well, now, after all, he's a very great man.
The trouble with you is you're scared. You're starstruck.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to go out and kind of welcome him on behalf of the town.
I think it would be real hospitable.
Well, perhaps I will. No, maybe I shouldn't. I guess I won't. Oh, sure, give me my hat. I guess I will. Bravo!
I beg your pardon. Did someone speak?
Oh, I hope you don't mind. The door was open, so I walked in. I rang the bell several times, but no one answered. I heard you playing, and I didn't want to disturb you.
What is it you want?
I'm the mayor of Springdale. I just dropped out to welcome you and see if there was anything I could do for you.
There's nothing, thank you. I came here because I didn't wish to see anyone.
Oh, well, I'm sorry if I intruded. I happen to love music. I've always wanted to play myself, and I do after a fashion. But beside you, well, you know, I think that piece you were playing is one of the most beautiful love songs that was ever written. Don't you?
I never thought about it.
I hope you don't resent my listening, Mr. Boutin.
Oh. So you know who I am?
Oh, yeah, sure. Once I sat in the back of a hall in Vienna and listened to you play, and I heard you in Paris and Rome and Warsaw. And here at home, you've given me some perfect evenings as I've played your recordings of masterpieces of music. Oh, I know who you are, Mr. Boutin.
It's better that you say, I know who you were. I shall never sit in a concert hall again.
But you're playing in Chicago next month.
No. I'm going to cancel the performance.
Well, why?
What business is it of yours? What right do you have to come into my house and pry at me with your questions?
Well, I'm sorry. I was only surprised that a great artist would give up his art without reason.
I have a reason. I'm tired.
Well, every once in a while I get tired of being the mayor and having to worry about everyone's troubles in Springdale. But I don't quit. It's my job, and I do it.
I'm sure that's very commendable. But you see, I have no heart for music anymore. I hate that piano. I tell you, I hate every note of music that's ever been written. Yes, and I hate you with your bungling small mind for interfering with what is none of your business. Now, will you go, please?
I think that's your doorbell ringing.
In the name of heaven, is there no peace in this town? Claire, what are you doing here?
Hello, Jan. Oh, good, you have a fire. It's cold out.
Claire, This is the mayor. Miss Lynn, Mayor.
How do you do, Miss Lynn?
How do you do?
Well, if you two will excuse me, I'll be getting on.
Just a moment, Mayor. Perhaps you wouldn't mind taking Miss Lynn back to town with you. She won't be staying long.
Why, certainly.
I'm not going until I have a talk with you, Jan.
You shouldn't have come here.
Why did you leave New York without a word? Jan, what happened? What's changed you like this?
How can you ever say what changes things?
They gave me your note. When you said you didn't love me anymore, I didn't believe it. I don't believe it now.
Then you're very foolish, my dear, because it's quite true.
Well, perhaps I'd better go along.
Oh, no,
now.
I don't mind you hearing what I have to say, Mayor. I haven't much pride left. Jan, don't you remember? We were forever. I was going to wear the dress I wore at your first concert for my wedding dress. And the organ was going to play the intermezzo instead of the wedding march.
My dear Claire, don't you know that love is a pretty game? You surely didn't take all that seriously.
I love you, Jan. I've never loved anyone else. I never shall.
You are so young. I've been in love many times, and will be a few times more before I die.
What is it you want me to do? Say goodbye. It was fun, wasn't it? So glad we met.
That would be the wise thing to do. Oh, you're crying. I'm sorry. I don't like to see you cry. But you shouldn't have come here. You see how foolish you were? You must learn how to say goodbye gracefully and without regrets. Now run along with the mayor. There's a train at midnight back to New York. You'll both pardon me if I say goodnight. It's late and I'm tired.
There's nothing more to be said, is there, Jan? No, nothing at all. Good night.
It's all right, Mayor? You'll take her back?
Oh, yes, I'll take her back. Good night, Mr. Boutin.
Good night.
The car's around in front. Where can I take you?
The hotel. I registered there before I came out.
Well, here we are. It's turning cold. There'll be frost before morning. It's a beautiful moon, isn't it? How about some music? Well, we won't be driving much longer now. Guess I'll have to look around for a horse. Hey, don't leave me floundering here in a monologue.
I'm sorry. It is a beautiful moon. Do you mind changing the station? I hate that piece.
Intermezzo? Why, it's a favorite of mine. Mr. Boutin was playing it when I arrived tonight.
He was? How strange. I guess you think I made a beautiful fool of myself tonight.
No. I'd say you did the only thing a woman like you could do when she loved a man.
I don't know where I failed, how I failed. All I know is that once he loved me, and he doesn't love me now.
I wonder.
Tonight it was as though there was a wall about him. Too high to climb, too thick to penetrate. I wanted to say, look at the moonlight. Do you remember that once we walked in the moonlight high up on a hill with the whole world at our feet? And it was my world because you'd given me your heart. I wanted to say, look at the stars, Jan. You promised me the stars once. Give them to me now. But there was a wall too high for the words to climb. Oh, I'm sorry. You should have changed the station. The intermezzo isn't a safe background for my heart, you see.
You've known him a long time?
Yes. We met in Warsaw.
But you're an American.
My father went to teach in Warsaw when I was very young. We came back just before the war started, and Jan followed a few months later. We talked of being married. Then about a month ago, he changed. He said he was tired of the whole thing and that he was going away. I thought it was just a mood. He'd been working so hard on this concert.
Yes, he said tonight he wasn't going to give the concert, that he'd stopped believing in music, that he hated it.
He couldn't hate music. Why, it's been his whole life.
Yes, I know. Are you going back to New York?
I guess so. There isn't much you can say when a man says he doesn't want to marry you. Is there, Mayor?
Well, that's the way you feel about it when you're young. That's hurt pride. But when you're older, you always want to know the why of things. For example, if I were you, I'd be mighty interested in knowing why, if Jan Boutin has no interest in you, he sits in the moonlight playing the intermezzo, and playing it in a manner to break your heart. I think Jan Boutin loves you very much indeed. I think he loves you enough to send you away when he needs you most.
Why should he send me away if he needs me?
Pride, maybe. Jan Boutin has the world to offer you. But if he should lose that world...
How could he lose it? He's one of the greatest pianists in the world. No one can take that from him.
There's nothing that's given that can't be taken away.
What do you mean?
He didn't hear me come in tonight. He didn't hear the bell when you rang. Jan Boutin is going deaf.
Oh, no.
Yeah? In his mind, he's lost his music and you. The whole world is ended.
Well, then I must go to him and tell him it doesn't matter.
No. You mustn't do that. Not yet. Not until he plays that concert in Chicago. You must promise me not to see him until after that concert.
But how can he play if he can't hear?
He must play, or he's lost. He must go on giving what he has to give if he's to find his salvation. He must play that concert, you understand? He must play.
Last week, Springdale, like every other town and city in the United States, celebrated Women at War Week. We put it over with a bang, too. And being a noticing kind of fellow, I noticed that the women who did the most, sold the most bonds and stamps, collected the most salvage, devoted the most time to the Red Cross, also managed their homes the best. So, being a checking up kind of fellow, I decided to check up on one of these lovely ladies. And here's one now, Mrs. Janet Flynn.
After that introduction, Harlow, you probably want me to say something nice about Rinso.
No, not unless you really mean it.
Let's be entirely honest. You think I'm going to say that the reason I can do so many things is because I use Rinso to wash clothes with, don't you?
No, Janet, honor bright. Not if you don't really use it.
And you want me to explain that with Rinso, washing clothes is so easy and takes so little time, I have plenty of energy left for Uncle Sam.
No, you don't have to say a word about it.
Oh, but it's true.
Whew. You had me a little scared there. Then you do know that with Rinso, clothes soak clean, often in as little as 10 minutes. A few quick finger rubs on extra soiled places, and they're ready to rinse.
Well, of course I know it. I've used Rinso for years. I wouldn't be without it.
That's great. I hope all you ladies try Rinso soon, too. And now back to our story, starring Lionel Barrymore as the mayor of the town.
Mr. Boutin, I brought you out a peach pie that my housekeeper made.
No, really, Mayor, that was quite unnecessary. Did Miss Lynn get back all right?
Oh, yes. Been shoveling a little snow, I see.
Yes. I like to work outdoors. My father and mother were peasants. It pays, you see.
Oh, I see you've moved the piano over by the window.
Yes. I'm afraid I owe you an apology for the other night.
Oh, forget it. Say, that's a beautiful instrument. You mind if I try it out?
Help yourself. You are fond of Beethoven?
Yes, aren't you?
Yes, I like him.
Of course, you've studied his life.
That's a C sharp in that bar.
Yes, so it is. I'm afraid my technique is no great shakes. I never get to practice, but I have a great admiration for Beethoven. He went deaf, if you recall.
Yes.
He knew it was going to happen long before it did. But still he went on composing and creating. And when the blow fell, he never hesitated nor flinched. He went right on writing that great music that he'd never hear, except inside of him. You have to admire a man like that, don't you?
Yes, you have to admire a man like that.
Oh, I suppose there were dark hours when he wondered if he could go on. But he did. And here's the evidence. some of the greatest music in the world was written by a deaf man. Well, Jan Boutin?
So you found that out, too?
Yes.
Now you know why I'm refusing to play the concert. Why I sent the girl away.
I knew it from the beginning.
It's rather laughable, isn't it? I was so sure of myself, so proud. And now, I've been to doctors and specialists, the greatest in the world. There's nothing that can be done for me. Gradually, the curtain will fall, and silence will set in.
Only if you let it.
You don't know how lonely I am. Ever since I came here, I've been walking the streets, listening. How beautiful is the sound of children's laughter, the noise of cars, voices, a woman calling over her friends. Suddenly, I'm desperate for sounds. I want to crowd them all inside my head. I want to remember them all. And then I come home and I pound at my piano. I pound, to keep the notes clear and sharp, to pull them close to me.
Oh, you can't look back at what you've lost. You must be grateful for what you've had.
I don't want consolation. I don't want pity. I can face facts. I've really only one great regret. And that is that I will never again hear the laughter of one woman. That I will never again hear that catch in her voice when she says my name. Never again hear her footsteps running after me. Never again.
You didn't have to send her away.
What have I to offer her now? You thought you saw the ending last night, but you didn't, Mayor. It really ended in Warsaw. One black night, when the planes came over and shattered the city, and my ears, as I listened. Yes, our romance ended a lifetime ago in Warsaw. I should have known there was no real escape. The Poles were marked for slaughter.
You can't feel that way. There are things to be won and taken back. That spirit won't do it.
What right do you have to talk about spirit? Did you ever watch a city die? The noise is deafening. The bullets, the bombs, the screams of the dying. You think, if only I couldn't hear, it might not be so bad. You almost pray not to hear. And then a bomb screams down without a few feet of you, and all sound becomes muted. You wouldn't care if you died too. Except that by some place, on the other side of the world, there's a girl who is cool and like violets in the rain. And you've got to get back to her. You don't know then why the sound has diminished to an obligato. If you did, you would remain in the hot streets. You would die too with the city that you love.
Claire loves you. She wants you. Go back to her.
She's too young to know what's good for her.
You say you should have died with Warsaw? Well, let me tell you something. Warsaw isn't dead. No, sir, not by a long sight she isn't. This generation will see that city free and beautiful as it ever was. Oh, there'll be scars, buildings gone, people that walked there that won't walk again. But the city will be there, lifting its head again to meet the future. I can talk of spirit because I've talked with the Polish exiles. I know the unconquerable determination that's theirs. You have to live up to that.
In God's name, what do you want of me? Must I say it doesn't matter that my hearing is gone and my heart is cold?
You were a musician, Mr. Boutin. You've just become a soldier. The sword's in front of you, and you must pick it up to meet a challenge. You're playing your concert in Chicago.
You're mad. I can't.
Your music is in your fingers and your heart. That you can't hear it yourself is regrettable, but it's not important.
But my hands are uncertain. I hunt for notes.
It's fear that makes you falter. You must tell yourself over and over, I can and I will. I will play that concert. The enemy can't do this to me. They shan't rob me of my birthright.
Do you think I could get up before all those people and play as though nothing were wrong? Do you really think I could do that?
You must show the people that the beauty in the human heart will go on, that it can't be destroyed. You'll prove that with the music that you can't hear. I know you can do it.
If I could only be sure that they would not know. I couldn't bear if they sat there waiting for me to falter, waiting for me to fail. I couldn't bear it.
They'll not know. They'll not know. You'll not betray yourself by a single gesture. You'll not let them know.
I'm afraid. There's no use pretending I'm not. I'm afraid.
Ah, sure. It's just buck fever. Now, you'd better start practicing.
Yes. Yes, I must practice. They must not know. They must not guess. They must not guess.
They will not guess.
He's so wonderful. Oh, Mayor, isn't he wonderful? And look at the audience. No one has stirred since he began. I never saw an audience so spellbound.
Hey, step behind the curtain.
He can't see me. His back is this way.
Oh, the audience will.
Oh, here's the end. To them. Oh, Mayor, listen to them.
Quit jumping on my feet now. Try to.
It's the greatest ovation he's ever had. He's going to play an encore. Oh, Mayor, listen. How can he play like that when it's all over? All over, the memories and the promises.
Listen to him, Claire. He has his pride back now and his strength. He's going to be all right.
Yes, he's going to be all right. He's going to be all right. Mayor, I think I better go now. I can't stay.
Wait. Look at those people, Claire, sitting out there listening to music and never comprehending they're listening to a miracle. I wish they could know what this man has risen above. There's no defeat for hearts like his. There never will be.
What's the matter? Why did he stop?
I don't know.
He's crying. Oh, Mayor, he's crying. Maybe after all you've done, he doesn't feel it.
My friends.
Perhaps we failed. Listen.
My friends.
I don't understand. He seems so sure.
Shh, quiet.
I've something to say to you. I've seen by your hands that you like my music. I say seen because I couldn't hear you very well. Most of the music I played tonight, I heard only in my soul. Since the bombing of Warsaw, I've been gradually going deaf. I had not meant ever to play for you again. I wouldn't have played if it had not been for a very great man. A great man who said to me, "You must show the people that those of Poland cannot be conquered." I've tried to show you. And now I tell you that I will go on playing as long as I have two hands, as long as I have one. And if I lose them both, I will find some other way to tell you this. Let the conquerors shake their mailed fists. Eternity will soon forget them. Let the guns kill and maim and shatter. Only infamy will remember the trigger names. Right will triumph, as it always has. And now I play for you again. For you. And someone I feel must be here tonight. This has always been our music. And hearing it, she may know what's in my heart. And what I would say to her when the concert is done.
Mayor, did you hear?
Yes, Claire, I heard.
He knows I'm here. He's playing for me.
That's what he said. He also mentioned that he'd something to say to you when the concert was over. Well, good night, Claire.
Oh, don't go, Mayor. I'm scared.
Scared to hear a man tell you he loves you? That's just buck fever. You'll get used to it after you hear him say it often enough. Good night, my dear. Good night.
Everybody loves the cheery whistle of a Bob White. And everybody loves the dazzling brightness of a wash that's...
Rinse so white, happy little wash day song. Rinse so white, birds singing all day long. Your fine feathered friends have a message to send, so listen, you can't go wrong. Rinse so white, happy little wash day song.
Sure, it's a happy song. And Rinso White is something to sing about. That's because Rinso contains two special ingredients to prevent white clothes from turning gray or yellow. It's no wonder, is it, that Rinso is the only soap that's recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers. Not only because Rinso helps you to turn out such a dazzling white wash, but because that short 5-minute run with Rinso saves wear and tear on your washer as well as your clothes. Keep that in mind. And how's about trying Rinso your very next wash day? Mr. Barrymore appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. The part of Jan Boutin was played by Carl Esmond. Our script was written by Gene Holloway. All persons and places referred to are fictitious. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you all a pleasant good night for the makers of Rinso.
Hey, diddle, diddle, it breaks in the middle. It's a sudden quiz, and its name is Swan. Try Swan to wash your dishes tonight. It helps your hands stay soft and white. Hey, diddle, diddle, it breaks in the middle. The new white floating soap called Swan.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet strikes again. Jack Kenley stood watching as the guard at the state prison unlocked the last iron gate that meant the outside and freedom once more.
Okay, Kenley. That is.
Thanks.
Take a good rest and then get yourself a decent job. You'll soon forget the 3 years you put in up here. So long.
So long.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Over here.
We come to meet you, Jack. This is a friend of mine, Sox Harris.
Glad to know you, Kenley.
Yeah. Same here. Come on, get in. Well, Okay. Get going, Sox. You don't say much, Jack. Aren't you glad we met you?
Sure, but I was thinking...
What?
Why did you meet me, Steve?
Listen to him, Sox. Thinks because he's done a little time in stir, his friends have given him up. Is that it, Jack?
Look, Steve, you came to meet me out of the kindness of your heart. Let it go at that. But, well, I know you better than that.
I guess you don't appreciate us coming all the way up here for him, huh, Steve?
Jack's the suspicious kind, that's all, Sox.
Oh, so that's it. Guess being in stir makes a guy like that, huh?
Listen, you, keep your mouth shut.
Oh, no, take it easy, Jack. Sox didn't mean anything by what he said. Can't you take a little kidding?
Yeah, I was just kidding, Jack.
Well, I'm not in the mood for kidding, see? I didn't ask you guys to come here to meet me anyway.
Look, Jack, you've had a tough time. You'll need help getting back on your feet. And I've got something lined up that'll give you all you need for a while.
Are you crazy? Don't you realize I've just left the pen after a 3-year stretch? I'm not in line for any job, unless it's on the level.
Aren't you forgetting something, Jack?
Like what, for instance?
I've got evidence against you that could send you back to the pen. Remember?
Why, you...
Look out, you want to wreck us, you fool?
We almost went off the road that time.
And cut out the cracks in the threats, you hear?
Why, Jack, you don't sound like an old friend of mine at all when you talk that way. Here we go and line up something that'll put us in the dough. We count you in, come to meet you. And you talk like a stir-happy dope.
Well, that's the way I feel.
Listen, you're going to help us. That's that.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, you wait a minute. The old hijacking racket is here to pay off again. We know where we can grab off a load of sugar. And we know where to get rid of it. At a high price.
But, Steve,
when you hear the deal and the plans we have, you'll change your mind, Jack. Step on it, Sox.
Yeah.
I want to have a nice long talk with Jack when we get to my place. He'll soon be in the dough in spite of himself.
It was several nights later. A motorboat made its way across the river, heading for a certain warehouse near the city docks.
Here comes a police boat. We better stop. Okay, shut off the motor. We have the necessary papers so we don't have to worry. Ahoy there! We're coming aboard. Come ahead, officer. Carrying. It's okay, officer. Got a load of sugar. Got the papers right here. Let me see them. Carrying sugar, huh? Say, these papers aren't in order. We'll have to take you in until you explain. Both of you board our boat. My man here will bring your boat in. Hey, Jack, stand by to take on 2 passengers. Okay. Let them come aboard.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
That ain't no police boat. Look.
Huh? Well, I'll be... Hey, you guys aren't cops, and we ain't leaving this boat.
Right.
No, I'll get you for that. Out of your gun, Sox.
Yeah, I got him. Shall we toss him into the river, Steve?
Now we'll put him in the tender, and then set them adrift. Somebody will pick them up sooner or later. Meantime, we have a swell load of sugar that'll bring a big price.
It was well after midnight when Gunnigan, city editor of the Daily Sentinel, received a phone call from Mike Axford, Sentinel reporter.
City room, Daily Sentinel.
Gunnigan, this is Axford. I'm calling from Cops headquarters.
Oh, it's you. Where the Sam Hill have you been all evening? I've needed somebody to get the dope on the... Well, why didn't you say so? That's the trouble with you, Mike. You talk all around the bush when you... What's the news you got?
If you'll stop yapping a minute, I'll give it to you. Now listen. 2 guys are bringing a boatload of sugar over from the warehouse across the river. They were stopped by some hijackers posing as cops. Imagine those crooks having the nerve to
Get on with the story.
Oh, yeah. Well, the hijackers tied the guys up and sent them adrift. They were picked up just a while ago.
Who, the crooks?
No, not the crooks. The guys the crooks tied up and sent adrift.
Then the hijackers got away with a load of sugar, huh?
What do you think they did? Sat out there in the middle of the river and made themselves some fudge? Of course they got away with the sugar.
Okay, if the cops got...
No, they ain't. So long.
Oh, copy, boy! Copy, boy! Hey, I sir. Blue sweater, Chris. Come on. Hey, I sir. Read all about it. Let the Lex Street
The following morning, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room talking to Gunnigan and Axford.
Those crooks pulled a new angle on the old hijacking racket this time.
Sure. And believe me, Reed, Sarge is about to bust a button over thinking they posed as harbor cops. Have the cops got any line on them, Axford? Nope. The boat was found this morning in a cove up the river. They must have run in there to transfer the cargo.
I suppose the police will keep a close watch on the river from now on.
Sure. And more than that. What do you mean, and more than that? The cops are going to run a boat over each night with a couple of plainclothesmen on it to see if anyone tries to stop it. Hoping to trick the crooks, huh? That's the general idea, Gunnigan.
I should think the crooks would be on guard against something like that if they're smart.
Maybe so. But the cops have to try something. You never can tell. Them crooks might take another crack at it. And if they do, they'll be grabbed.
Well, let us know if the police run into anything, Axford. If they get away with it, others will start hijacking again. Things will just be like they used to be.
I'll stick with the cops, and if anything happens, I'll let you know. You can bet your life Sarge won't let up till he does get a line on them smart Alecs who go around posing as cops. They'll be a plenty sorry when they do get caught. Mark my word.
That night, Jack Kenley was with Steve and Socks in Steve's hideout apartment.
Well, fellas, that job sure went off like clockwork. I disposed of that sugar to a friend who owns a roadhouse.
How about our cut, Steve?
You'll get your cut. After we pull another job.
Listen here, Steve. The cops are watching the river. We can't pull the same sort of job twice. Anyway, why can't we call it quits? Should have gotten enough dough for that sugar to make it worthwhile.
What we're getting for selling that sugar doesn't satisfy me, Jack. I have another job lined up. And it's not on the river.
Not on the river? What is it?
It's another sugar deal.
Another one?
Well, sure. Haven't you heard there's a shortage of sugar? It's one of the few items that are still rationed.
Yeah, but what will we do with this load of sugar if we got it?
I got that plan, too. Don't worry.
Where do we get the load of sugar, Steve?
On the pike. Later tonight. I know just about when it's coming in. And we'll be waiting for it.
Well, them truck drivers are wise. It ain't easy to get him to stop.
He'll stop, all right. I've rigged the siren from the boat onto my car. We'll pull that cop gag again. Get it?
I don't want to have any part of it.
Jack, you're sure hard to convince, aren't you? But you'll come along with us. And like it.
Posing as cops like that. We'll have the whole force out hunting us. Sooner or later, they'll get on our trail.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. Once was bad enough, but they'll go nutty if we keep it up.
Pipe down, Socks. Don't let this guy give you a case of nerves. Naturally, the cops will do everything they can to find the ones who are posing as them.
Yeah, that's what we mean.
But I've got a plan that'll make them look for somebody else.
What do you mean by that?
Who'll they be looking for?
I got it all figured out. And when the time comes, you'll both see what I mean.
Why don't you tell us now?
Yeah, what's your big secret?
Well, it really isn't any big secret. Guess I might as well let you in on it. Now listen. Here's just how I'm going to work it after we stop that truck tonight.
Sugar truck ahead of us, Steve.
That's it, all right. Step on it. We'll start closing in.
taking a bigger risk than ever, Steve.
Shut up, will you? I guess it's time to sound the siren. Here goes. He's pulling over. Stop right behind him. You stay here with the car, Jack. Come on, Sox.
Come on.
Hey, what are you stopping me for? I wasn't...
Hey, you ain't cops.
Get out of that truck. Hey, let go of me, Rowdy. Oh. That did it. You can drive the truck, Sox. We leave him in the ditch with a nice little sign for the cops to follow. That'll keep him busy for a while.
The following morning in Britt Reed's office, his secretary, Lenore Case, was going over the mail.
These in your basket are the most important, Mr. Reed.
Well, thanks, Miss Case. I'll get at them this afternoon.
Good morning, Reed. Hi, Tracy.
What got you out of bed so early, Axford?
Early, is it? Huh. I was at cops' headquarters before you were up, I'll bet you.
Anything new on the hijacking case?
That's what I came to tell you, Reed. I already gave the story to rewrite.
Well, he brought in a story for a change.
Quiet, Tracy. This is no time for kidding.
Well, what's the story?
Well, a truck driver, was found last night on the pike, in the ditch. He didn't come to till this morning.
Well?
He was stopped on the pike by a car with a siren. He thought it was cops after him.
The same hijackers.
Seems like it.
Sure, but now the cops know who they're looking for.
Really?
Yep. When he was found, there was a seal stuck right on his forehead. 'Twas the seal of none other than the Green Hornet.
The morning following the truck holdup, Mike Axford was telling Britt Reed and Miss Case that the driver was found with the seal of the Green Hornet on his forehead, and that he'd been stopped by a car with a siren.
In that case, Michael, it must have been the Hornet and his gang who hijacked that boatload of sugar, too.
Sure, that goes without saying. Believe me, Sarge's raving because that Sparpine pulls that cop gag to get people to stop. He's fit to be tied now that he knows it's the Hornet.
Did the truck driver say whoever stopped him was disguised as the Hornet, Axford?
Yeah, he said the guy wore a mask, all right. There was another one, but the driver didn't get a look at him.
I see. What about the men who were stopped in the boat? Did they say it was the Hornet?
Huh. Come to think of it, they didn't, Reed.
I should think they would have if it had been the Hornet who stopped them.
Well, that's what I think.
Oh, all they said was that two men came aboard and socked him. There was another waiting in the other boat.
And why does Sergeant Burke think the Hornet did that job, too?
Hey, you got something there, Reed. I guess the Hornet heard about the hijacking of the boat and decided that siren was a good idea, so he used it on the last job.
That could be the answer, of course.
I'll have to point out what you said to Sarge, Reed. But by the way he's feeling, he'll probably blame both jobs on the Hornet anyway. I ain't in a good mood at all.
I can understand that.
Yes, so can I.
Well, I'll be getting along. Sarge can question them boatmen again, just to make sure it wasn't the Hornet stopped them.
I'm sure the Green Hornet won't like being blamed for both jobs. You can bet on that.
He probably won't.
Who'll give the whole what the Green Hornet thinks, eh, Reed?
I guess you're right.
I knew you'd agree with me on that. See you later. So long.
After Axford in this case had left his office, Britt Reed reached Cato at the apartment by private telephone and was giving him certain instructions.
You'd better get that out right away, Cato. It's only 10:30 a.m. now, so it ought to get there by late afternoon.
Yes, sir. I get it right out.
Use the special paper. Be careful of fingerprints.
I'll be very careful, Mr. Britt. Do you think it'd do a trick, perhaps?
I can't tell, but I hope it'll start things moving. If it does, we'll be going out tonight.
That good. I'll be ready. Anything else?
That's all. See you at dinner time.
Yes, sir. I'll be here. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Cato.
Late that afternoon at police headquarters.
What's on your mind, Ernie?
Well, here's a special delivery, Sarge. Just says police headquarters on it.
Well, don't stand there staring at it. Give me it.
What do you think it is, Sarge?
How do I know, Ashford? I ain't one of them mind readers.
Read it.
What do you think I'm going to do? Eat it? Shut up a minute. Let's see now. To the cops. I've read the papers. I don't like to be blamed for things I don't do. I have a lead to those hijacking crooks, and maybe after I get through with them, you can have what's left. The Green Hornet. Glory be.
Holy crow. Let me see that.
Here, give me that.
I gotta phone the Sentinel.
But that note...
Hold your horses, Sarge. I'll be right back. Gunnigan will make a good story out of this.
Hey, Steve. I just got laid addition to the Sentinel. What of it, Sox? Well, it says I'm on the sore about being blamed for them holdups. Says he's going to lead to us. He's going to get to us before the cops do, he says.
Pipe down. Jack is sleeping in the other room. Let's go down to the bar and talk it over. Come on.
So, the Hornet's after us. Says he's got a lead to us. I'm going to the cops. I've had enough of this. I don't care what Steve does now.
Sox and Steve sat at a table near the window of the bar.
Listen, Sox, you have to be more careful of what you say when Jack's around. The way you came busting in with that newspaper, yelling about the Green Hornet being after us, that was enough to make that jittery dope run to the cops for protection if he'd heard you.
Oh, I wasn't yelling. I don't guess he heard me anyway.
Well, just be more careful, that's all. I don't want any... Hey, wait a minute.
Hey, what's the matter? What are you looking at through the Venetian blinds, Steve?
Look. Over there, waiting at the streetcar stop.
Hey, that looks like Jack.
It is Jack. That street light shining right on his face. He's waiting for a car that's headed downtown.
But I thought he was back at the place sleeping.
Sox, I bet he heard what you said. Maybe he's not up to what I think he might be. We'll have to be sure. Come on.
Where are we going? Gonna make him go back to his place?
No. We're gonna get the car and follow that streetcar to the place where he gets off. And we'll tail him. If he's not on the level with us, he'll be mighty sorry.
Meantime, Britt Reed had left his office and had gone to his apartment, where Cato was waiting.
I mailed printed note like you say to do, Mr. Britt.
I know. Axford phoned in and said the police received it.
What you expect to happen now?
I'm hoping one of those crooks will be frightened enough to seek protection from the police. Of course, I'll want to make sure. Also, they may not be able to get him to squeal on the others. So if we could spot him going into headquarters...
Will then Green Hornet risk getting to Crook to make him tell where others are?
That's the general idea. We'll take the Black Beauty and decide on the way just what we will do. Let's go.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in the bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building, which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. several hours, Britt and Cato waited in the Black Beauty, which was parked in a dark alley, from which they could watch the entrance to police headquarters. There was little traffic and few people on the street.
Well, how you expect to know if Crook comes, Mr. Britt? We'll already be here a very long time.
I figured one of the Crooks might fear a visit from the Hornet tonight, and would go to the police for protection. It's taking a long chance, but I'm watching for a man who seems nervous and who hesitates about going in.
Well, no one but police go in and out since we're here.
So I noticed. They'd have a shock if they knew the Hornet was watching them.
Well, they not think Green Hornet dare to park so close to police. Well, look. Someone come around corner. He get off streetcar, perhaps.
Yes. We'll watch him closely.
He going toward police station.
That's right. Look. He stopped walking.
He seemed like he going back, maybe.
Wait. There he goes. But he's walking more slowly.
Well, he act peculiar. Keep looking around. You think he man we wait for?
Hard to tell. He's walking by the entrance.
Oh, then he not the one. If he go by...
He stopped again. Oh, he's turning around and going back. Cato, I think we'll...
Oh, look. Car coming fast. You're on wrong side of street.
On the side that man's on. Cato, start the car, quick. Swing in front of that car and make it pull over to the other side, away from that man.
They shoot at man.
After them, Cato. They're the men we want.
A short time later, inside police headquarters...
You sure had a narrow escape, fella.
Yeah, I did.
I ran out just in time to see the Hornet car leaving.
Yeah, it was the Hornet, all right. The shots came from the other car, like I told you. With Steve and Sox, the two men who made me pull those jobs with him.
Where are they hiding out? Where can we find them?
They found out I came here and followed. They won't go back to the hideout now. They'll get away. But I don't care. I'd rather be in the pen again than have that Hornet after me.
Well, I can't say that I blame you. Of course, you might get time off for turning state's evidence against those other two, if we ever catch them.
It looks to me like them and the Hornet were after you at the same time.
Well, seeing as how you told us the jobs weren't pulled by the Hornet, you can't blame him for getting after you like he did.
But Steve planned the whole thing. It was Steve who had the idea of putting the blame on the Hornet.
Maybe so, but then...
Something snakes. That's the Hornet's car outside.
Come on. Watch that guy, somebody.
Okay, son.
Great day. What's this?
Looks like a couple of bodies.
Let's see. Hey, Sarge. They ain't dead. They're gassed. By the Hornet, no doubt.
Hey, how are you guys? Come and help us. Come on. Come on, get them inside.
They might as well be dead. They're out like a light. Give me a hand.
Sure. Let's go.
Take his feet there.
Put them down.
Who do you think they are, Sarge?
Hey, that's Steve. And Sox. The Hornet caught up with him and brought him here.
Hey, that's exactly what happened.
Then you got the whole gang that pulled those hijacking jobs, Sarge.
That's right. And I'm ready to tell all I know. I don't care what Steve does.
Where am I? Where are you? Take a look around, buddy, and you'll soon be finding out.
Cops. Well, how did we get here?
As if you don't know. You were caught by the Green Hornet and gassed, weren't you? That's who brought you here and dumped you right on the front step.
And he's the guy who said he was smart.
Smart? Oh, him? They don't come too smart for the Hornet, that they don't. Believe me, there's one guy who always comes through with the scoop when he lets loose.
Scoop, you say? I thought I saw a Clarion reporter busting past the door a minute ago. So if you want to keep your job...
Holy crow! Gangway, everybody! I got a phone the Sentinel! The Hornet's done it again!
Lone Ranger, up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire in the early days of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. His strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness were always on the side of right against might. It was he, more than any other man, who brought law and order to the new country, and the West remembers him as the greatest champion of justice the frontier ever knew. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the range country! Hail, Silver! Away!
It was past midnight before young Lon Stevens broke away from his companions in the cafe, leaped to the saddle of his fleet bay mare, and raced out of town. The ranch he shared with his brother was not his destination, however. Instead, he brought his mount to a clattering halt in front of the Taylor place and announced his arrival with a volley of shots.
Yippee! I'm a curly wolf, and tonight's my night to howl. Wahoo! Hi there, Marge. I didn't scare you, did I? I thought I'd drop by and say goodnight. How you doing?
Lon,
Huh?
Father's asleep. I don't know if you woke him up or not, but if you don't stop this nonsense, he'll be out here and he'll nail your hide to the wall. He's had just about enough out of you.
Well, a fella can call on his girl, can he? What's wrong in that?
Several things.
Oh, now look,
In
Marge.
the first place, I'm not your girl. I would never marry you if you were the last man on earth. And in the second place...
Hey, the dickens with the second place. What I'm interested in is that first one. What do you mean you ain't my girl, huh? Ain't we engaged?
We were.
Well,
but
then-
we're certainly not anymore.
Hey, whoa up there. You're running too far ahead of your shadow. Steady, boy, steady. Since when did this all come about?
Since you proved to all of us that you're not a man, but a fool.
Huh?
You've been in town again. You've been drinking, haven't you?
Sure. Ain't a fella to have some fun?
Seems that some people can, but when they do, others can't.
Hey, what was that crack for?
I think you understand me.
Well, if you mean Gil.
Of course I mean Gil. Where do you think all this money comes from that you like to throw away in town? You think there'd be any to spend if your brother didn't do the work you're supposed to do?
Oh, he likes to work.
He's not afraid of it, certainly. But even if he wanted to get away once in a while, you wouldn't give him the chance.
Oh, doggone it all, Marge. That ain't so.
No? How much work did you do today?
Well, I...
None. I thought so. How about the rest of this week?
Oh, I got you there. Took a whole herd over to the railroad pens at Crazy Creek just last Monday.
Yeah. And when you'd finished, you started drinking again with some of the boys. You spent every penny of your own, every dollar you'd got for the cattle, and didn't get back to the ranch until 3 days later. When you did, you were so sick it was still another day before you were any use around the place.
Well, I can explain that, Mar. Oh, boy. You see, it was this way.
Oh, I don't doubt that you can explain it. You're very good at that.
Marge, I guess you don't think much of me anymore, do you?
Lon, I think that if you gave yourself a chance, you could be the finest man I know. But you haven't, and I've decided that you never will. I think the best thing that could happen to both of us would be never to see each other again.
Well, I ain't blaming you much.
What is it, Lon? What makes you do these things?
Oh, I don't know.
Are you sure you don't?
Oh, what's the use?
You were going to say something. What was it?
Well, if I told you, I don't reckon you'd savvy. You'd figure it was just another one of my excuses.
Oh, why not try me and see?
No, it's Gil.
Gil?
No, I don't know how to say it, but it's just the way he acts. Everything he does just seems to rub me the wrong way. Orders me here, orders me there, tells me I have to do this and I have to do that. Doggone it all, Marge. Sometimes he gets me so all-fired mad I just see red.
And then go out and make a fool of yourself.
Well, maybe I do.
Are you trying to tell me your brother doesn't like you?
Oh, it isn't that.
Then what is it?
Well, I've told you. It's because he wants to work all the time. He figures everybody else ought to. He just can't savvy anybody wanting any fun. And he's older than me. Ever since I was a button, I can remember him setting himself over me like he was my boss. I just don't take them things.
But Gil doesn't mean it that way, Lon. I'm sure he doesn't.
Which same don't stop him acting that way.
You know what I think? I think that all this could be straightened out. I think that if you and Gil were to have a good heart-to-heart talk, he'd understand. Lon, you and Gil can be friends, the best of friends. I know you can.
I'd sure like it.
Then do it, Lon. Do it tonight. Do it now. Go on home and tell Gil you're sorry for the way you've been acting, then tell him what's wrong. He'll understand, and he'll laugh at you. And you'll both be so glad you had it out, you'll end up better friends than if you'd never quarreled.
And if I do, can I...
What, Lon?
Oh, drop back and see you again in a day or two?
Lon?
Yeah?
I'll be here. Anytime.
Kid, you struck a bargain. Adios, I'm on my way. Wahoo! I've been seeing you. Get up there, horse. Come on, horse. Get up there, Whoa there, whoa there. Yeah, stand there, fella. I'll take care of you. But first I got to see Gil. Well, he's still up. Hi.
So there you are. Finally decided to come home, huh?
Look, Gil.
Shut up. You drunken idiot. Flat bust again, huh? You smell like somebody throwed you in a whiskey barrel.
Gil, I've been drinking all right, but I ain't drunk. I came home to
ask for more cash? Well, you won't get it.
Well, that ain't what I wanted.
Lon, you and me are just about through.
Huh?
I've had time to do a lot of figuring waiting for you to come home tonight.
What do you mean, figuring?
Figuring how we stand. The folks left us this place equal. Half yours and half mine. Well, thanks to you, it ain't worth near as much today as it was then. But I ain't going to kick about that. I'll take my loss and forget it. The point is, we're going to sell out. We're going to sell out, split what we get 50-50, and each strike out for itself. From then on, this tearing around of yours ain't going to hurt nobody but yourself.
That's fair enough, Gil, if you want it that way.
I think it is.
But I wish you'd let me say what I started out to say. I was talking to Marge tonight, and
you stopped at her place in the condition you're in?
Well, just for a minute.
And that ties it.
But listen...
You're a low-down, rattle-brained fool that ain't fit to be nothing but a saddle bum. Ain't you caused me enough trouble without bothering her besides? I'll take you over my knee and give you the licking you should have had years ago.
Don't you talk to me that way.
You ain't
Don't
worth
listen to me. Gil, I come home tonight to make up. Yeah, me. I was loco enough to think I could talk out straight to you. Yeah, you, an hombre that's so ornery stubborn you never admitted you was wrong in anything in your whole life.
Shut up.
Try and make me. You're through with me, huh? Well, I hope I never see your ugly map again as long as I live.
And get out of here. Go back to town and join up with the skunks who think you're real friends. Go back to Hook Basket.
Hook's a better man than you are.
You little tramp.
Why, you...
Oh! Hit me, will you? I'll smash you for that.
Get back.
I'll gun whip you.
Gil, watch out. Watch out.
Let go my arm.
No, Gil, you're crazy. You don't know what you're doing. Drop that gun. Drop it.
Drop it. Be better off at Boot Hill.
Drop
Pick it up.
Oh, get away. Let me go. Let me at him.
Stand still. I'll take that gun.
Stranger, why'd you have to butt in?
I was watering my horse at your trough. If I hadn't heard this fight, there might have been a killing here.
Oh, in thunder are you?
That doesn't matter.
He's a crook. You can see that mask, can't you?
A crook? Then he ought to make a good part for you. I'm pulling stakes. And if I don't never see you again, that'd still be too soon.
Oh, Lon, wait. Come back here, Lon. Hey, kid, I'm sorry. Lon!
Get up there, boy. Come on, get up.
Gone.
Gil.
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Gil, it looks to me as if you're in trouble. I think you'd better tell me about it.
That's a good one, Hook. Then what happened, huh? What happened after that?
Well, I'll tell you. Here was this pilgrim with his wallet stuffed full of cash, see, and just aching to get into a little game. So I figured I'd oblige.
Yeah?
Inside of 2 hours, I had him cleaned. I worked with the barkeep, see. He could see into the pilgrim's hand and then signal me what he had. Then I'd bet according. But that weren't the funniest part.
No?
You should have seen that pilgrim when we was finished. Begging me almost to lend him some of the cash back. Claimed it wasn't all his, so he'd be jailed. Almost acted like he was out of his head.
What'd you do?
Do? I told him it'd be a lesson for him to get the cash from somebody else. What do you think I'd do?
And was he jailed?
No. The law couldn't touch him.
No?
He'd shot himself. And then...
Hey, wait, Hook.
Huh?
Here comes young Stevens back.
Oh, yeah? Well, howdy, Lon. Well, I thought you'd headed back home.
Hook.
Huh?
When I was here before, you said you might have a job for me that'd give me some cash.
Yeah?
That offer still good?
Why, sure, kid, sure. But what's happened? What's the matter?
None of your business.
Why,
Just tell me what you want done, and I'll do it.
Gil, I've heard your side of it. I don't doubt but what you've had plenty of provocation. But...
But what?
Mind if I speak frankly?
Sure not. Go right ahead.
While you were telling me about Lon, you didn't realize it, but you were also telling me about yourself.
I don't savvy.
You've been handling the boy the wrong way.
Should have licked him early and often, huh?
No.
But I
You're
don't...
serious. You're stubborn. And you're inclined to be a bully.
Hey, now, just
You
a minute.
said I could speak.
Well, go on.
Lon's high-spirited and spoiled. He needs the discipline of work.
He sure does.
But his pride demands that he be treated as an equal. You haven't treated him that way.
I've done...
Oh, you can deny it, Gil. But everything you've told me bears it out. You haven't asked him to do things. You've commanded him.
Well...
And as a result, in each case, he must have felt that to obey would be to admit that you were his superior.
Honest, stranger. You think there's something to that?
I'm sure there is.
No, it sounds like there might be. I'm going to ride to town and get Lon back.
Don't.
What you just said
Right now, I'm afraid he's so angry with you, you've lost all influence with him. How about leaving this to me?
To you?
I've shown you who I am. You should be able to trust me.
I do, stranger, but...
But what?
Oh, nothing, I guess. Guess it just seems so funny for a fellow I never seen afore to offer to do me a favor. I was getting ready to object before I thought it out.
Then you will?
Sure.
Good night, then, Gil. And don't worry.
Stranger, with you on the job, I won't.
Yep. Come on, Silver.
Hail, Silver! Away!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Lon stayed with Hook Bascom that night, and as the two of them ate breakfast the following morning, Hook explained the job he had in mind.
Well, another cup of coffee, kid?
No, I ain't finished this one yet. What you were saying?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Well, I was telling you, old man Taylor and me, we don't get along so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know.
Pass the bacon over, will you?
Yeah.
Right. Anyhow, I've been wanting to make a deal with him for quite a spell. But he won't even listen.
Deal?
Yeah. We've got a piece of property I'd like to have.
Oh.
And the worst part of it is I happen to know he'd just as soon sell it. He can use the cash. And that piece I ain't hardly any use to him at all. But he's such a downright stubborn cuss, I can't do anything with him.
You don't have to tell me. Him and me were good acquainted. I've been keeping company with Mars. That's his daughter.
Yeah, sure. That's why I can use you.
Yeah?
You can buy that piece.
Me? Now, wouldn't Tunket what I do with it. Where is it anyhow?
Oh, you know the range I mean. It's that strip that runs from the grove of cedars through the valley. Over to just this side of the trail of the railroad. It ain't big. But I just happen to need it.
Well, what for?
Well, it isn't exactly what I need, but it's a good place to summer graze that two-bit herd I bought from Slocum. The valley will keep him from drifting, and it'll save me the cost of an extra hand. I could use that range fine.
Why ask me to dicker with Taylor? Why not somebody else?
Well, first place, I trust you. You see, you won't buy it from Taylor and then turn around and try to hold me up.
Oh.
And you're better acquainted with Taylor than any of my other friends. In fact, from what I've heard, he kind of likes you.
Yeah, he thinks I'm the nearest thing to nothing ever wore out good saddle leather.
Yeah, he still likes you, though, don't he?
Well, maybe.
Then you're the hombre to turn the trick, Lon. What do you say?
And you'll pay me for just doing that?
Plenty.
Well, Hook, it don't come under the head in the work, but you're on.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh. Tonto. I found Lon.
That's good.
He stayed overnight with Hook Bascom. I've been wondering just why Hook had been taking so much trouble to cultivate the boy. I did a little investigating.
What you hear?
Hook wants to buy a piece of land over south. And if I'm not mistaken, I've a very good notion why.
Hey, Marge, don't close the door on me. Wait.
Lon, take your foot out of the door right now.
But, Marge, listen.
I don't want to listen.
But I want to...
You made me a promise the other night. You told me you'd behave yourself, make friends with your brother. But you forgot your promise the minute you left.
No, I didn't, Marge. Honest.
Will you take your foot out of the way?
I won't. You can go ahead and...
Very well, then.
Oh!
There.
Oh, my foot. Hey, you kicked my... Hey, come back now. Hey, Marge. Marge, open the door. What?
Having trouble, young fellas?
Oh, howdy, Mr. Taylor. I was just trying to...
Sure, I know. You was just trying to bust my door down.
Young fella, ain't you lived long enough yet to learn the shortest way to make a woman stubborner is to try and argue her out of it?
Yeah. Mr. Taylor, you're sure right on that.
From the looks of things, I reckon Slim made a mistake. He said you wanted to see me. Guess you met Marge, though, huh?
Oh, no. No, I do want to see
you.
Yeah? I just noticed Marge here, though, so I thought that I... Well, look, Mr. Taylor, you ever think of selling any of your range, huh? Have you?
Meaning...
There's a piece I'd admire to buy.
Sitting up for yourself?
Well, maybe something like that.
What did you have in mind?
Ooh, that there graze beyond the woods. You know, that little valley on the way to Crazy Creek? I got to thinking about it the other day, and I... Well, would you like to sell it, Mr. Taylor, huh?
Lon, you serious about that?
Oh, sure.
You got the cash? Can you pay for it?
Well, that depends. How much you asking?
It's worth $1,000. Worth every penny of it.
Yeah, reckon it is.
You got that much, Lon?
Sure.
Well, will you pay that much?
Yeah, I'll pay it. Hey, but look here. You sound mighty anxious to sell. From a little talk I picked up in town, I got the notion you weren't.
That was 'cause the wrong feller asked me.
Oh.
Getting his hands, Lon, he could make me pay through the nose to get my herd to market. No other way to reach the railroad. But you and me won't never have no trouble like that, young fella. Come on in. We'll make out the papers.
Oh, there, Silver. Oh, what? Oh, there. Gil! Hello there. Open the door. Open up.
Who in the... Oh, the masked man.
Gil, when your brother left here the other night, he went immediately to town and joined Hook Bascom.
I might have known he'd look up that skunk. Lon's just fool enough to think any loose spender's a good fella.
Hook hired him to buy some land for him.
Huh?
That land, if it gets into Hook's hands, will put Taylor at his mercy.
And Lon's playing that skunk's game?
Now, you want to realize that Lon isn't aware of Hook's true character.
If he ain't, it's 'cause he's kept his eyes tight closed.
Perhaps he has, but the fact remains, that's the situation.
When did you learn about this?
Cantor spent the night keeping watch at Hook's place. Hook made his proposition, and Lon accepted early this morning.
And there's still time.
For what?
To stop that fool kid, of course. Wait till I saddle up with... But there ain't no time to lose.
The deal's already being made.
What?
Lon's at the Taylor place right now. And I happen to know that Taylor sent one of his men to town to bring back his lawyer. The sale's being arranged this minute.
You knew all this ahead of time and never tried to stop it?
Yes.
What in thunderation was
you
the
said you'd trust me.
Yeah, sure, but
and don't lose faith now. I had a purpose of my own in letting Lon go ahead.
You did?
Do as you said. Saddle up.
Yeah?
Ride to the Taylor place. Get Taylor and his daughter. And insist that they accompany you.
Where to?
Hook's place.
What?
And if you hurry...
Yeah?
I think I can guarantee you'll get a pleasant surprise. Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh. Has Lon come along yet, Tonto?
Me watch. Him not come.
Good. Then I'm in time.
What we do?
Lon will have to pass here to get back to town. We'll stop him. And after I've had a little talk with the fellow, Hook's plans aren't going to be as successful as he hopes.
Get up, boy. Get up. Well, I got that land. Hook will be right pleased with this. I wonder what Marge's pa's got again him. Shucks, if they just knew each other better, he would... Hey, what the...
That's right. Pull up.
Hey, you're the hombre that
stopped your fight the other night.
What are you doing waiting here?
Tonto and I were waiting for you.
What for?
To see that Hook doesn't get double-crossed.
What the...
He doesn't like men who turn on him, young fellow.
You a part of his?
And what does it sound like?
I'm
now,
not...
one moment. I haven't much to say, but I want you to get it straight.
Yeah?
You just made a deal for Hook. So far, you've done all right. He's wanted that land for quite a while. It puts Taylor just where Hook wants him.
Say, how did you know that
you were acting as Hook's agent? How do you suppose?
Told you.
And Lon,
you got
turn over that land to Hook immediately. Or get ready to take the consequences.
He sent you out to threaten me.
You take it and like it.
Why do you
Easy there.
So that's his game. Taylor was right. Hook was out to get that land so they could cut him off from getting his steers to market.
And what's it to you?
I'll show you.
What did you mean by that?
Did you fellas think I was the kind of hombre that's scared?
If you have any sense, you will.
Oh, yeah?
You'll take the deed to that land, and you'll turn it over to Hook just as fast as you can get to his place.
Well, you think that's your local?
You're asking for trouble.
If there's trouble, I'll be handing it out.
You listen.
I'll get to Hook's place. I'm going there right now.
Well, that's better. It's time you realize when you were well off.
Well, you think so? Well, when I get there,
Yes?
I'll teach him when he gives orders to me. He's making a big mistake. Now get out of my way. One side. Get up there, boy. Come on, get up. Get up there, boy. Get up there.
It worked all right, huh?
The surest way to get Lon to do what he should is to tell him not to. Come, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Hurry, old boy. Hurry.
Whoa, boy. Whoa there. Whoa there. I'll fix that no good crap. Hook! You got something to learn.
Hey, what?
I'm going to show you something. And here's a starter.
Hey, what is that?
A deed.
What, the Taylor's land?
Right.
Why, you crazy idiot. Hold it. Stop. Give me that.
I'm going to give you something.
What?
This.
Oh!
Get up. Get up.
Let go.
Come on, I can't knock you down till you stand up again, Terry.
No, wait, please. No. You got
Make
me
a
wrong.
fool out of me, will you? Try to get me to work your crooked games, huh? Well, I'll show you. Get up, you coyote. Get up or I'll drag you up and give you the beating. Where did you come from?
Make him stop hitting me. Take him out of here.
God, what in you figure you're doing? You want to beat the life out of this hombre? Now cut it out.
But I tell you... You always was too doggone hasty with them fists of yours.
There he is. Grab him. He's with Hook. That masked fella's with him. He's always...
Wait a minute. I never seen that hombre before.
What?
Who told you I had anything to do with Hook?
What? Well, you said so yourself.
You thought I said so. I didn't. You jumped to conclusions without having any facts.
But
He sure twisted you around his little finger, Lon. Order you to do anything, kid, and you start sunfishing like a wild-eyed bronc.
But anyhow, you wasn't crooked, Lon. You proved that.
How in thunder did all you folks show up all of a sudden?
Gil brought them here.
Then...
We knew you'd do exactly as you did. I wanted them to see it for themselves.
But I still don't savvy. When I met you out there on the trail to town, you said...
I proved what I'd maintained before. You've been acting like a spoiled child.
What's that?
Gil has made his mistakes, but...
Which same, Lon, I'm plumb willing to admit.
But you've been completely obstinate and hot-headed. When Gil asked you to do things for your own good, you refused. Merely because you didn't like taking orders. So when I ordered you to do what you shouldn't, you stayed in character and acted honestly.
So you tricked me into this?
Yes.
Are you sorry, Lon?
Well, doggone, I'd be an awful fool if I said I was, wouldn't I?
And you think maybe you and me can get along together from now on, kid?
Gil, if you can forget and forgive all the idiot things I've done, well, we sure can.
Oh, I forgot already.
And do you remember what I told you, Lon?
Huh? What was that?
If you wish to call, I'll be home anytime.
Hi-yo, Silver, away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
And now, Dick Tracy!
This is Dick Tracy on the case of the poisonous timber. Stand by for action. Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order.
We'll join Dick Tracy in just 70 seconds, gang. But first, did you know that today, December 16th, is the anniversary of one of the most famous parties in history? Well, not exactly a party, but in the year 1773, 174 years ago today, the American colonists held the Boston Tea Party. We've all heard about it, of course. The reason for it was this. At that time, the colonies belonged to Great Britain, and the British government made the colonists pay a tax on just about everything they sent to America. The American merchants refused to buy unless the taxes were lifted, and they finally were lifted on everything but tea. So the colonists refused to permit any tea to be landed. But in November 1773, 2 ships loaded with tea were moored in Boston Harbor, and an attempt was made to get the tea ashore. On December 16th, 60 men disguised as Indians boarded the ships, tore open the hatches, and overboard went the tea, and that was the Boston Tea Party, a victory against taxation without representation. Under our present system of government, we Americans are assured that we'll never be taxed without having something to say about it. And now, Dick Tracy. Dick Tracy and Pat Patton are investigating the illegal cutting of Christmas trees, the sudden disappearance of the suspected Forrest Green, and murder. Yesterday, together with Cutter Down, they carried the dead body of Pierre the Trapper from the snow-clad North Woods into a makeshift cabin and notified the local sheriff of the killing. And then Dick Tracy and Pat Patton went to Mahogany's cabin to interrogate her in connection with the mysterious occurrences. Well, Mahogany protested Forrest Green's innocence and was making some pretty strong accusations concerning Cutter Down. When suddenly Tracy said,
Hold it, Pat.
What is it, Dick?
Somebody's coming. I just saw him break for cover across that patch of open snow. Better have your gun ready.
Right. What are you fellas fixing to do, huh?
Nothing serious. We just want to ask a few questions. Pat, you cover that side of the door. I'll watch this.
All set.
Here he comes.
Lock the door and skedaddle, Forrest. Them 2 constables from the big city's here.
After him, Pat.
I can't open the door. It's locked.
Yeah, and the windows look too small to squeeze through. Where's the key to open this door, Mrs. Hogany?
Key? Oh, let's see now. Where on earth is it? You know, I can't seem to rightly remember where I put the consarn thing.
Dick, shall I break the door down?
No, never mind, Pat. He's probably out of sight by now, and it's certain we'd never catch him in these woods. He knows them like the palm of his hand.
Key. Now, where in thunderation did I put it? Oh, my.
Mrs. Hogany.
Oh, don't be so formal, young man. Just call me Mahogany like everybody else.
All right, Ma. Would you mind sitting down for a few minutes?
No, not at all, Sonny. Not at all. What's on your mind?
You know I could have you arrested, don't you?
Yep, I suppose you could at that, but I don't know as that'd do you much good. I'm just an old lady trying to see that right and justice is done. I ain't a troublemaker by nature.
But what I'm trying to tell you is that you can't set yourself up above the law.
There's others what's trying to.
Well, I'm not very good at riddles. Who's trying to set himself up above the law?
Shucks, Sonny, looks like as how there's a heap you don't know about.
It looks like as how there's a heap that none of us knows about.
That's right. I think this is as good a time as any to get the answers to a few questions.
Sit down, boys. Go on, sit down.
All right.
Thanks.
Now then, what do you want to know?
First, Why are you trying to protect Forrest Green?
Because he's a good boy. Might hot-tempered, but still a good boy.
Well, if that's so, why won't he come forward and tell his side of the story?
Because it's his word against Cutter Downs. Cutter's got everything on his side.
Just a minute. Are you trying to say that Cutter Down is deliberately trying to pin something on Forrest Green?
He's not trying to, Sonny. He's pinned it.
Well, that all sounds kind of silly to me. After all, why would a big landowner like Cutter Down go to all the trouble and expense of trying to frame one of his own employees?
I can answer that one by saying that Cutter ain't a big landowner.
He ain't. Isn't. Well, these lumber holdings are enormous.
They sure are, Buster. They sure are. Only they ain't his'n.
Well, whose and are they?
Mine.
Yours?
Yours?
Yep. And when I die, they'll belong to Piney Woods.
All right, officer. Put away that billy club. I'll go quietly.
Now, let me get this straight. You say that all of this land belongs to you?
Just as sure as you're a foot high.
But why does Cutter Down do the lumbering?
He works this here land on a long-term lease.
Oh, a long-term lease? Well, that should bring you in an awful lot of money. Why
do I live in a shack like this?
Uh-huh.
Well, $500 a year won't buy much better.
$500 a year?
Uh-huh.
Oh, come now. A lease to all this land should bring a lot more than that.
That's the spitting truth. But it don't.
But how did you ever happen to sign a lease for such a small amount of money?
I never signed it. My husband, poor old Beaver Hogany, he signed it. God rest his soul.
But why?
Well, tell you, it's like this. Beaver, he owned this here land for years. Got it from an Injun. Well, he could never pay no taxes, and the state, they wanted to take it away. But Beaver, he just went gunning for the tax collectors, and so nobody never bothered to do nothing.
You know, that's an interesting way to solve the tax problem.
Yeah, trouble is, 'tain't permanent. The state finally offered the land up for sale, and poor old Beaver, well, he figured as how he was up again it. And that's where Cutter Down come in.
Oh, I see. He bought the land at auction, huh?
You know, if you'd unplug your ears, you'd hear me say that Cutter never bought this land. Nope. He went to Beaver and offered to pay all the taxes if Beaver would lease him the land for 25 years. He told Beaver that they'd both be ahead that way. Beaver, he could still live here and get money on the lease, and Cutter, well, he didn't want nobody running the price up on him in an auction.
I see. And so Beaver accepted the offer.
In a pig's eye, he did. He said 500 was too low, and he'd like to throw Cutter into the creek.
Yeah, but I thought...
Patience, son, patience. Cutter talked Beaver into going into the lumber business with him, and then he paid part of the taxes and talked the state into holding off the sale for a while.
Then how did Beaver ever happen to sign the lease?
Well, that I don't rightly know. A little while after they went into business, Beaver and Cutter went up to bust up a log jam on the North Fork, just above Smoky.
North Fork?
Mm-hmm.
Say, isn't that where they had the jam this afternoon?
Yep, that's right. Beaver must have got a hold of a bad fuse or something, because a whole box of dynamite went up in his face. First thing I knowed, Cutter come back and told me I was a widow and showed me the signed lease. Said Beaver changed his mind just before he went on that last trip.
Was the lease witnessed?
Yep, by Cutter's business manager, Owen Doe, and a lumberjack named Axel something or other.
Oh, the one who was killed in the jam this afternoon?
The same. Well, anyways, I was glad to have even 500 a year then. I had to take care of my little granddaughter, Piney, being as how her parents had just died in a cabin fire. Yep, I lost my husband and my only daughter a week apart.
Well, you certainly had a bad time of it.
I'd have had it worse, but somehow Piney come through the fire alive. Yeah, she was 5 years old and wandering through the snow alone when a trapper found her, took her to his cabin. After she was strong enough, he brought her back here to me. Yep, we've always felt mighty grateful to that there trapper.
Well, I should think you would.
His name was Pierre.
Oh, no.
The one who...
The same. Oh, Piney, she was broke up something terrible when she heard what happened. She's been out walking in the woods alone, trying to get over it. Now, is there anything else you young fellas would like to know?
Not at the moment. I think you've been through enough for the time being. We'll be running along now.
Well, anytime you want to know anything, you know where I live.
Thanks. But I think it's only fair to tell you that we're still out to catch Forrest Green. As long as he stays in hiding, he's a fugitive from justice.
Well, he may be just that, but he's also still alive. So you two sprouts have yourselves a good time and go looking for him. I got a lucky silver dollar, says you don't catch him.
Well, if I were a betting man, I'd take that. Goodbye.
Goodbye, boys. Oh, I just remembered where I left my key. It's in my pocket.
You know, I wish I had that kind of a memory. Goodbye, Mrs. Hines.
Just call me Ma, son. Mahogany.
All right, goodbye, Ma. Well, Richard, what do you think now?
Pat, I'll be hanged if I know what to think.
You know something? For once, your intuition was working overtime. There seems to be plenty about Cutter Down that could stand looking into.
There certainly is. And yet, you know, Mahogany is an eccentric old woman. There's no telling how much truth there is in that story of hers.
No, we can't be positive, but it sounded pretty straight.
I know it did, but you know how warped a mind can get when it starts to brood over a fancied injustice. Why, the most improbable things eventually get all mixed up with the truth.
Well, yes, I know, but you were
Don't
the one...
look up, Pat, and just keep acting natural, but we're being trailed.
Trailed? By whom?
I can't tell yet. Someone picked us up right after we came out of Mahogany's. First, I thought it was my imagination, but I've noticed him 3 times since.
Well, if you've noticed him 3 times, that doesn't sound like the best shadowing I've ever heard of.
I'm not so sure, Pat. It may be better than we think.
Oh, now, look, Richard, please don't go off on a mysterious kick again. Go on, explain yourself.
I've got a funny feeling that whoever it is wants us to see him.
Wants us to... Well, what for?
We'll soon know. There he goes. Up toward the top of the ridge.
I see him now. A big fella in lumbering boots with a mackinaw turned up around his face. There he goes into that little thicket.
Okay, Pat, let's go.
Up there, after him? But it may be a trap.
I'm sure it is, but as I've said before, you'll never know what a trap is unless you walk into it.
So, they wrote in the obituary column, he was a gay, mad, impetuous lad. It's too bad he died young. Look, Richard, has it ever occurred to you that someday even I may not be able to save you?
Frankly, it hasn't, Pat. I have complete faith in you.
Oh.
Did our friend come out on the other side of that thicket?
No, I don't think so. I also don't think I can climb any higher up this slope without jet propulsion.
Oh, it's not so bad. Just straight up. Just keep thinking that
Dick, look out!
In a moment, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first, have you ever wondered how come ABC's comic team, Abbott and Costello, work together so smoothly? Well, you have only to look back to their early days in vaudeville. When they first began, vaudeville was in the condition where audiences had a habit of interrupting the act in question, and if some act appeared that was not very good, the audience showed disapproval in, shall we say, tangible forms, such as throwing vegetables. Well, this experience taught Abbott and Costello that a comedy act had to be good, and their act had to be funny. And yet, for all their years of experience, Abbott and Costello are young in years. Their theatrical experiences began when they were both at tender ages. After touring every large city, plus the tank towns, Abbott and Costello landed in the big time, and from there went on to radio, where they delighted millions of listeners who liked their humor on the Abbott and Costello scale. Without fail, Abbott plays the straight man to Costello's clowning, and whenever possible tries to make him the fall guy, which people eat up. Take your laughs the easy way by listening to the Abbott and Costello Show, which is on the air every Wednesday night on most ABC stations. And now, back to Dick Tracy.
Dick, look out! Up the mountain!
I see him. The giant fog rolling straight down on us.
Are Dick Tracy and Pat Patton all right? Or have they been caught in that landslide? Better be sure to tune in tomorrow for The Adventures of Dick Tracy, written for radio by John Ray and Everett S. Crosby. And this is George Gunn speaking. The various countries of the world may have a difficult time understanding each other's customs, but there's one thing that every nation understands about another. It's music. Great music, the kind the Boston Symphony Orchestra presents. This famous orchestra plays the music of all lands, the works of composers in America or Great Britain, in France, Germany, Russia, Poland, Italy, and Norway. Music has always played an important role in portraying the national life and culture of a nation, and so by hearing a country's finest music, one is better able to understand that particular land. So don't miss the Boston Symphony on the air tonight on most ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters, who are up next.
And now, in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case history. Gangbusters.
The case of the notorious gang leader, Bugs Moran, who returned from retirement to kindle old flames, but who learned that not all horse players die broke.
Gangbusters has again asked the Honorable Matthias H. Heck, prosecuting attorney, Dayton, Ohio, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the notorious Bugs Moran.
Mr. Heck, many of our listeners know how the Chicago gangster George Bugs Moran became one of the country's most powerful and feared racketeers until he was forced to flee Chicago just ahead of Al Capone's machine gun bullets.
Yes, Don, and it was many years later before he could summon the courage to return to Chicago, although Capone's organization had long since been broken up and the notorious gang leader sentenced to Alcatraz. On one occasion, Moran left his Minnesota hunting lodge and sauntered up and down North Clark Street, where he was formerly such a power. One rainy night, he ventured into a cheap tavern and ordered a drink.
Straight bourbon, friend.
Leave the bottle here.
Yeah.
You been here long?
Too long, friend.
Well, here's looking at you.
Yeah, much too long.
I remember when this joint was a speakeasy.
And my memory's not that good, friend.
I understand there's a game in the back room.
You understand too much, friend.
Let me tell you something, friend. I used to own this joint.
Yeah?
Yeah. And 40 more like it.
Give me back that bottle. You had enough.
Leave it later. The name is Moran. George Moran.
Bugs Moran?
Nobody ever calls me that.
Let go of that shirt, friend.
Bugs, I'll show you.
Let go or you'll know the reason. Now, go on, get out of here.
Wait a minute.
Get out, friend, before you're a has-been with a cracked skull instead of just a has-been.
Look here, smart guy.
Hit the road, you bum. Go on, get out.
Yeah, your whiskey's rot gut anyway.
So long, Bugs.
Taxi?
Take it easy, Winnie. It's just a shower.
Yeah? Well, I paid $30 for this hat. Oh, nice.
We'll stick in the doorway here until the cab comes along. Just relax.
Relax.
Taxi! Taxi! Ah, the monkey.
Hey, any room in there?
Help yourself. The doorway don't belong to us.
Thanks.
Taxi! Yeah, they're all loaded.
Some rain, huh?
Yeah. Dutch.
What?
Give me a cigarette.
I'm all out, Winnie. Hey, taxi! Taxi!
Here's a cigarette.
Oh, much obliged.
Light?
Yeah. Thanks.
Taxi!
Wait a minute.
Huh?
Aren't you George Moran?
Oh, you know me, huh?
Well, don't you remember me? Winnie York. I was hat check girl at the Polka Dot Club.
Winnie? Oh, sure. I remember Winnie. Sure, yeah.
Well, I did put on a little weight since. Dutch.
What? Taxi!
Dutch.
What?
Dutch, you know who this is? George Moran.
Well, what do you know? I used to work for you. Dutch Bauer.
Yeah, I'm glad to see you again.
When I was just a kid, I don't think you ever even saw me. I used to peddle your booze out in Waukegan. Well, what do you know? George Moran. I heard you were retired. Country gentleman.
That's what they call me.
Well, that's for me. That country gentleman stuff.
Hey, Dutch, why don't we take George along to the party?
Well, I don't know. We were only invited ourselves.
No, don't bother about me.
Oh, they'll be glad to have him. What do you say, George?
He's probably got something else to do. What are you bothering the guy?
Well, I haven't got a thing to do.
Well, then come along with us. We'll have a great time. Hurry up, Dutch. Get a cab.
Taxi! Taxi!
There's one. Come on, George. Let's run for it.
tell you, Winnie, what does Bugs Moran mean today? Nothing. He might just as well have been dead for all the weight he carries.
But he's got no less brains than he had 20 years ago. Besides, Dutch, maybe he's still bigger than you think.
I don't know why I listen to you. What do I need him for? The whole thing's set. We're ready to pull the deal. In he walks. Sometimes, Winnie, you give me a pain.
Well, he's in. You asked him in.
Sure I asked him, and you wouldn't leave me alone until I did. Bugs Moran. If this was running hooch or rough stuff or something like that, then maybe he'd be okay. This is a slick deal. It takes a touch.
You and your touch.
Things have changed, Winnie. Bugs Moran don't
Take
mean
it easy on that bug stuff. You don't like it. And to me, George Moran still means plenty.
What difference does it make what he likes?
That's him.
Answer it, then. Bugs Moran, huh?
All right, I'm coming.
Hello, Winnie.
Come in, George.
It was a nice party last night. Thanks for taking me.
Oh, they were glad to have you. So was I.
Hello, Moran.
Glad to see you again, Dutch.
Sit down, Moran. Sit down.
Thanks.
Well, I'll fix some drinks.
That's a good idea, Winnie.
What'll you have, George?
Oh, whatever you get, all right.
You take bourbon, if I remember.
That's right.
Straight?
Yeah.
I didn't think you'd be interested in the deal, Moran. The word is you're plenty well healed. Always have been.
Money's like water, Dutch. It runs out. You gotta keep filling the tank.
Yeah. Look, Moran.
What?
This is a smooth operation. No rough stuff.
I don't believe in rough stuff unless it's needed. Hey, come on, give me a rundown of the gimmick.
Well, I got me a good couple of boys. One's good at circulating paper. One is an engraver.
Wait a minute.
What?
This deal isn't counterfeit.
Well, not money.
What then?
Something just as easy to shove and a lot easier to duplicate. American Express money orders.
Uh-huh.
They got a set of plates that's a dandy. I figure if we work it right, we can wholesale about $100,000 in this stuff. Not less than $100,000.
You got a sample?
Sure. There are lots of samples.
Mind if I take a look?
No. Help yourself, yeah. Perfect job. What do you think of it?
It stinks.
Are you kidding?
It's a rotten job. I can tell it's way off without even a legit paper to compare.
Look, Moran, we worked a long time on this
You didn't work long enough. You'll never make it.
Now, wait a minute.
Get hold of that engraver. I want to talk to him.
The engraver's finished. We're through with him.
I said get hold of him.
If you don't like the stuff, pick up your hat and walk out the door. We'll get along without any bugs, Moran.
Bugs?
Hey, let go.
Now, let me tell you one thing, Dutch. You invited me in this deal, and now that I'm in, it's going to be run right. You understand?
Okay, take it easy.
Refreshments, boys.
Just in time, eh?
In time for what, George?
Dutch and I came to an understanding. We can all drink to luck.
Well, that's wonderful. It's great.
Yeah, great.
Help yourselves, boys.
Bring it on, Dutch. Then go get hold of that engraver.
Nah.
What's the other one's name?
Fisher. But look, Moran.
I want to talk to him, too, but the engraver first. Go ahead.
Don't start pushing me around, Moran. The days when you push guys around are over.
Yeah? Well, I'd like to see those days come back. And right now is as good a time as any to bring them back. Well?
I think I know where to locate the engraver. And Fisher. See if I can raise him.
You know, George, I don't like to give you advice, but...
But what?
Well, Dutch wasn't too sold on taking you in the first place. It was me that sold him.
Let me tell you something. For a lot of years now, I've been sitting back taking a lot of guff from guys who think they know it all. Every time they open their mouths, you can see all they got is mouth with no brains on the side.
Okay, but Dutch said he...
Who cares for Dutch?
I'll tell you who, George.
Who?
Nobody, George. Nobody at all.
So, Don, the deposed Chicago gangster Bugs Moran was on his way toward making a comeback in the underworld. But he was to learn that the authorities of the law had changed their methods of operating as much as he intended to change his.
Now, back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Mr. Heck, how Bugs Moran, the deposed Chicago gangster, had been taken into a syndicate which intended to circulate bogus American Express money orders and had gradually assumed leadership of the conspiracy.
That's right, Don. And Moran sent Dutch Bauer to bring still another member of the gang, Fisher, to a meeting where they would discuss Moran's new plans for distributing the fake money orders. Dutch finally located the portly Fisher in a suburban horse room.
And 280. Time of the race, 1:23 flat. At New York in the third, they're off and running.
Hello, Fisher.
Oh, hiya, Dutch. Grab a chair.
Thanks.
What's on your mind, Dutch?
I need you for a meeting right away.
What kind of meeting?
New York
Well,
I got a bundle in on this one.
Count Slurley, Uncle John by 2, and Crack Dice is third.
Where's that beetle of mine? He's supposed to be a front runner.
Forget about the horses for a minute, will you? Bugs Moran has come into the bunch.
Yeah, so what? Bugs Moran? Where did he spring from?
That's what I'd like to know. He's in and he's...
Hold it, Dutch.
Counselor still in front by a length. Uncle John second by a half. And third is now just in time.
Just in time. Don't I even get a call out of this race? Local boy. How I ever got touted on local boy, I'll never know.
Will you listen to me, Fisher?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Bugs Moran.
I was telling you, he's practically taken over. He's in there running the show.
No kidding.
I give the guy a break. What kind of gratitude does he show? He's taking over.
Well, maybe it's a good thing, Dutch.
What do you mean it's a good thing? Don't you think I can run the show?
Maybe you can, but Bugs Moran knows his way around.
Now, listen here, Fisher.
Stretch at New York.
Come on, local boy, where are you?
Itch is now second by 2. Just in time, and Crack Dice head and head for third.
Where's that local boy?
Moran's gonna change the distribution gimmick.
He's what?
Moran's gonna switch everything upside down.
He can't do that. It's worked out to a T.
You ought to remember when Bugs Moran takes over, he takes over.
Distribution is okay. It's okay as...
Third at New York.
Ah.
The winner was number 4, Local Boy.
Hey, Local Boy.
Second, and Crack Dice third.
Oh, how do you like that? The horse don't get a call and he win it. He don't get a call.
Be at my place tonight, 10 o'clock. Moran will go over the whole thing with you.
Yeah, I'll be there. How do you like that Local Boy, huh? He don't get a call and he win it.
I'll see you tonight. So long.
Yeah.
The results in the first at Keeneland are now official. The winner, Mr. King, paid $7.20, $3.80, and $3.
Telephones, doorbells, always. Hello.
Fisher?
Yeah, this is Fisher.
Can you talk?
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Yeah, I can talk. There's nobody here.
Good. I just now got your message. What's up?
Plenty, Lieutenant. I think we're after much bigger game than we figured.
Huh?
Dutch Bauer came around this afternoon. There's going to be a meeting tonight.
What time?
10 o'clock, Dutch's place. But, Lieutenant, that's not the important thing. You know who came into the deal?
Who?
Bugs Moran.
Bugs Moran?
Yeah, Dutch told me this afternoon. Not only is Bugs in, he's starting to run the show.
Well, that puts a new light on things.
Now, Dutch tells me Moran is switching the whole gimmick around. He wants to make $1 million proposition out of it. That's what the meeting's about tonight.
Okay, Fisher. But watch your step. Moran's a slick operator. If he ever gets a line on you, you're as good as in the lake.
And that's the way it works. We get 50%, the passers 50%. 500 grand, and that ain't a bet. Hey, Fisher. Are you taking this all in, or are you dreaming?
I heard every word, Moran.
He's thinking you should have had a couple of yards on that horse today instead of 50.
Hey, you think that would have been bad,
I don't like guys sitting around pipe dreaming while I'm laying out the gimmick.
I told you, Moran. I took in every word.
All right. Give me a rundown, then.
But skip the details. I've been batting them through my head 2 days.
Well, like you said, instead of 100 grand in money orders, we shove $500,000.
Yeah?
You said you got plenty of contacts, so we get together a syndicate.
Yeah.
Guys in every city, all over the country. Every money order gets cashed on the same day. 1 day, and then we quit.
Yeah, that's about it. Any questions, Dutch?
Only, when's the day?
Soon.
Well, how soon? Track opens in Miami the 23rd. I got plans.
Maybe your plans will have to wait. I'm not rushing things so you can watch those cockroaches run around a circle.
Okay, don't tear a muscle. I was only hoping.
This is going to be the sweetest deal ever. We take our time and we get everything lined up just so.
Well, how about a little refreshments? I'll call Winnie and we'll...
Not just yet, Dutch.
No, what's the matter?
Something just came to my mind.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fisher, I've been trying to place you ever since you walked in that door.
I told you this is the first time I laid eyes on you, Moran.
He comes from East St. Louis. At least that's what he said.
I thought I saw you before. And now I know where.
Well, maybe. I'm no babysitter. I get around.
If it's what I'm thinking of, Fisher, you'll get around plenty. On your back.
What's the trouble, Moran?
If you got something on your mind, Moran, get it off.
Sure. I'll get it off. Answer me yes or no, Fisher. Back in 29, you tailed me for days.
Don't be nuts, Moran.
You never could get me where you wanted me. Isn't that right?
Now, look, Moran.
You were with Al Capone, weren't you? Answer me. You were one of Capone's boys. Well?
What if I was? I was only a punk kid doing a job. I didn't have nothing against you.
I knew I could smell you.
Now, take it easy, Moran.
Sure. He had a job. There wasn't anything personal.
Okay. Okay, I guess there wasn't. Anyway, I lived through it.
Didn't we all?
Let's have those drinks, Dutch.
New Orleans. A change of jockeys. Al Haynes is now riding Roadmaster instead of M. Kramer.
And that's the way it stands, Lieutenant.
It's not good, Fisher. Do you think you can talk Moran into a test a day or so before the big day?
A test?
Sure, to see how the stuff is accepted. Then we can make our pinch on that test without risking too wide a distribution.
I don't know. Maybe he'll go for it. I'll try.
Okay. But be careful how you handle it.
Don't worry, I will. Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Dutch Bauer, and he's seen us.
I'll get out of here.
No, sit still. He'd only be more suspicious. He's coming over.
In the 6th at New York, number 4, your welcome, has been scratched.
Hello. Fisher? Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself, Dutch.
Thanks.
This is Lieutenant Thacker, Dutch Bauer.
What do you say?
Hi. Army, Navy, or Fire Department?
State's Attorney's office.
Uh-huh.
Well, you weren't much help, Fisher, but thanks.
Don't mention it.
Nice to meet you.
What does a cop want with you?
He's looking for somebody?
You didn't know where the guy was. The one he was looking for.
Well, there's one way to handle cops. Let them think you're helping them, Dutch, but don't.
You're a lucky guy, Fisher.
Why?
You see, I knew he was law. If you'd have told me he was something else. That's all, brother.
I've got nothing to hide. What's up, Dutch?
Moran wants to see you.
Not another meeting.
10 o'clock tonight. We're all set to go.
Meetings.
I'll see you there.
They're off, been running in the 4th at New Orleans at 4:20. At Keeneland in the 3rd race.
If a guy's once got it, George, he's always got it.
Well, a little tough, baby. I never thought I'd make it back to the top. And this is going to be the send-off. There ought to be nearly $200,000 in it for me.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if there wasn't. The way Dutch was running it was for buttons.
Dutch is a buttons kind of guy when he's no good for you.
Who is?
Who do you think?
Can I get you another drink?
Not now, Winnie. We've got...
Winnie, Oh.
Hello, Dutch. Fisher, how's it going?
Not a winner all day.
I didn't expect to find you here, Moran. I thought that meeting last night covered everything.
I didn't come here to see you.
No?
I came to see Winnie.
George,
Shut up. Have you got business with Winnie now?
Yeah, Dutch. Plenty of business. It's been unfinished a long time.
They got a name for a guy like you, Moran.
Yeah, I guess they have.
Look, maybe I'll take a walk.
No, stick around. You don't expect me to stand still while you take over everything, Moran, do you?
You'll stand as still as I say.
Boys, there's no sense getting worked up over this.
Who wants her anyway? Take her.
I intend to, Dutch.
I think I'll go out for a walk. Business before pleasure, boys. See you later.
Well, Dutch, you got anything else to say?
About what?
About nothing. Fisher, you might like to know I thought over that idea of yours about the test passing.
Yeah?
You haven't got a bad idea there, Fisher. Not bad at all.
Well, I figured we could make this test passing on a Saturday. We see how it goes. Now, if everything's okay, the big day will be Monday before any of the Saturday stuff has a chance to clear any banks.
What do you think, Dutch?
Anything's okay, Moran, so long as you say so.
Good. And I think we'll try it out in Pittsburgh. How's next Saturday?
Great. I'm glad to hear it. Then I can shove off for Miami.
All right, we leave for Pittsburgh Thursday. In the meantime, Dutch, you get in touch with the boys all over that are going to do the passing.
Okay.
You get in touch with them and tell them that right after we make the test, we send each of them a wire. Tell them when they get it, be ready to unload Monday.
So that's the way it was, Lieutenant. The big day is set for next Monday. The test will be this Saturday.
Good work, Fisher. But I wouldn't have given a nickel for your chances of getting the idea across.
Well, Moran went for it hook, line, and sinker. Look, Lieutenant, I'll have to stick pretty close to Moran. Everything will be taken care of for Pittsburgh, huh?
Don't worry, I'll be all set. I'll see you there.
Yeah, so long and good luck.
Good luck yourself. You need it more than I do.
And will that be all, sir?
Is that enough? How about you, pal? You want anything?
No, not here.
Oh, no, let's see. 2 shirts at $7.50, 2 neckties, $23.80 with the tax.
Yeah, look. I got an express money order. It's all endorsed.
Huh? $100.
Yeah, take it out of there.
I'll have to get the section manager's okay, sir.
Oh, go get it. Don't stand around.
Yes, sir. Be right back, sir.
You like that guy, Fisher?
I'm not worried about the guy. I just hope that paper gets by. It means a lot to me.
What do you think it means to me? It'll get by.
I hope Dutch is making out okay.
If we pass that paper here, it'll be okay anyplace. We send out the wires tonight.
Uh-oh, here comes the clerk.
Yeah.
I have your change for you, sir.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Could you show me some of those shirts?
Be with you in a second, sir, as soon as I finish with this customer.
Excuse me. Take your time.
$23.80, $24, $25, $30, $40, $50, $70, $90, $100.
Much obliged.
Your package will be ready in a minute, sir.
Okay.
Don't move, Moran.
Watch it.
Get him up.
Come on, let's get out of here, Fisher.
You're not going anyplace, Moran.
Fisher, you...
Watch him. No, you don't.
Stand back. Everybody, stand back, please. Get back.
Well, Lieutenant, that takes care of Bugs Moran.
Certainly does, it's Fisher. Let's get him in.
Stand back, folks. It's all over. There's nothing to see. It's all over. It's all over.
So, Don, the fabulous Bugs Moran was caught in the act of passing forged money orders. He was tried and sentenced to a term in prison.
But this wasn't the end of his criminal activities, Mr. Heck.
No, it certainly wasn't. Another climactic episode, which closed just a few months ago, was still to come.
And you'll return to Gangbusters next week to tell us about it?
I'll be here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Heck, for the inside facts you've given us tonight. You've given us tonight. You've given us tonight. You've given us tonight.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
All right, mister, there it is. You can't get into this mine, we can't get out. It's just a question of the lack of water and who is forced to give up first.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin, I have a note.
No, not just now. Hey, boy, later.
But, Mr. Paladin, not most important.
Quiet, or I'll kill you.
Oh, he's pretty grumpy today.
Hey, boy, over at the writing desk over there. Amber hair, green eyes, and the, go ask the clerk her name, quickly.
Her name, Annette Vargas.
Annette Vargas?
Yes.
It's French. Of course, she had to be French. Is she stopping here?
Yes.
Good. Alone?
Alone.
Excellent. Now, I want you to find the freshest, reddest roses in San Francisco, hey, boy. And you attach this card and take them to her suite.
Oh, you saw.
To Mademoiselle Annette from Paladin. Shall we say 8 o'clock for dinner? Sound all right?
Oh, fine. You take his message now?
Yes. What is it, hey, boy? Who's it from?
Mademoiselle Annette.
The what?
She said to give it to you.
Mr. Paladin, could we have a quiet dinner in my suite this evening and discuss a mutual friend? Mademoiselle Annette
Oh, yes, yeah. Can you do that?
I can do that.
This is Frank Knight speaking for Longines, the world's most honored watch. Some time ago, we published a series of advertisements called The Adventures of Longines. It told how Longines watches helped the pioneer aviators, how Longines was first to circle the globe with Wiley Post, first to fly over the North and South Poles with Admiral Byrd. These true tales prove that whenever time is of the essence, the watch of first choice is Longines. Not only in championship sports, or in the competitions at the great world's fairs, or in the accuracy trials of government observatories, but in all fields of precise timing. Yet, when you think of it, a Longines is not costly compared to other things of finest quality. Invest as little as $75 in a Longines, and it can be your proudest possession for a lifetime. Your authorized Longines Whitnor jeweler will be honored to serve you.
The dinner was set for 11 o'clock, late, but Mademoiselle Annette Vargas was appearing in a Continental Review at the Arcadia Music Hall. I attended the performance. On stage, she looked even more radiant than in the hotel lobby, and in the doorway of her suite, more engaging than any woman had a right to appear.
You are Monsieur Paladin?
At your service, Mademoiselle Annette.
Oh, please come in, Monsieur.
Thank you.
And do not be formal with me. I have been in the United States now for nearly 3 years, and I have grown to love what people do with the English language, especially here in the West, and I like it a great deal. Champagne?
I'm overwhelmed, Mademoiselle.
Oh, you are not at all. You are wondering if I am playing some kind of a game with you. I am not, Monsieur. There. Good health.
How about santé?
I said I wanted to speak to you of a mutual friend. He told me of you. He said I would find you a firm, kindly man to be depended upon.
Who is he, Mademoiselle?
Monsieur Lady Kane.
Lady Kane?
Oui. A lonely old man, Monsieur Paladin. You knew of his death?
Yes, I did. But how did you know him? Where did you meet him?
He came to see me backstage at the theater one night in Chicago. He'd watched 35 performances in a row and finally mustered up courage enough to come backstage and tell me that he liked me.
Sounds like Leadhead. Then what?
Well, we dined. It was an enchanting evening. He'd said things to me like, you're so pretty, you make me want to yell. He talked of the sand and the sage, and the searching and the looking. Hard, hard years before he finally became rich. And then he was old. And then he was lonely.
And then he met you.
Yes. He met me. And that was the day before he died. He left me this. Please, read it.
To Miss Annette Vargas, who has been a wonderful friend, I leave my entire share of the Rimrock mine.
Poor, poor darling. I cannot accept it, of course.
Why not?
He must have a family somewhere who...
He was alone in the world, Annette. Had been all his life. No, he meant it for you. You take it. Keep it. I know what he felt.
Oh, but it is too much. I simply can't... Oh, excuse me. Yes?
Oh, you Annette Vargas?
Yes.
My name is Vance Crawford, and I'd like to talk to you about Letty Kane.
Oh, well, of course. Come in.
Yeah?
This is Monsieur Paladin, also a friend of Monsieur Kane.
Paladin.
How do you do?
Look, I'll be brief. Now, Letty found that mine, but I put up the cash to develop it. We were partners. I received a letter from him, apparently written the night before he died, and he stated that he just made out a will leaving you his share of the Rimrock mine.
Yes. Monsieur Paladin and I would...
Well, I'll give you $1,000 for it, cash.
$1,000?
Isn't that pretty cheap for a property worth $250,000?
Paladin, look, I don't know who you are or what you do, but I'll tell you this. A probate judge will laugh that will out of court. Now, it's easy to see what she is, and guess what happened? She made a fool out of him. She probably picked him up in a saloon, got him drunk, all the rest of it, tricked him.
Monsieur Crawford, please leave.
Look, the estate's going to be settled when the circuit judge stops in Rimrock next week, and you don't have a chance of collecting. Now, how about that $1,000 right now?
The lady asked you to leave.
Better ladies than you have got a lot less than $1,000 for one night's work. Get out.
Now, Miss Vargas, what can I do to help?
What do you need? You need lots of dollars during sicknesses. You need lots of dollars for an accident. You need the kind of protection that only Mutual of Omaha sells. What do you need?
You need health insurance that pays and keeps on paying. Mutual of Omaha, hospital, surgical, and income protection insurance plans that pay liberal, long-term benefits.
Here's what you need.
You need dependable protection that pays promptly. Low-cost plans by Mutual Benefit Health and Accident Association. Mutual of Omaha. Call your local Mutual of Omaha agent listed in the yellow pages. Or write Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska, for details on protection that pays and keeps on paying.
Mutual of Omaha pays so promptly it is the first company ever to pay out more than $1 billion in health and accident benefits in its first 50 years. Find out how this low-cost protection can help you. Write Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska.
If you will carry the gun, I will be delighted to travel. That is the way Mademoiselle Annette Vargas stated the matter. And that is the way the matter was handled. We took the stage into Rimrock, rented a buckboard at the hotel, and drove out to inspect the Rimrock mine.
Yes.
Hmm?
Yes.
Yes, what?
He told me it was barren. It is. But in a beautiful way. Letty would have said purty. He used that word a great deal. It's purty when the sand and the sage change color. When the clouds chase over them. You want to tell the whole world about it. Only there's nobody there. Nobody to see what you see. Feel what you feel. And it ain't pretty no more. Poor dear Letty.
Let me help you down.
Thank you.
So, how's it feel to be a lady of property?
Is this all there is to it? This hole in the ground?
They've only started to develop this mine in the last year, but there's $500,000 in that hole in the ground.
Oh. Why aren't people working here?
I've been wondering that myself. Down. That explains why there isn't anyone around. Witnesses would be embarrassing.
Witnesses to what?
Witnesses to your death. Come on.
Oh, where?
The mine shaft. Careful now. Keep your head down. We're safe here. You all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
3 of them. But they can't reach us back here.
But you had a gun, too. Why cannot you shoot them back?
It'd be a waste of lead. They're using rifles. That gives them twice the range on me.
Who are they?
That's a good question.
Who are you?
Friends of the rightful owner.
What do you want?
We want her.
Come and get her.
No hurry. I'm not going anywhere. Neither are you.
Well, that's it. They can't get in. We can't get out.
What time do you think it is?
I don't know. Must be close to midnight.
Monsieur, what is that?
Coyote.
Oh,
Full moon always bothers them.
is there no other way out of the mine?
A few air shafts. Too small to climb through.
What can they possibly gain keeping us here?
Time. Leadhead's estate is due to be settled in court first thing tomorrow.
Oh, I see. And if I do not show up with the will, it will all go to that man, Crawford.
That's right.
We must get past them. Get out of here.
You stay where you are, Annette. They'll just shoot us down running.
What can we do?
Come here. All right, now here. Take my gun and my hat. Now, you see the man down there with a rifle?
Oui.
You crawl straight for him.
He will shoot at me.
No, he'll shoot at my hat. On this stick here. And let him. And while he's watching you, I'll try to circle around behind him.
I see. I go.
Be careful. As soon as he's seen you, I'll start around.
Get back in your cave, bucko. Looks like it's going to be a long night. I'm going to blow your head clean off next time, mister.
Nice and still, or I'll blow a hole in your back.
How'd you get out of there?
I know. You call your men. Tell them you're leaving. You'll be back in a couple of hours. Call them.
Shorty? Joe, I'm cutting out. I'll be back later. A couple hours.
Tell them to stay on guard.
You two stay on guard. What's that?
You have to see Crawford.
I got to talk to the boss. Do what I tell you, here.
That was perfect. Now to show my appreciation. Mademoiselle Annette,
Oui, monsieur. It is now safe?
it is now safe.
Sociable, up to date, debonair.
What's this, a new word game?
No, I'm just mentioning the qualities that people admire in other people.
Oh, I see. If you're sociable, up to date, and what was that other word? Debonair?
Yes, debonair. But listen to it this way. Be sociable, look smart, keep up to date with Pepsi. Drink light, refreshing Pepsi. Stay young and fair and debonair. Be sociable, have a Pepsi.
Notice how many of your friends are serving Pepsi-Cola these days. It's the up-to-date refreshment.
Be sociable, serve Pepsi.
The saloon in Rim Rock was set up as a court, with a small table at one end for the judge. He was a flinty-faced man in his late 60s. The room was crowded with miners and prospectors.
Order! All right, now, let's come to order. First order of business before this court is settling the estate of Leadhead Kane. All interested parties present?
I believe I'm the only interested party, Judge. The name of Crawford, Mr. Kane's partner.
Well, I don't see that there's anything to settle. Leadhead didn't leave any heirs, so I guess...
Just a minute, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor, before you rule on this case, I'd like to be heard.
Oh, who are you?
My name is Paladin. I represent Annette Vargas, who is entitled to Leadhead Kane's estate by virtue of this document. Leadhead's last will and testament.
Well, let me see that thing.
Oh, that's a fraud, Judge. That will don't mean a thing.
You just can't come in here with a piece of paper and
It's
say...
been properly witnessed.
Well, all right, Leadhead did write it, but he was tricked. And you all knew Leadhead. How many of you ever heard him talk about Annette Vargas? Any of you? Of course not. Only knew her one night. Judge, this here Mademoiselle Vargas just a cheap entertainer caught Leadhead in a trap. Which is why I say this here will should be thrown out, Judge.
Can't be too much argument with that. I hereby declare...
Just a minute, Your Honor. Aren't you going to hear my side?
I can't see that you got one.
I assure you I do, Your Honor.
All right, but make it short.
The question to be decided here is, was Leadhead coerced or even seduced into making this will?
And it's up to you to answer that question to my satisfaction.
I'll be glad to try, Your Honor, but to a jury.
Well, this is no criminal case.
I believe it is. Because if Mr. Crawford's charges are true, then Mademoiselle Annette is really guilty of extortion. And so am I. And extortion is a criminal offense.
Are you willing to stand on that? If a jury finds against you, you admit extortion?
I will.
You go to jail. You and that Miss Vargas, too.
I realize that, too.
All right. It'll take a while to pick a jury.
Well, it doesn't have to be a full panel, Your Honor. Any 6 men or 4 men.
All right, you.
Hey, Judge,
you over there, and you at the bar.
Just a minute, Judge. I don't know that this here is legal.
I've never seen these men in my life.
It's his neck. All right, come up here, all right. Now, sit down there and listen sharp. All right, go ahead, Mr. Paladin.
Gentlemen, I don't know anything about you, but in each one of you I see something of Leadhead Kane. It's in your eyes. Loneliness. That look was in Leadhead's eyes, too. Now, he struck it rich. He could buy anything in the world except what he really wanted. Affection, understanding, friendship. Then one night he went to a theater, and he saw a pretty girl on the stage. And he went to see her again and again until at last he met her face to face. Like you see her now. Mademoiselle Annette, will you please stand? Now, put yourself in his place that night. He had her to talk to laugh with him, to sympathize with him, to listen as he spoke of his loneliness and his despair, and to love him a little bit. Now, gentlemen, I ask each of you to be Leadhead Kane for just 1 second of that night. And then tell me, what would you have done?
The same dang thing old Leadhead did. Surely appreciated it. Order. Well, this is highly irregular, but a verdict's a verdict. This will of Leadhead Kane's leaving his share of Rimrock Mine to Annette Vargas is proper and valid.
Well, the papers from Rimrock County came through today. There's your mine.
Now that I have it, what shall I do with it, monsieur?
Let it sit if you wish. It'll be a very nice income for the rest of your life.
Well, I have an income for the rest of my life. Ah, those old men. Those wonderful, keen searchers for things in the ground. I will always see their eyes and feel their loneliness.
Oh, here are the glasses, Mr. Paladin.
Thank you, hey boy. Would you open the wine, please?
Oh, yes, sir. Shall I pour?
Yes, you pour. So, shall we drink to the mine?
No. No, I would like to drink a toast to something else. To Letty.
And so would I. To Letty Kane.
You folks who enjoy the action and suspense on Have Gun, Will Travel will want to read the tense, exciting story of Kurt Sumpf in the current issue of Look magazine. Kurt was shot at, his wife beaten by hoodlums, his son viciously taunted by schoolmates, and the town turned its back on Kurt Sumpf and his family. Why? Is it because Sumpf is a Jew in Germany? Were the bullies that attacked him and destroyed his business really just rowdy hoodlums? Or does this signal a new wave of anti-Semitic terror in Germany? Find out in Look magazine. Learn in Look how this brave family fought back. Why did American soldiers come to their aid? How did local and national authorities react to this brutality? Don't miss this chilling, behind-the-scenes story in Look of a man's lonely fight against bigotry and hatred. For a gripping story of heroism and hate, read Hitlerism in 1959, A Jew's Fate in Germany. It's in the latest issue of Look magazine at your newsstands now. Get Look today. Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed by Norman McDonnell, and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Albert Alley and adapted for radio by John Dawson. Featured in the cast were Lynn Allen, Joseph Kearns, Harry Bartell, and James Nusser. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Hop Along with Hop Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hop Along Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And appearing as that laughable old character, California, is Andy Clyde. Now to our story, Border of Nowhere. Only a few minutes before, the saloon had been filled with laughter. The easy banter of cowpunchers lined up at the bar. Now, a silence has settled over the room and there is tension in the air. The sheriff, a red-headed giant, rolls a cigarette, strikes a match, his eyes never leaving the man across from him.
All right, Mr. C.A. Around here, a man's generally entitled to his own opinion, but he's got to back it up with a six-gun. That means right now. Outside.
Meanwhile, down the street, Lucy Marriott, the widow Marriott now, is getting ready to close up for the night, taking the trays of meat from the display counter back to the icebox at the rear of the store.
Chip,
Yeah, Ma?
what in the world are you going to do with all that, Stewart?
Melt it down into tallow.
Mr. Garvey offered 3 cents a pound, and I was...
Oh, mercy, honey. We're not that hard up.
Every little bit counts, Ma.
You what, darling?
Well, I know how hard it's been on you since Pa died.
Well, we'll make out.
I wish I was bigger. It ain't right.
What?
A lady like you having to run a meat store.
Oh.
It won't be long, Mom. I'll be big enough to run it by myself before you know it.
Afternoon, ma'am. Sorry to bust in the back door that way.
Oh, I'm sorry, but we're closed for the day.
What do you want?
Right now, I want you to shut up, Sonny. And that goes for you, too.
I told you, we're closed.
I didn't come here to get no meat. At least not the kind you're selling.
You get out of here, mister. You ain't gonna stay.
Oh, Chip, are you hurt?
Oh, I'm all right.
Now get this, both of you. I ain't as sensitive as some. I'd just as soon kill you as look at you. Now get behind that counter and stay there.
Come on, Chip.
Oh, what do you reckon he's up to? Why is he packing that Winchester?
I don't know.
Can you see out the window?
Wait. Yes. Down at the saloon. Sheriff Fancher and some man out in front.
Oh, what is it?
A duel.
That's why he's here with a Winchester. Is he?
Yes, he's gonna do.
Oh.
You want to die?
You shot him in the back.
One word, see? Just one word about me being here.
Chip?
Him, too.
Mom, don't think about me.
Go on, get out of here. And don't worry, we won't say anything. What good would it do? What good would it do?
The two riders, burned by the sun and covered with the red dust that lay deep on the trail behind them, mounted the ridge and looked down for the first time on Velvet Valley, with the little town of Cherokee nestled at its northern end. It was an unbelievable sight. Behind them, miles of sun-baked desert, then the ridge, then, directly ahead, the rolling green of the valley, the lush cottonwoods and willows strung along the creek down its center.
Poppy.
Yeah, California?
Mind if I say just one little word?
I'm too tired to fight back. Go ahead.
She's a lovely spot. Ain't never seen a prettier valley, but it still don't make sense to beat me down to the size of a dried-up horny toad and put saddle sores all over my cayuse riding halfway across the country to pick up 100 head of cattle we could have bought at the ranch next door. End of speech.
Quite a mouthful.
I feel 10 pounds lighter.
And as usual, your tongue's going at a high canter while your brain's still got the hobbles on.
Now, looky here, Hoppy.
Don't get riled now. I might not have told you we're after a special kind of cow. The stock we're buying from Ed Allison are Aberdeen Angus. And you can't find them on the ranch next door.
Why are we going fancy? What's wrong with our white faces?
Nothing. But I want to see how this breed will do on that flatland south of the ranch house. And besides...
Tried what?
Peaceful-looking town, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's up to its ears in trouble.
What do you mean, Hoppy?
I'm not sure yet. We'll know more after I talk to Ed Allison.
Sit down, Cassidy.
Thanks. Now, look, Allison, I want you to understand one thing. I'm not questioning your price, but...
I know what you're going to say. $21 a head, $2 trail insurance.
Yeah, and if you just said 23 and left out the rest, I'd have paid it and gone home with my cattle. But...
Sure. Only if I put it down that way, I wouldn't be telling the truth.
Who gets the $2?
Peasley, the mayor of Cherokee City. He's gone into the insurance business as a sideline. You pay him your $2 a head, and then if your herd gets rustled on the drive home, he buys you a new one.
You had rustler trouble around here lately?
This town was born with it, Cassidy. We're sitting on the edge of nowhere out here. Everything west of town is outlaw country. Nearest United States Marshal is 150 miles away.
You got a sheriff?
Yeah, we got a sheriff.
What does that mean?
I think I've said enough.
I don't. Go on.
Well, we got a sheriff. We got a mayor. We got a judge. 3 biggest crooks from Peace River to the Rio Grande.
Ever think about electing a set of new ones?
We tried it once.
Nice, peaceful election. Everybody voted.
What happened?
We lost.
Huh?
Sure. The mayor counted the ballots.
Oh. Well, if the people around here will put up with that kind of thing, they pretty much deserve what they get.
Oh, I felt like you do, Cassidy. So did someone else. A fella named Marriott who used to run the meat store down the street. About a year ago, he decided to do something about it.
How far did he get?
About as far as the Dry Gulch west of town. They found him face down with a bullet in his back. Then there was a little ruckus in front of the Gem Saloon last Sunday.
Oh?
CA man blew into town, Cattlemen's Association, special investigator or something. Been snooping around in the hills for a couple of weeks. Sat right down with Sheriff Fancher in the saloon and accused him of heading up the rustlin' operation around here. So the sheriff walked him out in the street in broad daylight and stood him up for a duel, while one of his boys laid for the CA man down the street with a Winchester. They buried him Monday at Poplar Grove Cemetery.
So I pay my trail insurance and take my cattle home safely. Is that it?
That's it. Never been a trail herd rustled yet that paid first. They level on every herd passing through. They've got every man jack in the territory shaking in his boots, afraid his ranch house will be burned, his wife and children killed if he opens his mouth. Hey, where you going?
To see Mayor Peasley, or insurance broker Peasley. I want to talk to him about my policy.
Let's see now, Mr. Cassidy. 100 head of Aberdeen Angus. Going to trail them yourself?
That's right.
The $200 cash in advance.
And what does that buy me, Mr. Peasley?
100 head of cattle. If you lose these.
You think that's likely?
Well, powerful lot of rustling going on around here lately. You want to pay now, Cassidy?
I think it'd be kind of extravagant, don't you?
Oh, why do you say that?
I mean, since I already got rustler insurance. And I didn't pay any $200 to get it either.
You already?
Yeah. Cost me $50. 2 6-guns at $25 apiece.
Excuse me a minute, will you? Sheriff? Yeah? Come in a minute, will you? This is Mr. Cassidy, Fred. Sheriff Fancher.
Howdy, Cassidy.
Hi.
I've tried to explain to Cassidy that we've got a powerful problem on our hands with the rustlers.
Sure have.
We don't think he'll take out trail insurance.
Oh? Gonna take a chance, Cassidy?
You think I'm taking a chance, Sheriff?
Sure do. The hills west of here are full of outlaws. The last herd that went through without paying, without taking out insurance. How many was it they killed, Peasley?
4. Run the herd off, too. About 500 head.
Must have made you both pretty mad.
Oh, I was fit to be tied. Stan Marriott, he was alive then, come in with a couple of gunslingers he claimed was behind the rustling, and we stood him up before Judge Corson for trial.
Jury?
No. You see, we couldn't find no one willing to serve on the jury, so Judge Corson had to try him himself. They was acquitted for lack of evidence. Seems to go that way every time.
Must be pretty discouraging for you, Fancher. Pulling crooks in only to have them acquitted.
Enough to break a man's heart.
Yeah.
What about the $2 a head?
I've never had to buy protection yet, Peasley, and I don't think I'll start now.
Well, it's your funeral.
Think so?
Yeah.
Take another look at the name on the coffin. Never can tell. It might be yours. Melting down some tallow, Sonny?
Oh, that's right. Well, my name's Chip Marriott.
Glad to know you. I'm Along Cassidy.
R20?
Yeah. How did you know? I'm pretty far from home.
My dad used to talk about you. Don't reckon you knew him, but he knew you all right. He told me once you was the kind of man he wanted me to be.
I'd like to have known your dad, Chip.
You got here a year too late.
Yeah. Chip.
Yeah?
Maybe we're too late to save your dad, but maybe we can finish the job he started out to do.
He'd like to hear that. Wherever he is. I keep promising him, Mr. Cassidy. I keep telling him I'll do it for him when I get big enough.
You're big enough now, Chip, where size counts.
You think so?
I know it. And I'll tell you another thing. Wherever your dad is, he's so proud of you, he's ready to butt.
Hoppy!
Oh, we're coming. Come on, Chipper. Let's go in and talk to your ma.
But I tell you, I'm tired of fighting and killing. I don't want any part of it.
I don't like it either, Mrs. Marriott. But there's no choice. You have to fight them or stand back and take it.
He's right, Lucy.
Oh, they've taken Stan from me. And all I've got left is Chip, and I'm going to keep him. Do you hear? I'm going to keep him.
Ma.
And don't you start talking like your father.
Listen to me, Ma. He'd be ashamed of us, that's what. He'd be ashamed to hear us talk this way. After he done what he'd done. Maybe we won't win, Ma. Maybe they'll lick us again, but I'd rather fight him and lose than go on like this.
You're right, Chip.
Ma?
Yes.
Get the petition.
Petition? What you talking about, Sonny?
Go get it, Ma.
All right, Chip. Here it is. This is why they killed Stan, Mr. Cassidy.
The petition.
Yes, we got 50 ranchers here to sign it, demanding a new election.
Then they backed out after Stan was killed. They knew their names on that thing. It'd be their death warrants.
I promised them I'd destroy it, but I didn't.
It's still good, then. There's 50 names here. They can't all be cowards.
All they need is someone to unite them, Cassidy.
Ranchers got them buffaloed. They know they have no recourse to law. This is one time they got to take the law into their own hands. I don't think they're afraid of that bunch out in the hills. I think they're afraid of Fancher and Mayor Peasley and Judge Corson.
That's what Stan said.
And he was right. There's only one way to unite the people, and that's to force a showdown with those three crooks right in front of their eyes.
I hear that's what the CA man tried to do.
Yeah, but maybe I'll be luckier than the CA man. Put that petition in a good, safe place, Mrs. Marriott. It might come in handy before long.
Hoppy is determined now that there is only one way to break the iron grip that Sheriff Fancher and his henchmen hold on the people of Cherokee City. To gamble everything on a public showdown with Fancher himself. As he listens to Hoppy's story the next day, Mayor Peasley acts vaguely as if he'd heard it before.
A petition, eh?
A referendum, if you want to be proper. There are 50 names on it, more than enough to call for a new election.
Got it with you?
I'll haul it out when the time comes.
And when'll that be, Cassidy?
I didn't hear you come in, Sheriff.
I asked you a question, Cassidy. When do you propose to haul out this here petition?
Oh, we'll need a few days to get organized, Sheriff. How about Saturday afternoon?
Maybe you ought to understand one thing, Cassidy. Man in my position's only human. The legal angles notwithstanding.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this here thing kind of hurts my pride.
Don't blame you a bit, Sheriff.
I can sympathize with you, Fancher.
I can't help feeling it's a scheme someone's engineering to blacken my reputation. Know what I mean?
I'm not sure, but go on anyway.
And when I figure someone's out to give me a bad name, I can't help looking on it as a personal insult.
I get you now. Just like the CA man, eh?
That's right.
Where do you want it?
Out in front's good enough for me.
Good. Now's as good a time as any. Let's go.
Oh, I wouldn't be in a rush, Cassidy. The folks will want to see this. Let's give them a chance to spread the word around.
And maybe give you a chance to work out the preparations, eh? Like you did with the CA man? Get your hand off that gun, Sheriff.
I'll kill you, Cassidy. I'll cut you down.
You'll have your chance at 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon when we have a public reading of the petition.
Hoppy, how'd it go?
That's all set. 3 o'clock next Saturday afternoon. Hey, where's Allison?
Oh, he's taking Mrs. Marriott out of town to a ranch of a friend of his. He says Fancher knows who got that petition. Figures she'll be safe out of the way till it's over.
Oh, what about Chip?
Well, I'm sticking it out, Mr. Cassidy.
Oh, I didn't see you there, Chipper. Good boy.
Well, what's the next move, Hoppy?
We got 4 days till Saturday. Between us, we got to talk to every rancher in the county. Convince them that they got to be in town Saturday.
They'll back down.
They can't back down. If they won't fight now, they're all washed up. We got to convince them of that. We'll do our riding at night. I don't want Fancher to know too much about what we're doing. When's Allison due back?
About an hour or so.
Good. It'll be dark around 8. We'll move at 8:30.
I ain't looking for trouble, Cassidy.
They're levying on the trail herds now. First thing you know, they'll levy on your grazing stock, then on your house, then who knows what. Are you going to take it or are you going to fight back?
Well,
Well, what?
That Fancher, he'll do anything. I ain't got no defense.
Listen, now, get this. I'll take care of Fancher. All I'm asking is for you to show up Saturday afternoon to back me up. All you've got to do is be there.
Well, all right, Cassidy. You can count on me.
Them's the facts, ma'am. It's put up or shut up next Saturday afternoon.
I got you, Carlson. My old man will be there if I have to drag him to town by the hair.
I gotta have your promise, Mr. Jenkins. You've got to promise to be there Saturday.
Well, Chip, if you've got sand enough to fight Sheriff Rancher at 14, I reckon I ought to have it at 73. I'll be there, loaded for bear.
Word, Sheriff.
What's that?
They've covered the county. Every rancher in the district will be in town tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, good. I always play better to a full house. Shep.
Yes, Sheriff? What is it?
We're riding a spooky bronc tomorrow. You know that.
No, I don't know that.
You don't know much else besides that Winchester, do you?
That's what I'm paid for. That's enough.
Better be enough. Tomorrow.
You going to call in the boys, Sheriff?
All 12 of them? This is a poker game we've been playing, Mr. Mayor. We've been sitting up to the table for 5 years now with a pair of deuces, playing our hand like it was a royal flush. They figure we got 100 men in the hills. Ain't going to give them a reason to think different.
That engine sign you got on them ain't going to last forever.
It'll last as long as I need it. They're still afraid of me. After I cut Cassidy down tomorrow, there won't be no more back talk. If there is, we handle it like we did Marriott. A couple of night rides, maybe a corpse or two, and they all fall back into line.
What about tomorrow?
You'll use the meat store again.
Why, you loco, they'll be expecting
It's the last thing they'll be expecting. The woman's out of town, the store will be closed up. You can break in through the back door, go out the same way. I'll line Cassidy up so you'll get a clear shot. Oh, only one thing.
What's that?
That Winchester. I don't want you seen around town with a rifle. Ditch it somewhere back of the store tonight. Understand?
Okay, Fancher.
Yeah, that does it then. Mayor.
Yeah?
Bust out a bottle. Let's have a drink to the coming festivities. Here, what time is it, Mayor?
3:05. You don't suppose Cassidy's backing out, do you?
He wouldn't be the first one to. Well.
Sorry I'm late, Fancher. Had some trouble getting through the crowd.
You, all packed for the long trip?
I'm ready, if that's what you mean.
What about the petition?
Got it right here.
Let me look at it.
I'll keep it until after we satisfy your honor.
Better stick it in your boot. Be ashamed to put a hole in it.
I'm about through talking. How do you want it now?
Now, the mayor will explain the procedure.
Ain't nothing to it, Cassidy. 40 paces, both of you free to draw when the handkerchief hits the ground.
That's fair enough. Let's go.
There we go. There they are, just like before. Fancher knows what he's doing, all right.
Shep?
What are you doing here?
I didn't think you'd have nerve to do it again, Shep. Not the same way.
Shut up, kid. I'll blow you to
Oh,
bits.
no, you won't. They'd hear the shot up there. You won't do any shooting except the one big one, Shep. The one Fancher's paying you for.
You shut your mouth, you hear?
Look, they're stepping it off up there. You better forget about me. Cassidy ain't the kind of a gunslinger you can miss more than once, Shep. He's sure death as far as a 44 shell will reach. Ow!
Okay, Sonny, rest a while on the floor. Now. There they go. Kid's right. Can't miss Cassidy. I won't miss. Not at this range. Okay, Mr. Cassidy. Here's your bullet.
lines the boardwalks of Cherokee's main street tense. Every eye on Hopalong Cassidy as he steps off his 20 paces, and there is a gasp as a shot rings out.
Go ahead, Mayor. Drop that handkerchief. We're ready.
Wait a minute, Mayor.
What's the matter, Fancher?
There's something wrong.
Do what I told you, Mayor. Drop that handkerchief or I'll let you have it.
Yeah. You ready, Ken?
Oh, wait.
Go ahead.
Here she goes.
No, Cassidy, no.
Pick up your gun, you yellow coyote. Pick it up.
Oh, for Pete's sake, Cassidy, no.
First one just dusted off your hand, Sheriff. Number 2's the big one. Go ahead. Reach for that gun.
No, I'm through fighting. I'll talk. I'll do anything. Just let me live.
Quiet, everyone. Quiet, please. I don't have to say much. You can see for yourself what you've been afraid of.
Yeah.
He's big and he talks loud, but he's yellow. And you, all of you, are as much to blame for Fancher and the whole crooked tribe as they are. You were yellow, too. You laid down and took it. You let a brave man like Stan Merritt go down fighting a year ago while you ran for cover.
That's right.
I got a piece of paper in my hand here. The petition he died for. It's going to give you a new set of officials. A fresh start. Something that's worth fighting to keep.
Good.
Allison.
Copy.
Read him the petition. You can hold the election right here and now. And your first duty as the new sheriff will be to string up those 3 crooks and send a posse after their henchmen in the hills.
Yeah? Gotta get down to the meat store. I think the kid's hurt.
Chipper, what happened?
Oh, Mr. Cassidy.
You all right?
Yeah. Where is he? Where's Shep?
On the floor, next to the door. Something almost blew his head off.
Oh, he was set to do it again.
Oh, that's why Fancher...
Yeah, I know he was coming when I found his gun last night, so I waited here.
What happened to him?
The breech exploded in his face. Well, I knew it would. I was afraid he'd find it.
Find what?
The barrel of the gun. I filled it last night with hot tallow.
Well, I'll be golden.
Oh, Chip. Well, you did me a mighty big favor, Chip.
Thanks. I did it partly for you, Mr. Cassidy, but mostly for my pa.
Goodbye from Hopalong Cassidy and California. These partners will be riding out again soon into a threatening episode, and we hope you'll be with us. Hopalong Cassidy, starring William Boyd, is transcribed and produced in the West by Walter White, Jr. Border of Nowhere was written by Harold Swanson. All stories are based upon the characters created by Clarence E. Mulford. This is a Commodore production.
Lights Out is up next on nightly old-time radio shows.
Ionized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you, calmly but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
My name, Arch Obler. Tonight, another exciting Lights Out story for all of you who like to thrill and chill to tales of the unusual. Tonight's story happened because, One rainy night, I found myself stranded near an old New England graveyard. But first, Frank Martin for just a few seconds.
Everybody.
Daily Express. City editor, 1 moment. Daily Express. Want ad department, 1 moment, please. There you are. Daily Express. Sport department. Whom do you wish to speak to? 1 moment, please. Daily Express. 1 moment, I'll connect you. Daily Express. Daily Express.
Good morning, Mr. Roberts.
Good morning, Jim.
Kind of late today, aren't you, Mr. Roberts?
First time in 40 years. Can't understand what happened to my alarm clock.
Well, maybe it wore out.
Worn out. Maybe that's right. Just worn out.
Now, hold up a minute, will you, Mr. Roberts? I want to talk to you.
I'm late, Carter. What can I...
It's about that money, Mr. Roberts. I was wondering if you'd wait to say...
Of course, my boy, of course. How is she?
Oh, doing fine. Mr. Roberts, I want you to know how much Jean and I appreciate what you...
All right. We're all human beings together, aren't we?
Some folks are.
I'm late. Got to hurry. See you later.
Thanks again, Mr. Roberts.
Oh.
Sam Roberts.
Yes, Harry.
Have you heard the news?
No, it was so late, didn't even look at the
Late?
paper.
Why, it's only 2 minutes after.
2 minutes after is 2 minutes late, Harry.
Sam Roberts, you're the... Oh, well. Listen, have you heard about Bridge? He's here.
Eh?
Bridge. Mr. Bridge, the new publisher.
Oh, him. Well, that's nice. He's taking things over.
Sam, you're not in the least bit interested in the fact that there's a new man on top, are you?
Well, I've been here so long, and many have come and gone.
But aren't you afraid of...
Well, finish it, Harry. Afraid of what?
Oh, forget it. That column of yours is all that matters, huh, Sam?
Well, I've been doing it quite a number of years. You know, just this morning, I was thinking how fortunate a man I am. For 40 years, things have happened. Wars, peace conferences, depressions, and prosperity. And in all that time,
Mr. Roberts.
Someone paging you, Sam.
Eh? Mr. Roberts, you wanted upstairs right away.
Upstairs, Jim? Me?
He said come up right away. New boss, Mr. Bridge.
Mr. Bridge?
Yeah, right away. He's the boss.
That's not so good, Sam. What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. You'd better get up there.
Sure. Too bad I was late today. Maybe he's been waiting for me.
Take the side steps, Sam. Get up there faster.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Harry. Thanks.
Good luck, Sam.
Luck? Why should I need luck? Funny about that alarm clock.
Yes?
Oh, I've never seen... Oh, you're new here, aren't you, Miss?
I'm Miss Ronson, Mr. Bridges' new secretary. What is it, please?
I'm Sam Roberts. Column on the editorial page.
Oh, yes. Mr. Bridge was expecting you. If you'll wait a moment.
Yes.
Yes?
Mr. Roberts is here, Mr. Bridge.
All right, send him in a hurry.
Yes, sir. Very well. You can go in now.
Yes, so I heard.
All right, Roberts, come in.
Yes, sir.
Well, come in.
Yes, sir.
Sit there.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Bridge.
Sit down.
Thank you. You know, Mr. Bridge, I think you're going to like publishing the Daily Express. What I mean to say is, on this paper you'll find a group of men who work together, who actually think of the newspaper as part of their lives, who actually...
Just a moment, Mr. Roberts. I'm a busy man.
I can understand that.
I didn't ask you up here to hear about the esprit de corps of this organization. It's been my personal experience that the average man does what he's paid for. No more, no less.
Oh, now don't say that, Mr. Bridge. Now you take Charlie down at number 1 Linotac. Why, there's a man
Mr. Roberts.
I'm sorry. I know you're busy, but I thought maybe you'd like to know something.
I've seen the balance sheet. I know all I want to know about this publication. The Daily Express earned 23% less in the 6 months of this fiscal year than it did in a similar period in any year in its history.
Well, I don't know much about that. But after all, things haven't been going too well any place. You can't blame the men.
The men of an organization make money. The men of an organization lose money. And I assure you, Mr. Roberts, that during the next 6 months, this newspaper will make money.
Well, that's fine. I'm sure folks...
Will you keep quiet?
that's what you want.
Mr. Roberts, there comes a time in every man's life when he ceases to be an asset to the organization which hires him. Might as well be frank and tell you that time has come in your career.
What did you say, Mr. Bridge?
In plain English, what I said was that you're getting just a little too old for this organization.
Old?
In other words, I'm giving you 2 weeks' notice. Sorry, Mr. Roberts, but that's the way things are. Good day, sir.
You mean fired?
The cashier will have your check. Good day.
But my column...
I'm a busy man, Mr. Roberts.
But my column...
I'm replacing that tomorrow with a syndicated column. Big-name Broadway stuff. That's what the public wants.
Mr. Bridge, you don't understand. Thousands of people, they write me. For 40 years I've been...
If you've been doing it for 40 years, that's long enough. Good day, Mr. Roberts.
Mr. Bridge, listen, where should I go? Ever since I was 16, this is my work. I don't know...
Must I have you shown up, Mr. Roberts?
No, I don't want to anger you, but my column... 40 years, I tell
Will you?
It isn't the money. I'll work for nothing. I'll work for nothing.
Now, look here, Roberts.
Didn't you hear me, Mr. Bridge? For nothing. Just let me be here.
Get out of here.
No, listen to me. Just a minute more.
I have no time. Get out.
But my 40 years here, since I was a boy.
You've been paid for every day.
But then I don't want any more pay. Just let me stay. My work, a man can't live without his work.
Get out. Miss Ronson.
No. I'll go. But before I go, just another word.
Well,
who wants me to go? The managing editor or you?
Certainly it's my doing. It's my money invested in the paper. It's my right to choose my employees.
Let me stay.
Oh, what are you going to do? Start playing hearts and flowers?
Please.
Once and for all, get out of here. This is a business institution. You've been paid for services rendered. Now get out of here and stop acting like a fool.
All right, Mr. Bridge. All right.
Yes, Mr. Bridge?
Go ahead with the rest of them. Get them up here one at a time.
Yes, Mr. Bridge.
Every man in the organization over 50, understand?
Yes, Mr. Bridge. Do you want me to include...
What? Miss Ronson, what's the matter? Answer me. Crazy little fool screaming like that. Answer me. All right, I'll come out there and see what's the matter. Look here, Miss Ronson. Didn't you hear me? What was the idea of... Miss Ronson, what's the matter with you?
The window. Look.
Window? What about the window?
That old man, Mr. Robert.
Well...
He just jumped out.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man is dead. And before this death leads to the other terrors that lie ahead in this strange story, suppose we pause for a moment, relax, and take time out for a deep breath in the midst of our lights-out story. Let's take time to eavesdrop on 2 young girls. One of them is very unhappy. Lights out. The publisher and his chauffeur are driving along a country road.
Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
Why are you taking this road?
Well, I don't quite know.
What do you mean
sir.
you don't know? What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's a shortcut here.
Now, why didn't you say so in the first place?
Sorry, sir.
Jenkins?
Yes, sir.
How soon do you think we'll get to Hartville?
About midnight, sir.
Oh, that wife of mine, she thinks of the blamedest times to... Jenkins, what are we slowing up for?
I don't know, sir. The engine...
Well, of all the infernal times and places. Jenkins, what's the idea?
It ain't my idea stopping, sir. It's the engine.
This is no time for cleverness. New car like this stalling, I never heard of such a thing. Get it started quickly.
Yes, sir.
Well.
Something's wrong.
Now, that's brilliant. Get out, you fool, and fix it.
Okay.
What's that?
I said yes, sir.
Oh, no rattle brain. Well, what are you doing out there?
Trying to find the trouble.
Well, don't try, find it. No, I better go out and see myself what... Well, have you located the trouble?
No, sir.
What do you mean, no, sir? Do you know your business or don't you?
Don't seem to be getting any spark. The distributors don't...
And why doesn't the engine go? What do I pay you for? To stand around lonely roads in the middle of the night holding guessing games?
Doing my best.
Don't you talk back to me. Get this car started, you incompetent good for nothing, or you're fired. You understand me?
Yeah? Okay.
Jenkins, where are you going? Jenkins!
Said I was fired. It's just...
Come back here at once.
Yeah, I'll come back long enough to tell you that if I could take about 20 years off you, I'll change your face plenty before walking out on you.
How dare you?
You shoved everybody else around. But you shoved me around for the last time. I'm walking out on you, sourpuss. I'm walking out right now.
You can't leave me here in the middle of nowhere.
Can't I? Well, I'm doing it.
Now, Jenkins, you...
So long, dictator. Have a nice walk.
Jenkins, don't be a fool. Come back here. Jenkins, get this car started. Jenkins! Oh, all right. If you haven't heard the last of this, I'll fix you, you hoodlum. Leaving me like this, you'll regret it, Jenkins. Blasted dark. Thinks I'll walk my feet off, huh? Oh, no, I won't. Get in the car. Sit here until someone comes along. Infernal hoodlum.
I beg your pardon.
Huh? But...
Could I be of assistance?
Where? What?
I was walking along. I saw you were stalled here.
Oh, well, that's fine. Yes, you can help me. I'll pay you well, too.
Will you?
Certainly. You know about cars?
I will drive.
Well, that's fine, but you'll have to get it started first. Something about the ignition. I don't know much about machinery, do you?
If you will let me sit behind the steering wheel.
Certainly, but fix the engine first.
If you will let me sit behind the steering wheel.
But I tell you, the engine... Oh, all right. You'll see for yourself the starter doesn't do any good. But... Start.
Yes.
Infernal Jenkins, he stalled me here deliberately.
We will go.
He'll regret this night, believe you me. Nothing wrong with the car at all, was there?
It runs well.
Say, what's the idea of turning down this road? This isn't the way to...
It's a short way.
Huh?
A much shorter way.
You mean to Hartville?
I assure you, a much shorter way.
Oh, fine. You're a pretty clever fella. Say, how would you like working as my chauffeur? I pay well, treat my help well. But did you hear me? Said, how would you like the job working for me? I'll start you out at... Hey, why do you keep your head turned? What? I turn the headlights off. Stop the car. The headlights are off. Stop the car. You can't drive in the dark.
I know the road well.
This is no dim-out area. Someone might run into us. Stop the car.
There is no time to wait.
Yes, I'll grant you I'm in a hurry, but if you think I'm going to jeopardize my life driving in the dark like this, you're crazy. Stop the car. Stop it. Well, it's more like it. No use jeopardizing my life. Well, come on, get out. You can fix the light.
Yeah.
Everything happening at once. Blasted automobile. Well, why stand there? You going to fix the light?
There will be light enough soon.
Huh? What are you talking about?
The moon.
The moon?
In a moment. The moonlight.
Moonlight? Who cares about moonlight? Fix the lights and... What?
You see.
Cemetery. The cemetery.
We went where the road led.
What's the meaning of this?
Come.
Come? Come where? What are you up to? Why did you bring me to this infernal graveyard?
Follow me.
Follow you? Where? Among the tombstones?
This way.
Are you crazy? Get me out of here quickly.
You will follow me.
What are you up to? Your face. I have seen you before. This blasted half-light. I do know you, don't I?
I ask you once more. Come with me.
No violence. My money, it's in my inside pocket. Let me go, but no violence.
With me.
No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I can't stand pain. I'll go with you. I'll go.
This way.
If you think there's any profit in kidnapping me, let me tell you you're mistaken. Here, take my wallet and show me the way out of here, and we'll forget about the whole thing.
This way.
No. Don't make me walk too fast. I'm not used to walking. It isn't good for me to walk so fast. Now, listen, man, you've got to tell me. Where are you taking me? Where's there to go in the cemetery? I don't like it. I tell you, I don't. If this is your idea of a joke, I tell you, I don't like it. The tombstones shining so white, they're like hands stuck up out of the ground. No, I won't go any further. I don't care what you do. I won't go any... The moonlight's gone. Fellow, where are you? It's gotten so dark. Don't leave me here. Those infernal graves and tombstones. Answer me. Where are you? All right. On my way up myself. So infernally dark, I can't see an inch in front of me. The doorknob. The door here. What? Yeah. But how? What? Steps going down. I wonder what...
door. Let me out. Let me out of here. Let me out. Let me out of here.
I'm here.
Huh? Where? Oh. I heard you. You down there?
I am here.
Tell me, is that the way out?
The way out.
Oh. Wait for me. Wait for me. So infernally dark. Just get me out of here. Get me back in my car. Any place but out of this infernal cemetery. I'll pay you well, anything you want. Oh. There you are. What is this place? Where am I? Well, don't stand there in the shadows. Talk up. Where am I?
Look about you.
Infernal candlelight. What can I see? You said this was the way out. Well, lead the way.
Take up the candle.
All right, all right.
Look at the wall alongside of you. Hold the candle high.
What is this place?
You see
Coffins.
the mausoleum of the family of Bridge. Your family.
No.
Look closely. The brass plate on that one.
Jeremiah Bridge. Born 1802, died 1858. My grandfather.
You never were here before, were you?
Huh? Oh, no, of course not. I can't stand funerals and such things. Why am I here now?
They lived their years. The men of the family called Bridge. They lived their years like robber barons.
Hmm?
And then they died, and here in darkness rots their bones.
What are you talking about? Who are you? Why did you bring me here?
I tried to rest, yet found no rest. As long as you were living.
Who are you?
As long as you were living.
Answer me, who are you? Take your arm away from your face and let me see. Roberts.
Yes. I tried to rest. But the thought of all the men, my friends, whose hearts you'd break as you broke mine, that thought kept tearing at the dead bones of me until I thrust up out of the grave and came back for
Robert,
you.
your face.
My coffin was a poor one. Worms and maggots worked quickly.
No.
The dead are dead, they told me.
Stay back.
The dead can't walk, they told me.
No closer.
The dead can't talk, they told me.
Stay back.
And yet I walk, I talk.
Back.
When you took away my work, you took away my life.
Back.
All the years I lived, I was what they call a good man. Asking so little. A place to sleep, my work to do.
No, stop. I can't bear to look at you.
When you took my work and with it my life, my goodness and kindness went too. In the grave, I learned the will to kill.
No, not me.
You hear me? Kill. And you, the one to be.
No, not me. You can't kill me.
Here in the place where all of your breed lie rotting, this is the place for you.
No, stay back. I can't go any further than the wall.
There's hate in me now. Hate that wants to tear the eyes that saw only profit from your head.
Oh, please, no, I beg of
Hate
you.
that wants to rip that fat hypocritical tongue from out your head.
Please, not me.
Hate that wants to rip the skin from off your flesh.
No, stop. Dead can't kill the living.
Hate can kill in life or death.
No, I'll get away from you. I will. Dark again. Roberts, where are you? I can't see. Then where? Gone. Hide. I'll hide till morning. What? Box. Coffin. Empty coffin on the floor. Yes, hide in it. Climb in. Put the lid down. Yes? Never get me in here. Ghosts can't move material things. Never get me. Wait until morning. Get away then. Never happened anyway. Hallucination. Man jumped out of the window. How could he live again? Air. I think air's getting bad. Open the lid and see if he's gone. Can't budge it. He's sitting on it. Roberts, he's holding it tight. Get off. Get off. The air, I'll suffocate. Get off. Robert, get off.
Say, Miss Ransom.
Yes?
Where's Mr. Bridge? Something's come up about the Grosvenor contract. Said he'd have the paper signed.
Just a minute. Mr. Bridge hasn't come in yet this morning.
Morning? Well, it's almost noon.
I know it is, but he isn't here. Had about a dozen appointments, but he just isn't here.
Perhaps he left it on his desk.
You'd better not disturb his paper.
Oh, I won't. Miss Ransom, come here, quick.
What is it? What's the matter?
Look. The proof sheet. What a night's paper. Where did it come from?
Why, I don't know. It wasn't there when I came in this morning.
Look at it. Look at it.
All
Look
right.
at it.
All right. Scoop. J. Rogers Bridge, publisher of the Daily Express, committed suicide last night in his family mausoleum in the Rosewood Cemetery. Oh, no.
And look at the signature. It's signed Roberts.
Robert. Oh, but he's the old man who jumped out of the window.
Wait. Look. The message. It's printed on... Oh, no.
Printed on what? Tell me.
On a piece of human skin.
Mr. Obler, I've often heard that a good newspaper man has supernatural powers, but I never expected to meet one who would return from the grave to make his last deadline. Oh, by the way, that brings up something I've been meaning to ask you.
What's that, Frank?
Do you think that under some circumstances a person might return from the dead?
Frank, I do have an idea about that, but I'm going to suggest that we put it with the unfinished business to be taken up in the near future, because after you say a word, I've got something very important I'd like to say to our listeners.
Iron Eyes. And look for the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. Now, Arch Obler with a serious message for every American.
Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago on another network, I started a game. Perhaps you heard about it. It's called They're Here for Me. It's a very simple game. You sit where you are and you think, the Japs, the Nazis, they're here for me. Not for someone in the newspaper or someone in a town halfway across the world or someone I don't even know in this neighborhood or even for my neighbor next door. But for me. For me. Yeah, a smirking little Jap is standing at the door. He's there for you, not in the headlines, not just an idea, but actually there for you. It can't happen, you know. 3 million dead in Europe attest to that fact. Now, even if the words such as duty to one's fellow man and patriotism and a better world to come and all that sort of thing may not mean much to you, out of self-interest, these words should. They're here for me. Think about that Jap or that Nazi waiting for you. And then remember that every war-saving stamp and every war bond that you buy is a bullet or a bomb or a tank or an airplane between you personally and the horror of a Jap-Nazi world. Every bond that you buy, another bullet or another bomb or another tank or another airplane between you personally and the horror of a Jap-Nazi world. Tell your employer to start taking that 10% out of your pay, starting right now.
Lights Out will come to you again next Tuesday at this same time. Be sure to listen to Arch Obler's chilling story of Knock at the Door. And if you need more vitamin D and iron, be sure to try Ironized Yeast, the one and only Ironized Yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Ever hear of a substitute for new clothes? You may want one someday now that many clothing materials are becoming harder to get. So take care of your present clothes and let Energine cleaning fluid help you do it. Energine removes little grease spots that are the favorite feeding place of moths, grease spots that make your clothes look worn, run down, old before their time. And Energine removes those grease spots easily. Simple directions are right on the Energine container. Get some tomorrow and start getting more satisfactory wear from your clothes by keeping them free of grease spots with Energine cleaning fluid. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime. The fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
The world, the poet says, is so full of a number of things, he's sure we should all be as happy as kings. Luckily, the world, so full of such a number of other things, is also pretty generously loaded with suckers. What, my children, is a sucker? A sucker is a larcenous chump who likes to gamble, as long as it's a sure thing. And do I need to tell you that the surest thing in the world is that a sure thing can't be sure? Step a little closer, friends. You're crowding the pavements. Let me tell you about it.
And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the Third Man in It's a Knockout.
Point him out to me, Harry.
See? There he is. One that's knocking his pipe out. That's Stan Pierce. That's our little old sucker. And Holocaust.
Not bad looking, is he?
Keep your mind on your business now, Jenny. He's worth at least $30,000 to me if you do as I tell you.
Don't worry, Harry. I'll have him in Havana with his $30,000 on a plate inside of 48 hours.
Oh, okay. I'll be waiting for you. Now, try and get a seat near him on the plane. And don't forget, when you meet me in Havana, I'm not Harry Lime. I'm J. Harrington Lime, the Wall Street tycoon. When an American businessman like Stan Pierce goes on a Florida vacation and finds himself sitting on the plane next to a pretty girl, he makes my work pretty simple for me. I'd known she'd be able to pick him up easily. She was telling him the story I'd coached her in the next night in a Florida nightclub, and by that time he was ready to believe anything she told him.
Can't you stay over here in Miami another day?
Oh, Stan, I'd love to, but you don't know my boss. I've got to fly to Cuba first thing tomorrow morning to give him the contracts he sent me to New York for. If I'm not there, ouch.
Sounds like a slave driver. We begrudge you one day in the sun here.
Mr. J. Harrington Lime is a stinker, especially to his secretary.
J. Harrington Lime. You say that name as though I should have heard of him.
Only if you're working Wall Street.
If he's such a stinker, why don't you quit your job?
That's what I want to do. The only thing I want to do is make some money before I do. If only I could just figure a way to...
Do what?
Well, I'm not sure that I... Oh, I'm being silly.
What?
Oh, I started to think I shouldn't tell you about it, but I don't know why I shouldn't. You don't know Mr. Lime, after all. Probably won't see him anyway. Besides, you're nice. I like you. I sure think I can trust you.
Sure you can. You got an idea?
Well, you see, Mr. Lime's a great sportsman. Loves to gamble. On the fights, the races, almost anything.
Matter of fact, me too.
Well, anyway, so Mr. Lime's got this big palace of a place in Cuba near Havana. You know, mink line, swimming pool, tennis courts, the works. And right on his estate, he's found that one of the workmen, a Cuban, is a wonderful boxer.
So?
His name is Pancho Cordobas. He's really good. At least, I don't know much about boxing, but the trainer Mr. Lime brought down, and the doctor and everybody, they all say Pancho will be a world champion.
Really? Pancho Cordobas. Funny, I never heard of him.
It's not funny. Would be funny if you had heard of him. He's had 10 fights, won every one by a knockout. But don't you see? Mr. Lime just keeps him under wraps. All his fights were held in secret.
In secret? I don't get it.
Sure. So that when Mr. Lime matches him in New York, he'll be absolutely unknown. He's trying to get him matched up against top boys, and whoever it is Pancho fights, Mr. Lime will be able to get simply wonderful odds. See?
I'm beginning to, but I don't see how you figure to make any money out of this. Are you going to...
Let me tell you. In secret, of course. Now, Mr. Lime always tries to get his guests to bet against him. He takes Pancho, and he'll give big odds because he's so sure of Pancho.
Yeah, and?
Pancho has agreed with me that he'll lose this next fight if I give him the word. He'll... What's the expression?
Take a dive.
That's it. For a price. Mr. Lime's been giving him a purse of $5,000 every time he wins. We agreed I'd give him twice that if he loses.
This Lime, he gives good odds on Pancho?
Last time he was trying to find takers at 10 to 1.
How can you lose?
I know. Isn't it awful?
That's awful. It's a smart scheme for a girl to have thought of. What's the hitch?
Well, even with all my savings, I couldn't win enough to pay off Pancho. Besides...
You've got to have someone to do your betting for you.
Exactly. So I guess I'll just have to stick to my job for a while longer.
What would you say if I offered to put up some of the capital for you?
No, Stan. Have you got that kind of money?
On a sure thing like this? I sure have.
Oh, Stan. Look, I'll give you all my savings right now.
Wait a minute.
$1,000. If you can only help me out.
Well, all right. You know, this will be a good thing for us both.
Oh, sure it will. Let's both have a drink on it, shall we? To celebrate our partnership. Oh, Stan, you're wonderful. And you're sure you'll be able to raise some cash to bet?
On this kind of a proposition, I'll have $30,000 cash at least.
Oh, Stan, how wonderful.
How wonderful, yes, indeed, especially for me, Harry Lime. I always find it refreshing to relieve a rich sucker of money when he thinks he's going to steal from someone else. Jenny had done well. She got Stan Pierce over to Cuba within the 48 hours she'd promised. The hook was baited. Poor fish was about to bite. Well, either you're uncommonly lucky, you certainly are an expert on cockfights.
Just luck, Mr. Lime, beginner's luck.
Oh.
Matter of fact, this is the first time I ever saw the birds fight in my life.
Oh, you don't say. That's $75 you want from me. There you are. What was your name again?
Pierce. Stan Pierce from Cleveland.
Glad
I'm
to
in
know
the
you.
insurance game.
Mr. Pierce, you like boxing very much?
Yeah. I go to get to the fights whenever I can.
Where are you staying, Mr. Pierce?
I'm at the National, sir.
Well, good night. Good night, Pierce. Been pleasant chatting with you. Maybe I will undertake to win that $75 back from you. It's important to handle a chump with artistic appreciation. Limousines, country estates are expensive, but for me, well, I regard them as legitimate business deductions. I wanted to make sure this chump Pierce was impressed. I even had a half dozen pals on hand, all dressed up to the nines, pretending to be my weekend guests. Charming people, all of them, really. Very capable of giving my chump a good time, flattering him, making him feel nice and secure. First, I fed him lunch, then a good Havana cigar, then we went for a stroll, our whole party, and I led them casually down to a specially outfitted training quarters.
Oh, Harry, this is the fighter you were telling us about.
Discovered him yourself, I understand.
That's right, General.
Wow, that. Is that why you were asking me if I went to prize fights, Mr. Lime?
What do you think of him? He's fast, isn't he?
He certainly is. What's his name?
I call him Young Pancho, of course. I don't know yet whether he's any good or not. He hasn't fought a single fight.
He hasn't? I mean, he
No.
He looked so sharp, I could have sworn that...
Beautiful, so graceful.
No, he's fighting for the first time next Thursday. You've heard of Kid Burke.
The middleweight?
Sure, he's a good puncher.
I've seen him.
Well, I understand Burke's pretty good. I've gotten him to come over and go a few rounds with young Pancho. I'm making up a purse for the winner.
You've never had a fight yet. How do you know your boy hasn't got a glass jaw, Mr. Ryan?
I don't, Pierce. That's what I hope to find out next Thursday.
Harry, off Kid Burke's record and seeing that young Pancho's never had a fight, I hate to do it, but I might take some of your money away from you at a friendly wager, huh?
Trust Lime, General. He'll see to it that the odds work for him.
Maybe I could give you a chance to win back your $75, Mr. Lime. What's the matter?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Pierce. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't be laughing. I was just amused at the idea, that's all.
Idea of what?
Well, don't you see, I was planning to make up a purse of $10,000 on the fight and any side bets that I could place on Pancho. I want to make sure that my winnings would cover the purse, don't you see? 75.
Yeah, I might possibly be able to bet a stake that would interest you.
Oh, that'd be fine, Mr. Pierce. Fine. I'm sure, yes. Nothing better calculated to make a chump impatient. Nothing better calculated to make a fish leap for the hook than to twitch the bait away as though he maybe isn't going to get a chance to grab it. I was hoping Pierce's neck was hot under his collar as I walked away after giving him that little brush. Wanted to give him a chance to talk to Jenny without anybody else around. Sure enough, I could see him moving over to his side.
Well, what do you think, Stan?
He said this was Pancho's first fight coming up.
Oh, he always tells people that. Don't you see? That's the way they're likely to bet a lot more money on him. That's the kind of a man he is. That's one reason I hate him so much.
I see what you mean. Well, say, here he comes.
Who? Oh, Pancho. ¿Cómo está, Pancho?
Senorita?
Have a good workout?
Gracias, it was fine. I feel best I ever feel.
Now, don't forget, Pancho. Third round. That's our agreement.
Senorita, what are you saying?
Oh, don't worry about Stan. He's my partner in the deal.
This is safe?
Oh, sure. Safe as a bank. Stan, shake hands with Pancho. This is Senor Pierce, Pancho.
Oh, no, senor. But, senorita, if too many people find out...
Now, don't worry, Pancho.
Yes,
I said it was all right. Third round now. That's our bargain.
Sí, third round.
Hey, Pancho, get in the showers.
Okay. Buenas tardes, senor. Senorita,
See you later. Well, Stan?
I'll go in it with you, Jenny. Looks good to me.
Oh, wonderful.
That lime, he got me a little sore. I'm going to show him I'll take him for plenty.
What do you mean?
I'll have to convert some bonds and maybe borrow a few bucks, but I think I can work it so that I can put my hands on $45,000.
Oh, Stan.
Yeah, at good odds, say 10 to 1, we'll clear.
Oh, it's so much I can't even think of it. Oh, Stan, I just want to kiss you.
Okay with me, honey.
Can you get those bonds or whatever they are converted in time for the fight?
That's for next Thursday? I should think so. I should be able to get a draft on my bank from one of the banks here in Havana.
And my 1,000. You still have it. It's safe?
Don't you worry about chicken feet like that, honey. By next Thursday, you'll be on the easiest street in the biggest house in the block.
You see what you get just by being a little rude? I'd figured this chump was good for $30,000, and now he's begging to give me $45,000. I could have told him that the bank in Havana would be efficient, unfortunately efficient for him. By Thursday afternoon, Stan Pierce, my fine, fat little Cleveland insurance man, has $46,000 bills in his pocket, one of them mine that I give him to Jenny to give to him, and the rest of them his, which would end up in my pocket $45,000.
Orson Welles returns in just a moment as the third man. Now, Orson Welles as the third man continues with It's a Knockout.
So it's dinner time. Dinner time, and over the brandy, I'm ready to start accepting bets. Well, General, 5-1 then. I'll tell you what, I'll make it 15-2. Hey, what's the matter? Can't I get any action from you gentlemen?
Well, Harry, those are nice odds. Suppose I bet 25,000. I'm taking
Swell. Just give you 25 to Jenny here, and here's my end.
Wait, I don't want to carry this money all around.
Here, take this little satchel. You can stuff it in there. Well, Judd?
I don't know, Harry. I'm not sure I trust you.
Fire and thunder, man. I'll give you 10-1.
I'll take those odds, Mr. Lime.
What's that? Oh, Pierce. Well, fine, sir, fine. I'll take you $75, too, if I can't get any larger action from these gentlemen.
My wager on Burke is $46,000, Mr. Lime.
Oh, fine. You've got cash, of course. Give it to Jenny here. And, Jenny, here's my end.
Mr. Lime, I hate to be carrying all this money
Getting
around.
heavy, is it, Jenny? All right, then, Pierce. Suppose you be appointed custodian of the stakes.
Well,
Come on, old man. I'm sure everyone here trusts you. Well, can I get any more action? If not, there's just one more thing I want to say before we all go to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, you all understand that, of course, this fight is private. It's not being conducted under any boxing commission rules. For that reason, it's a little irregular. As a matter of fact, our Cuban police friends would quite possibly feel that it's illegal. You understand, General, that's why I couldn't take your check. Well, friends, I presume I can trust you not to mention that the entertainment was held out here tonight.
Sure.
That's to protect the licenses of the fighters and the managers involved. I have your assurance.
Sure, you can trust us. Yeah.
Then let's all go. Fight's about to start. Pierce, you got those stakes all right? Well, let's go. Sheer delight to watch Pierce carrying that satchel. You ever watched a man that you know is guilty, trying to act innocent? Of course, this is the first time Pierce has ever tried an act like that. Down through the gardens to where the ring was set up, there were perhaps 3 dozens of us, maybe 50 altogether, counting the trainers, the seconds, the referee, and all of them, of course, in on my little scheme, except just one, Mr. Stan Pierce. Fortunately, they weren't all on my payroll. They were friends, gamblers, confidence men, their girls, anxious to do me a favor, and anxious, too, to watch the fun. Fighters in the ring now, referee's talking to them. I have to watch them, but I have to watch Pierce, too. First round, the fighters pretending just to feel each other out. Pancho's putting on a show of fancy footwork. Of course, the 2 fighters I've hired put on a good show. It's artistic. We can't have Pierce getting worried about how raw it'll look when Pancho takes his dive. Poor Pierce. I know just what he's doing. He's figuring how long a round takes, 3 minutes, multiplying that by the number of rounds Pancho's agreed to go before he pretends to be knocked out, adding a minute between rounds, and he's thinking in less than 10 minutes, he'll be collecting his bet. Less than 10 minutes. Whoop. That's because Pancho went down on his knees. Burke really clipped him. Looked good, too. I'll bet Pierce is just as happy he didn't bet on what round Pancho would lose in. There goes Pancho again on the canvas.
2, 3, 4.
And he's up at 5. Pierce looks worse than Pancho does. Now Pierce is feeling at his feet, making sure the satchel's still there, looking around furtively, thinking they really trust me. Silly smile on his face. I'll just speak to him and see what he says. Well, how about it, Pierce? Enjoying the fight?
Sure, but your boy doesn't look very good in there.
Oh, don't worry about young Pancho, Pierce. He'll be all right.
Come, try it. Come on. Get it.
Now, here they go again. Pancho looks as though he's got a cut open up under his eye there. He probably want another $10 from me for that. He's sure a pretty good boxer at that.
What's that man?
Look at Pierce. Just look at Pierce. I'll bet he's adding up his profits again. 46,000 at 10-1 and 460,000 minus 10,000 to Pancho leaves 450,000. Split 2 ways with Jenny means a clear gross of 225,000 smackaroos. Whoop, there he goes, down again. That Burke's got a pretty right hand at that. Just reaches out and down goes old Pancho on it.
2, 3,
Count of 4 that time. I better get more worried looking. Pierce might suspect something. Yeah? He's looking at me, all right. Watch his right, Pancho. Watch his right.
Come on, Pancho, Pancho, come on.
I hope I look sick enough. Pierce is watching the fighters again. Fighters, that Pancho. He's really one of those powder puff fighters. All flick and fluff, no real sock to him. Burke could land him in one round if this fight was a square rattle. Pierce is breathing harder than either of the fighters. Uh-oh, he's looking over at me. Maybe I'd better.
Your money feels safe still, Mr. Lyon?
Oh, at least I know now my boy doesn't have a glass jaw, Pierce. And I just can't understand what's come over Pancho tonight. He seems sluggish. Maybe he's overtrained.
Maybe his reactions do seem sort of slow.
This is Rich. Now Pierce is worried. He's scared Pancho will make me suspicious. Round 3, this is where it happens. Look at Pierce. His hand groping to make sure he's still got that satchel, thinking, now is when we can reach right out and grab $225,000. Greedy boy. I'm far more restrained. All I want is your $45,000. Better pay more attention to the fight. Pancho's left in Burke's face, takes a right across, answers back, hands are down. Sure looks like Pancho's guard is wide open. Pierce will like that. Now the right from Burke, catches Pancho on the side of the head. He looks dazed. Now's the moment for Burke to step in. He's measuring Pancho. Here it comes. A terrific right, and it misses. Pancho ducks under, dances away, and the crowd wants to know what happened to Burke. They pretend they don't understand. Pierce, he's stunned. Why? Burke is down on his back, blood spurting out of his mouth.
They missed the crowd.
Where's that phony doctor? He should be in the ring pretending to examine Burke.
Doctor!
What happened, Jenny?
Gosh, Stan, I don't know.
The doctor.
Give me my bag, once. On that seat there.
Doc, what happened?
This man's hemorrhaging. He's in very bad shape.
But I never touched him. Santissima Madre de Dios.
That Pancho puts on a very good act.
Apparently, you didn't need to touch him. Stand back, please.
But I tell you...
No, never mind. There's no use. This man is dead.
Dead? Dead, but how?
Apparently, Mr. Lyon, when he missed that terrific swing, he burst a blood vessel. Completely chance. Couldn't have been predicted.
But are you sure?
Lyon, your guests.
Oh, yes, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, I must ask you all, please, to leave at once. Please say nothing of what has happened here tonight. I'm very much afraid we're all accessories to homicide. If this ever gets out. Now, good night, ladies and gentlemen. Please leave as quietly as possible.
Yeah.
Quick, the money. There.
But what are you going to do?
What do you think? Take it.
But we lost the bet.
I don't care. He'll never be able to report us. He'll be too busy trying to hush this thing up.
But
listen, a plane leaves for Miami from Havana at midnight. Grab it. I'll meet you at the hotel in Palm Beach tomorrow.
But, Jenny, we're liable to be arrested in a homicide rap.
Don't you think I know that? Go on, beat it. I'll meet you in Palm Beach. Hurry.
But I've got no money left.
Here, quick. Before they say I've got the satchel. Here's 100. Goodbye, Stan. And Stan, listen.
Yeah, what?
Hurry.
The most artistic aspect of this swindle was that the chump fled, convinced he was in for real trouble, homicide trouble, completely forgetful of his $45,000. Pretty, wasn't it? It's one of the neatest jobs I'd ever pulled off. And as soon as he was safely off my rented estate, my Confederates gathered around for the payoff.
This is good business, Harry. How did you like my act?
Oh, you were great, Pancho, old man. Burke, the way you bit into that bladder of chicken blood, I thought the blood had never stopped coming out. Where's that satchel? Come on, we'll split up the profits now.
Here it is.
Where's Jenny? She's the one that deserves some praise, the way she hooked that poor fish. Jenny! Jenny!
She must have gone inside for something.
Well, I'll take her cut and give it to her later. Hand me that satchel. Oh, whatever I think of the expression on that Pierce's puss. Why do you know I'll bet he... Hey, what's this?
What's the matter? What happened, Harry?
That vixen? That seventh daughter of a seventh daughter, that double-crossing, no, sextuple-crossing, wry-necked witch, that...
Who, Harry?
Warren, Jenny Warren! She's run off with my money. Not your money, not your money. Mine, I've got enough to pay you off, every penny. It's the bet she's absconded with, one of the shrewdest schemes I'd ever hatched, and she has to throw the queer in it. Listen to her note. She says, and I'm leaving $5 for your end, Harry. That'll be enough to pay for a long-distance phone call to tell me what you think of me. I'll be in New York tonight, but after that, who knows where I'll be. Love, Jenny.
Harry Lime returns in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
What is a sucker, friends? Step closer. You're crowding the pavement. And I'll tell you. A sucker is a larcenous chump. Maybe I said that before, but I think I forgot to mention that there's an awful lot of us. I promised my Confederates that they'd get their expenses paid, but after thinking that over for about 30 seconds, I figured there was no use throwing good money after bad. Of course, it meant leaving Cuba in a kind of a hurry, but after all, they should have known better. They should have remembered the old saying, lime doesn't pay.